What is up, Wizards fans? This is finally draft night. We have done it. I've got Kevin Broom here with me from the So Wizards podcast and Bolts Forever. Kevin, how the heck are you?
I am doing well. I'm looking forward to tonight. Should be a lot of fun.
Honestly, like draft night is like always my favorite night. And then you just go out and you make like an absolute fleecing of a trade during the middle of the day to really start things off. Like, I honestly, I just could not be in a better mood about like where we are with things at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, draft night has got to be like a favorite night for any Wizards fan.
Because it's always so meaningful for us, unfortunately.
That is the night of greatest hope, I think, among all Wizards fans. And we'll see. Maybe there'll be other fun nights coming.
That's really all we can hope for at this point in time. But hey, look, man, this has got to be one of the biggest ones in a very long time. Maybe since the John Wall draft. I honestly can't think of another situation where things mattered this much for this franchise.
It's interesting what the change in leadership has done for this team, for this fan base. They've really injected in a level of hope, a level of excitement really for tonight and for what they're going to do this offseason, because I don't think they're even close to being done. I mean, I think like acquiring Tyus Jones, I think it's possible he stays, but they still have three veteran point guard types, and I could see keeping one of them and two of them being really valuable pieces in trade at some point by the deadline. So
yeah, I mean, maybe Monte, maybe DeLon, but I can't see where both stay. It just wouldn't sort of make sense realistically. I mean, to try to keep both. And Gafford could move. There's some team that could use a center. I mean, like all these guys have got to be in play. Is Corey Kispert like a guy you want to keep around for the course of his contract here? Because I think his most meaningful basketball is around other high level guys that are trying to win, where you don't need him to be sort of the key piece that the Wizards might need him to be.
Right. It'll be, this is, like I said, this is going to be fun. It's going to be an interesting off season. See what these guys can do.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we've also got Damo joining us from the Wizards of Gallery Place podcast. Damo, how's it going, man?
What up?
You geared out. I love it.
Yeah, man. I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. I haven't felt like this since 2010, man.
We were just talking about that. Like, when was the last time you were this excited for a Wizards draft? And I think that's honestly got to be it.
Yeah, man. Greg had a space early today, and I just got on there and screamed.
Hey, feel free to repeat that tonight. I think if this pick goes the way I think it's going to go, I think there's going to be a lot of screaming from this fan base.
Yeah, man. It should be dope.
I just have like this like seminal memory of being in driver's ed and like rushing out of there and like flunking some component of my driver's ed class because I desperately wanted to go home and see who the Wizards were going to pick. Like the draft is always so exciting for me. And like now it might actually lead to something, and next year's pick might even be, I mean, worse because the team will be worse, but better because we'll get a higher pick. And I don't even know what to make of myself here, guys. I'm still like a little speechless and trying to just like get settled in.
It's one of the things that's cool is, I mean, they could go out and win 35 games next season and it'll feel so different than, because last season 35 wins felt kind of exactly what you'd expect and kind of hopeless at the same time.
Right.
And because they had so many veterans, so many guys there that were, playing supposedly the best they're ever going to play kind of stuff. And, there wasn't like young guys developing. There wasn't all that kind of stuff. This year, if they go out and win 35 games this season and they're doing it with guys who are average age of 24, 23, that's hope.
We'd be so hyped. I mean, people don't think like I've seen a lot of like, you guys aren't cut out for a rebuild kind of thing. Dom, we've made this point. It doesn't have to be a 10-year rebuild. Like there are teams that if they do this right, in 3 years, you're really good again, or at least like really relevant again.
Yeah, it shouldn't take 10 years, man. Like it's really, I mean, not to sound like a jerk or anything, but I mean, it's not that hard to build a team, man. Like it's so much talent in this league. You just got to have the right people in place to find it. Like
Yeah.
But I mean, it shouldn't take no 10 years. Like that's crazy. You got to try hard. You got to try to be that bad for that long.
Exactly.
I mean, you think about Oklahoma State when they decided it's time to blow this up. I mean,
Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Oklahoma City. When they decided it's time to detonate, it's time to get rid of guys. They traded away Chris Paul. They traded away Russell Westbrook. Durant had left. All this kind of stuff. They decided it's time to rebuild. It was really 2 seasons that they quote unquote tanked. Yep. And this season wouldn't have, they would have been a lot better if Chet Holmgren hadn't slipped on a bad court and broken his foot. That's a team that was seriously within 3 seasons, their 3rd season after deciding to blow it up, they were a broken foot from being, a top 4 seed in the West.
Yep, that's for sure.
And now the Wizards aren't going to be able to get started with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as a cornerstone. They don't have that, but maybe they get that tonight.
Could Jordan Poole be that guy? Is there enough upside left in Jordan Poole maybe to be budget SGA? I mean, there's been a little point guard stuff there. I mean, that's a lot to ask, but I got to think this guy's got more than he showed. To be honest with you, if someone punched me in the face at work at the start of my work year, I don't know that I'd be my best self if I still had to work with that guy every day. Like, it just seemed like that put a damper on everything he did.
Yeah, that's got to play a factor for a young guy, man. Like I just think it's crazy if you don't factor that into how you evaluated how this year went for him, because you saw it in some of the exchanges when he would make mistakes on the bench and stuff. Like, he just wasn't trying to hear it from none of the vets, because I felt like it became not just with Jordan Poole, but even like some of the younger teammates, Kuminga and Moody, some of those guys, like, and definitely Wiseman before they got him up out of there. Like, it was vets versus young guys.
Right. You probably didn't feel like they had your back,
Yeah, like, because they literally, you literally get punched in the face. And what did they do with Draymond? He left the team for what, a week?
Yeah, nothing.
And he was back, and it was like nothing else happened. And then you got people coming on national TV acting like Jordan Poole deserved it. So, yeah, man, I would have won it out too. I mean, I saw something earlier that showed that he unfollowed Draymond as soon as the trade went through.
I don't blame him. If one of you guys hit me in the face, I might unfollow you too. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a little quick time out here from the Jordan Poole talk, and we'll circle back to that. At this point, I want to bring on Matt Babcock, so we'll add him to the stream here. All right, got Matt Babcock joining us. Matt, how are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just exciting day, huh?
It's been an interesting one for Wizards fans already. So I heard you have some news for us. Why don't we just start out, like, let's come out of this thing hot. There's some rumblings with in the draft sphere about what the Wizards might do, huh?
Yeah, I mean, just within the last couple hours, I've heard from some teams that are operating under the impression that the Wizards are going to take Bilal Coulibaly. So, I mean, I did a last-minute change to our mock drafts. We'll see if I got fooled from by a smoke screen or not.
That's got to be the hardest part of the job, right? Is navigating like what's real intel or not, and or who, wants you to think something else, or maybe it influences another pick or two.
No, absolutely.
How do you sort through that?
You do your best. I mean, it's a tough thing. I mean, there's a lot being thrown around, a lot of rumors, a lot of agents, posturing. It's a juggling act for sure. And I mean, teams are doing the same thing. I mean, they're making a lot of the same calls, having a lot of the same conversations that I am, because they need to know what's going on in the draft too, so they kind of navigate it properly. And it's all from my standpoint, it's all a lot of fun.
Do you know what they like about Coulibaly specifically that makes them think that that's their guy longer term? Like, what's the pitch for anybody not familiar with Coulibaly, or what specifically about him do you think they might like?
Yeah, I'm not real sure on their thought process, but from my standpoint, the evaluation of him is major upside guy, great physical tools, sort of a late bloomer that's really kind of gradually risen throughout the season, and I do think he benefited playing with Victor and getting that additional exposure. But fits checks a lot of boxes for what teams are looking for from wings. He's big, he's long, his body seems to be filling out nicely. He's shown promise as an outside shooter. It's got a lot of upside as a defender and a finisher, just a great long athlete. And I'm surprised he's going this high, but I mean, if he does actually go that high, but I think it's pretty interesting. I mean, they're clearly going rebuild mode, and they're getting a high upside pick if this is what they decide to do.
Kevin, any questions for Matt here while we go?
Yeah, with the Wizards, are you expecting them to take him at 8, or would they be trading up to get him? What are you thinking there?
From what I was told is to expect them to take him at 8. So we'll see. Good thing it's not too far down the road. I don't have to wait too long to see if I'm wrong or not.
Sure.
Well, it would be funny because it would be a prescient, make our mock drafts prescient, because we did publish 2 mock drafts last week, both of which had the Wizards taking Bilal Coulibaly. So
Right.
Yeah, the
I agree
Bullets
with you.
Forever crew
I
has
do a
been very.
a stat-based analysis, and he really popped up high for me as well. I tried to find ways to lower him because what's wrong with him, and
Right.
I kept finding good stuff. So
No, that's good. That's good to hear. And yeah, I've done a lot of the same research and kind of came to the same conclusion. And it's interesting. I mean, the one thing that's really interesting for me is who's going to slip with him moving up. And there's some teams doing some last minute homework on Cam Whitmore possibly slipping a few picks later than expected. And this is what we want from draft night. I love the dramatics, and this was a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, do you have any hunches on who is that guy that falls, Matt? I mean, we've heard a lot of stuff about Cam Whitmore and not working out particularly well, or specifically really kind of flubbing that Detroit, workout specifically. Someone's got to drop. Do you have a hunch?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's Whitmore, and when we say drop, I mean it's it's just based on the fact that we went for a little while expecting him to go as high as number 4 to Houston, and then to Detroit, and then to Magic, and it just kind of seems like he's just steadily, potentially falling. I'm still not real confident in any of these picks, to be completely honest. I mean, I've done a lot of intel work, got a lot of information, but I think part of that too is teams keep things tight. But also these teams, a lot of times, they don't know exactly what they're doing until they get to crunch time as well. And, having grown up in the NBA with my dad and uncles, I was lucky enough to be in some war rooms. And it can be like that, where it really comes down to the wire and they make last minute decisions, although they've spent, sometimes years evaluating these players and being organized. It's really, really a pretty dramatic night.
I guess that would be really interesting insight for fans here a little bit too, just sort of what that war room situation is like. Anything you can provide perspective wise on who's in the room, how big a contingent is this? I mean, the Wizards specifically just beefed up their front office and brought in everybody. Are all those guys sitting around a round table and hashing this thing out right up until the last second the pick has to go in?
Yeah, I mean, every team does things differently. And NBA staffs have grown, quite a bit in recent years too. And so, generally, I mean, obviously all of the front office members will generally be in the war room. Sometimes, coaching staff, sometimes owners, and depending on the team, I mean, owners have say a lot of times if they want to, they own the team, right? But I think it varies from team to team. And some teams will, have their 5 guys and make a decision, last minute. Others will have just their big board and go down the list. I think one thing that's interesting is, for as many trades that happen on draft night, how many trades almost happen, and
Right.
kind of being behind the scenes on that side of it it's pretty fascinating. There is a lot of discussions that go on around this time as far as moving around the draft, trading veteran players. Like I said, I mean, a little repetitive here, but it is just an extremely dramatic night from every perspective. And I was an agent for a long time too, and it was the same way there. It's just you do so much work, you want to feel like you can control things, and you really just can't. And I think that's how teams feel, to a certain extent too. And then obviously the players, all their work is done. They just got to sit back and see where they go. And it's any way you split it, it's a pretty interesting night.
Any thoughts on if it's not Coulibaly, like maybe somebody ends around, does the end around on them and gets ahead of them and takes him if they like him enough, on who else sort of might be the guy? We've heard a lot of Kobe Buffkin recently.
Yeah, I've heard Anthony Black's name attached there. I mean, the latest rumors are that he's going to go Orlando now. But if Orlando State would go Whitmore, I think it could be Anthony Black. It could be Kobe Buffkin. Those were 2 names that I was looking at as strong possibilities there. And I mean, who knows? I mean, very, very easily could still be one of those guys.
Sure. Damo, any questions for Matt here before we kind of ask a couple more and let him out of here?
Yeah. Well, I caught most of what he was saying. I just, in regards to Bilal Coulibaly, how do evaluators kind of differentiate between what he did in the I guess, the A League playing alongside Wemby, or versus what he did in the 21 and under league where he just looked like a, baby Giannis?
Yeah, I mean, I think with a player like Coulibaly, I really don't have any insight as far as how they're operating right now. Obviously, their staff is just getting put together still, right?
Sure.
But I think generally speaking, if you take a guy like him, this is the idea of like, hey, look, got some things we can work with, and how can we mold him to be a player that fits what we're trying to do within the next 3-4 years. And so again, if this is what they decide to do, it's a long-term play, and I think that's all the moves that they've been making. They're hitting the reset button. They want to kind of recreate what the Washington Wizards are all about. So taking a young guy that they can mold, I mean, would make a lot of sense.
Matt, who would you take if you were the Wizards, and kind of all those guys we just talked about are on the board? Like given all the options there, like what makes the most sense for you given where they are with this rebuild?
I think if it were me, I would probably go Cam Whitmore. From my understanding, there are some medical concerns, but from what I've heard from other teams is that it's not necessarily like a red flag issue. That teams, doctors have given the thumbs up, and I think what's happened is it's kind of everything collectively. His personality, a little standoffish, a little quiet, and so he just isn't overly impressing people. But for me, at the end of the day, you're not electing the mayor. You're trying to get a guy that could get buckets, or stop teams from getting buckets. And I think Cam Whitmore is a very talented player. And so if somebody's getting them in that 7, 8, 9, 10, or even later, I think he's got a chance of being really good. But yeah, I mean, pretty much all the groupings players in that grouping right there. I'd be interested in all these guys that are being discussed for sure.
It just feels like they can't really go wrong here, and that's not something Wizards fans say out loud very often. So I'm kind of knocking on wood as I say it. I've had a couple people ask, like, because Jordan Poole just got added to the Wizards, does that impact their pick or anything? I guess to me, it doesn't really make sense to let Jordan Poole dictate what you do going into this draft. He may not be here that long. Who knows what the case is? But any sense for that's legitimate or not?
I honestly no real like direct intel here or insight as far as what their plans are. But from the outside looking on in, I mean, it seems like they're just totally hitting the reset button. I think, obviously, I mean, Chris Paul doesn't fit your long-term plans. I don't know how much longer he's going to be playing. And so you get Jordan Poole, who's a talented kid, who, if I remember correctly, is only 24 years old. And I think he's a guy that will do really well, on a team that's developing, because you give him the ball and give him some freedom and let him go. And, from your timeline standpoint, even though he's on a long-term deal, if it doesn't work out like you want, I mean, it's not like you're going to be major players in free agency these next few years anyway. I mean, you're rebuilding through the draft and developing your own guys. So, you do want to team build and put guys in place where there's like a long-term depth chart, similar to like building up your baseball prospects with your farm system, whatnot. So talented players that there is somewhat of a path leading to like how you want to play once you do hit that, ultimately the hypothetical peak of where your team's at.
The Wizards have 3 other picks in this draft, all in the second round. Any sense for some names that make sense, or what they should do, or guys that might be on their radar later?
As a rule of thumb, teams that have multiple picks, generally those are the teams that are moving around quite a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them make some more moves. And as far as specific players, I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of this year's second round. I think it's pretty thin depth wise. I think it's a pretty top heavy draft, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, while we've been talking, 2 picks have been made. Wembanyama and Brandon Miller are off, and so Portland's currently on the clock. So
I was off.
What's the selling point on Kobe Buffkin? He's somebody I've been trying to wrap my head around. I'm not seeing the production there. So what's the theory on him?
He just checks a lot of boxes as a combo guard. I mean, really approaches the game the right way, plays hard, makes good decisions. Personally, I don't necessarily love his upside, but I do think he's going to be a good player. And I think the safety in the pick with him is strong. I think he's going to contribute to winning and be a guy that potentially could be a starting level player. And again, just more of a safe pick to me than the high risk, high reward.
Matt, on that Field of 68 draft show that you guys did, I think Rob Doster said that he saw Devin Booker like upside for him. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like I have a similar take that you did, that this is a Derek White third guard kind of guy, not potential, first team All NBA kind of guy.
Yeah, no, Rob's my boy, but I'd have to disagree with him on that one too. And I really like Buffkin. I mean, I think he's got a chance of being a really good player, but probably fits in, probably more of fringe starter type. That's kind of how I see him. Which depending on where he's picked, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad pick by any means. It's just is there as much upside as you'd want for a top 10 pick? I question it a little bit.
Guys, any other questions for Matt before we let him out of here?
Not right now. If he comes back, we might have some more once the Wizards start making some moves.
Well, I'm off to a bad start. I had Scoot Henderson going number 2, so I probably should just rip up my mock draft right now.
I'm with you on that one. Matt, most important question so far. If people want to check out all the amazing draft coverage you guys provide, where do they go find it?
Yeah, you can check out our channel, Draft Digest, on Sports Illustrated. Check out my podcast, The Matt Babcock Show, which is on whatever platform you prefer to get your podcast. And then on social media, you find me at Matt Babcock 11 on Twitter and Instagram.
Matt, you've always been super generous with your time. You've been on the podcast multiple times. Thanks for coming on here on draft night. I know it's a crazy one for you. Maybe after the pick, we can steal you for a few more minutes just to get some real time upside if you're freed up.
Sure, let's do it. Sounds great.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun tonight.
All right, thanks, guys.
All righty.
What'd you think, guys? Bilal, that's pretty wild, huh?
Wow.
It's really funny considering, I mean, how many people have been talking him up among us Wizards draft nerds, and
yeah,
if he actually turns out to be the pick, man, I don't know what to do. It'd be like, I mean, I've been for years. It feels like saying they should pick this guy, and then they pick all kinds of other
guys. Right, right. I got that. That to me would just be a representation of kind of the change of guard as far as their draft philosophy, man. Like this, not this cookie cutter consensus board of they got to hit these check marks as far as production in a proven college system, and can you draw up a play and all of that. Like that stuff is out the door now. I think they're really looking at they got benchmarks as far as your athleticism, the tools you have, and it's exciting, man. Especially now that you kind of got this Jordan Poole team, you playing with house money now. Mm-hmm. Like this is the opportunity to go to take that swing, man.
Yeah. Guys, any thoughts on Ryan Rollins? I know Damo, you and I talked about it a little bit, but I'd love to get your take here on the on air for people.
Yeah, I was a fan when the Warriors got him. I mean, he's kind of like Kobe Buffkin in a sense. Like just a crab, like a solid two-way guy, like that can, combo guard, that can shoot it, 3-level scorer, competes on defense, solid decision maker with the ball in his hands. But he was never going to get much opportunity there in Golden State. I mean, they're guard heaven over there. So he was never going to get an opportunity. So again, this is a perfect situation to take a fly on a guy like that.
Yeah, I liked him. What did I have him? I had him with basically like a late first kind of grade.
That's about where he went to
Yoda last year. And good rebounder, some playmaking, a lot of steals when he was in college. So, I think that's kind of a nice move to go ahead and get him.
It's like the opposite of getting rid of Jordan Goodwin and whatever you thought about Isaiah Todd. Like if you have two young guys go out, I'm glad to see them get at least like one nice young guy that could do something for them at some point, even if he's just with the go-go for most of the year. Like let him just go lead the team, score 35 points a game in the G League and just cook people.
Yeah. So Scoot Henderson, by the way, just went third to the Trailblazers.
And that's
curious to see if he stays there though. If you're going to switch hats.
Yeah. Honestly, this is probably best case scenario for you for Portland. I mean, I know consensus mock had Brandon Miller number 2, but I just think Scoot probably has more like league wide appeal would be my guess. So if they're going to trade this, that's probably a more valuable move for them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Guys, before we get too far into this, let me just take a minute to say thank you to everybody who contributed to our fundraising effort for this. We want to do some real good with this and raise some money for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. As of the start of this podcast, we were at $1,322 raised, which is just honestly, it's incredible. So way to go, Wizards fans. You guys are showing out as a fan base. I think that's just such a cool thing for us to be able to say that all this time that we air quotes waste on Twitter and YouTube and all this other shit talking about the Wizards actually went to some good. So I just want to run down like literally the names of all the people who did this because it's just a worthwhile thing to do. We've got Chudy, we've got Mike Barnes, Dexter Mike from Dexter Mike CMB Mortgage. If you guys need a mortgage, go out and check Dexter Mike. That's your guy. I've got Thomas Buono, Richard Mann, Marley Washington, Nick Wills. Shout out our guy. He's in Belgium, plugged in with us right now, which is pretty badass. A couple anonymous donators here. So if you're listening to this and you are one of the anonymous folks, thank you. Very selfless of you. I've got Jacob Patterson Stein donating, Russell Marco, Justin Brown, my guy Sam Hershey, and all he wanted to plug as a part of this was shout out to the teachers, who just wrapped up for this month. My wife being one of them, I think appreciated that love from Sam. Andrew Hayner, Evan Milberg, Aaron Gordon, my guy Derek or Derelict Trey, if you follow him on Twitter, T Gordon, Josh Gordon, a lot of Gordons. If that's one family, you guys are awesome. So thank you all for doing that. My boy, Stephen Powers, thank him for doing this. DC Stones in the house. He wanted to promote the DC's Boundary Stones, the oldest monuments purchased by the United States government and the origin of the Washington City, DC boundary, essentially, I guess. So Stephen Powers is the national recognized subject matter expert who's organized volunteer groups that have provided an upkeep and maintenance for 26 of the 40 sites. His work has been featured on Netflix, PBS, ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox News. And for more information, you can visit www.boundarystones.org or www.dcstones.org. He's an OG on Wizards Twitter and in the fan base, so appreciate him contributing and very cool work with the Boundary Stones. I've got Riley Richards. Riley is my guy. I hope he is awake at 4:00 in the morning or whatever it is in New Zealand right now. I don't even know how time works, so shout out to him. Ali Rashidi, Greg Finberg, my boy Joe Swam. Thank you so much for doing this. That's the whole crew so far. If people still want to contribute, the link is live. It is the pinned tweet on my Twitter, so you can do that. We'll put that in the chat here at some point too. Just an awesome thing for you all to do. So thank you for doing that. And I don't know, I'm gonna try not get like weepy and stuff, but it's just it's pretty badass that like we're doing some good in the community here. So yeah, I don't know, fellas. What do we think here? What do we think Houston is gonna do with the number 4 pick with all those guys off the board? It's got to be Amen, right?
Got to be.
Yeah, Sham's already said that it's going to be Amen. So we'll see if he's right, but I suspect so. I think that's probably the right pick for them.
You know what? This is the one thing. This is my old man shakes fist at cloud moment here. Just stop with the ruining the picks before they pick them. I'm following along on the feed. I hate that shit so much. They got to get he and Woj in a room and have them just like chill out. Like
Woj voluntarily chilled out. I saw him talking about how he wanted to be more engaged with the show. So
okay,
John still getting the tweets out early.
So I don't know how true this is. You never really know the behind the scenes stuff. I heard a couple of years ago the NBA pulled them both aside and said exactly that. You got to stop this. You're ruining the draft. People are just hitting Twitter instead of actually watching our show. So please stop. And they both agreed. They had the no tweet embargo. And that's when Woj got on there and said, like, the reading the tea leaves, it seems like Washington is going to take Denny Avdia and like all that sort of secret subtext. And I guess Shams was like, what the, like, I thought we agreed not to tweet this shit. So at that point, it was like game on between the two of them. So
that's hilarious. Insider wars.
Yeah, which is wild. That's like the nerdiest thing you could have like a blood feud with somebody about, I feel like, is who can ruin the NBA draft for people fastest.
Oh God, do you see this guy with a Trade Dame jersey on?
No.
And he perfectly positioned himself so that the camera was dead center on his jersey.
That's a lot of work to go through to trade Dame, but Yeah, that I wonder what that's like for, a fan base to have a player that the team should move on from, but they seem reluctant to do that. Must be tough being Blazers fans right about now.
Right.
Okay, so Amin Thompson off the board. What do we think Detroit does? Like, I think this is where the draft like really starts at this point. Any predictions here, guys?
Man, I changed my pick on this one like 3 times.
Yeah.
On the pod with Brendan, I said Cam Whitmore, and then just because of the DMV ties,
Sure.
with Troy Weaver being a Blue Devils guy, AAU, DMV, and then them hiring Monty Williams, another DMV guy. I'm sure they have all the intel on Cam Whitmore, so I felt like that was the pick. But then when seeing him drop so much and some of the health stuff come out, I went to, okay, well, maybe they go Jarris, but I'm like, that's not an upside play. I'm like,
they love the bigs though. They love the bigs.
They already kind of have Jarris on their roster with Isaiah Stewart. So
Right.
if it's me, I'm going to Soar. So I think that's where they'll go.
Wow,
That's kind of where I'm leaning too. I mean, he's the next guy on my Yoda board, so I think that would make some sense for them. The challenge Detroit has, they kind of need everything just about. They do have some competent enough bigs, but Cade Cunningham hasn't stayed healthy. When he's played, he really hasn't been all that impressive. It is kind of an interesting challenge that they have in terms of building the roster. So I could see them, wanting to take a guard. But I really think they need to do best player available, whoever that is, and that's probably SR.
Do you think they're getting nervous about Cade at all yet? Like, is it still too soon to be like, like if you turn down SGA and a top 5 pick or whatever it is for the guy, like you need him to be really good. At what point do you start to get a little like itchy if you're them?
You he's going into year 3, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you got to start to see something in year 3.
I agree. I think they need to see him be, above average this season. Like, he needs to be good. He needs to be healthy enough to play 65 games.
Yeah, and it's odd he's had these injuries because he never seemed like an injured guy coming out of high school or college. Like the medicals I remember reading seemed fine on him. So for him to have all these injuries now, it just seemed, I don't know if it's just bad luck or was there something there that was missed.
They haven't been like wear and tear injuries, I don't think, which is probably a good sign for them. It's more probably like fluky shit, hopefully. I mean, at least that's what you're banking on if you're Troy Weaver, right? Like that's your whole plan for this thing to work out. If he's just like an average starter, that really sets you back long term.
Yeah.
All right. The Cam Whitmore thing is so interesting. Donald, you mentioned it too, the injury stuff. I meant to probe with Matt a little bit more. I don't know if you guys have seen anything specific about what those concerns might be. I haven't heard that piece yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on the injury. I know Barlow had tweeted out about there being some personality issues, him kind of being, standoffish, kind of a introvert, but I don't see why that would drop a guy that was consensus top 5 to, possibly outside the top 10. Like that's crazy to me.
He's also really young. Like sometimes kids are just awkward until I'm still awkward at 34. So I don't blame a 19-year-old for being a little aloof, I guess.
Yeah.
Kevin, do you factor aloofness into Yoda at all? Is there a setting for that?
No, I don't have a chance to do interviews with these guys. So no, that doesn't count. I don't think that makes any difference. Like you say, I think 18-year-olds are often awkward and a little unsure of themselves, even with some practice. That we had a friend of ours who described that as developmentally appropriate.
I do wonder how much that stuff plays in with evaluation. Like do you they got all of the private investigators and whatnot. I'm like, do they investigate your crew, your posse? Like, does that factor your draft stock, or does that depend on how good you are?
I think it is a factor, and if you're good, it becomes a sliding scale of we'll put up with like a lot more. It's like the crazy hot scale, like it's you're willing to like let a lot more go if you're going to make a couple All NBA teams.
Right.
Like the Josh stuff.
Joe Joe Gibbs quote one time where he said there's a lot of rules that don't apply to guys who can play.
It is.
He's not
It
wrong.
is.
You wonder how much somebody like John Morant, like, did Memphis know what they were getting from him? Like, I mean, you always hear about like his upbringing, and he's from like a nice neighborhood and has both parents in his life and stuff like that. So he can't be a knucklehead. But I wonder if there were signs of that in college.
I mean, possibly. You think about somebody like Chris Webber, who went through a phase in his life where he was kind of pretending to be a tough guy. And, I mean, he went to Detroit day school, and he's out there pretending like he's from the streets or whatever. I mean, he had a solid middle-class upbringing. And, it could be, hopefully, you see somebody behaving in certain ways, if you're the team and he's really good, maybe you're hoping that what it is a phase and he's going to grow out of it and mature. And, with Morant's thing, maybe it's going to take a few knocks in the head to do that growing up. So
I'm blanking on the guy's name, which is sort of not usually how I roll with this stuff. I'm good about the old guys, especially, but the GM that was the Portland guy that collected the Jailblazers teams.
Mm-hmm.
I remember reading that book, and it was just like, I don't give a shit. Like, whatever you do off the court, if you can dunk really well, like, I'm willing to ignore all of it. So that's kind of interesting to me how some teams go that way. And then you've got Tommy here talking about character above talent and things like that. And, we saw how that worked out for us. Somehow you just you need a blend. Like, I'm okay with an a-hole if they're the right a-hole.
Yeah, we talked about this. I think that the thing with Shepherd in the Wizards is that what they meant by character was basically, is he polite? Is he well-spoken? Does he have good manners? That kind of thing. And it was much more about that. Is he a good guy to be around? And I think that's fine, but I think you also need competitive character. And like you said, you need somebody who's willing to be the a-hole. But aside from that, you can be a nice guy and be really competitive as well. So, that's something I don't think that they prioritize, that competitiveness. And by the way, the pick is Asar, excuse me.
All right. Now things are interesting. Orlando on the clock here. Where are they going, Damo? Any thoughts?
I've been Anthony Black for them for about a week and a half now. It just feels like they're just trying to build a team of, monstars, just 6'6" plus, can handle, run pick and roll, shoot it, handle, pass it. I think Anthony Black makes too much sense, and none of the guards they have are good enough for you to pass on another point guard. So
yeah, I mean, that's going to be just a big ass team. And I know that's like, we saw that with Cleveland a little bit. They're big in the weird way where you have two bigs that, I know Mobley's pretty mobile, but he's still he's not Paulo or Franz where he's playing on the perimeter the whole time. They're just going to be such a pain in the ass to have to play against. You could switch 1 through 5, and hearing Paulo talk about that, the last couple weeks and doing interviews and stuff, the Anthony Black pick just makes so much sense for them. We got a little lull here, a couple more donations. Jared Ringel, thank you so much for doing this. We've got Michael Winger playing chess. Great cause. Can't wait for the stream. Thank you, Michael Winger. We appreciate you. I'm going to hope that that's the actual Michael Winger, and he's just patting himself on the back with the playing chess part. We've got Robbie James and Ben Becker. Thank you guys both so much. That's just incredibly generous of everybody in this community. We're at $1,770 so far. So if we get to 2,000 tonight, I'm gonna have to shotgun a beer or something live during the recording. Oh my God, we're almost to the Wizards pick, fellas. This shit is crazy.
Man.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're going quicker this year than normal. I'm a little shocked by this.
It does a little bit, but I gotta shout out to the Thompson parents. The twin brothers picked back-to-back in the NBA draft. That's in the top 5. That's a hell of a parenting right there. Because you've got these talented kids, but you have to raise them, you have to support them, you have to do all of those things to get them to this point. And here they are. That's some impressive parenting.
Yeah, I can say having a child that's in AAU circuit, like the parent is what gets them there, what gets them into these programs and trainers and all of that, and it costs money. Like you got to be there, and they don't get there without two supportive parents. So that's for sure, man.
Yeah, that's a great point, and they're just seemingly like good dudes. And I remember, like Sam Vecini said when he talked to him, he was like blown away by them. Rafael Barlow said the same thing. Like they're like high character, nice, good people to talk to, and I think that's true of a lot of these dudes in the top of this year's draft. Like they're all gonna like wow you from like an interview perspective, it seems like, and maybe just by default, like Cam Whitmore being kind of low key is just he's not knocking people's socks off as much.
Yeah.
So Anthony Black to Orlando seems like that's the pick at this point. So for the Wizards part of the fan base that was totally out on him because of the shooting and things like that, you no longer have to worry about that.
You got to worry about it. He seemed like he was the Wiz favorite, though, Wiz Twitter favorite, because I've ran so many polls on guys, and Anthony Black always came out on top. So,
the favorite, but also like the most polarizing somehow too. Like the people who didn't like him, like really didn't like him,
right.
Like, with the personal mission to go out and just like bury the shit out of him.
Right.
All right, fellas, who's best available left on your board here at this point?
For me, it's Bilal Coulibaly.
Okay,
So hopefully that he continues to, I don't know, slide isn't the right word, but that he's available at 8.
I have him. I have Cam Whitmore and then him, sort of in that order of my guys that are left, but I have them in that same tier. So it's really whoever do you want to go with. I think this is really big for us to see what Indiana does next. Like that, I don't know. Do they get like excited and try to take our guy before we can get there? Like I don't know. It seems like they really need a power forward, and I know they worked out Taylor Hendricks, and I said this on yesterday's pod, but Hendricks said he worked out with Detroit and then 6 other teams in that range. So I assume that that's also probably the Wizards, since we kept having some secret workouts in the last week here. But Hendricks seems like kind of the no-brainer. Him or Walker, I think, make a ton of sense for them as a team.
Yeah, Orlando just picked Anthony Black.
Yeah.
So,
whoop, there it is.
There it is.
I would expect Indiana to probably go, like you say, with that more power forward kind of role. So
we'll see. I'm thinking Juris for them. I mean, it seemed like they've been Juris or Hendricks for pretty much the entire process.
Yep.
But it feels like Juris for them because he just – I've compared him to Aaron Gordon, and I just think, next to a Miles Turner, if you're going that direction, it just makes sense. You need a power forward, a true power forward. So it just makes sense.
And Turner shoots it well enough to kind of make up for the fact that the Cherish doesn't really do that yet. So
exactly.
First Surfside of the night, fellas, got to plug them, obviously. Thank you, Stateside Vodka. Surfside Hard Iced Teas, Hard Lemonades, my personal favorite. I'm going to go through like 4 or 5 of these tonight, especially if we go Bilal, because I'll be fucking hyped. So we're off to a good start here. Or Cam. Honestly, you can't go wrong. Like if they get...
I was going to ask, like, who's you guys, if that's the choice between Cam and Bilal, who would you guys take?
I don't know, man. Like I actually like Bilal more in Bilal, however you actually say it, more in theory than I do Cam. The not being able to do anything for anybody else thing worries me a little bit with Cam. Honestly, it's sort of tunnel vision-y, and maybe that doesn't matter as much in a rebuild, but maybe it matters more. You've got all these other young dudes, and if you've got one of them that just like doesn't pass to people, maybe that rocks the boat a little bit too much.
Yeah. I mean, I have Bilal a little ahead of Whitmore, but I will say I do have plenty of uncertainty around what I would call my forecast of Coulibaly, in part because his season was so bifurcated. He played against the the U21 league, right, where he dominated. He was awesome, and then he didn't really do that well in the sort of the A League.
Kev, I got to interrupt you here real
Later in
quick.
the season.
Sham says that Indiana is selecting Bilal Coulibaly at number 7,
Oof.
but trading him to Washington.
Oh,
So Coulibaly is a Wizard, supposedly, according to Shams. But what do we have to give up to move up the 1 pick? I don't know. I wondered if they would just try to F us once it became like he's our guy.
Oh, wow.
You know, here's the thing, I guess, and that is that Will Dawkins, I mean, he moved around a lot when he was, you know, he traded picks and he moved around to get guys he wanted when he was with OKC. And it's interesting that he's doing that again tonight.
Man, French Heritage Night is going to be off the fucking hook this year. Let's go, baby.
Man, this feels good, man. We got a real front office, man. Oh, this feels so damn good, man. Wow. Yeah, I gotta see what we sending out.
Yeah, just even moving up the 1 in this part of the draft could be like really pricey.
Yeah, it can be. I wouldn't be shocked if it's one of the point guards, and we'll see who the Wizards end up getting. But you know, I guess you know they have the Wizards have a whole bunch of they've got the 3 veteran guards, and they've still got some other guys that, I mean, let's face it, I think all of us would be perfectly willing to trade to just get part of, you know, get this roster rebuilt. So
I'll be honest with you, earmuffs right now if you're one of the Denny stands. Sorry, guys. I was kind of wondering if maybe it's Denny as a part of it. He seems to make sense with that roster. And if you're them and you've got Tyrese already and you've got Andrew Nemhard, like 2 young point guards, do you really need a 3rd one? I mean, they could use DeLon Wright or something like that next to any of those guys. But they could use a guy that could play, you know, 3-4, be a connective tissue kind of guy. So I think that could make sense for them too.
I could see Kispert going too. I mean, it could be Denny, it could be Kispert. You know,
not my boy Kispert.
I know, man.
Wow. I think Kispert is going to have a good year too, man. I really do.
He's going to get plenty of shot attempts, I think. Well, maybe not next to Jordan Poole. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. But you know what? It wouldn't shock me, though, if Kispert was 50, 40, 90 this year. It would not shock me.
Yeah, and maybe the only reason he doesn't is because he's drawing more attention because they're a rebuilding team or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you. Wow.
Yeah, we need to see what the deal is.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm on the phone. I'm like, where are the details?
I'm like hitting refresh on my thing. So hopefully Shams is right. It would just be a total dagger if I just said that on this stream and then they're like, nah, on second thought we changed our mind. Okay, per Shams, Indiana is selecting Jarris Walker at number 8 via the Wizards in this 7-for-8 flip. Washington also sends 2 second-round picks to the Pacers to move up for Coulibaly. That's why we have 27 second-round picks. You can have that shit.
That's fine. Cool. Now, second round picks in what draft? That's another question.
Yeah, is it tonight? That actually is okay with me too. Do we need 3 second-round picks? You could have both tonight, honestly.
Yeah.
So Indiana's taking Walker.
Yeah.
All right.
So they get their guy, and then they add 2 more second-round picks. So
right.
But I'm like, okay, so were they threatening to take Bilal, and then
they must have been just saying like, hey, you know, if you don't incentivize us, we're gonna do it just to F you and trade him to somebody else.
Wow. Because I know the Spurs were trying to get up there to get him. But yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I just love the aggressiveness. Like you identify a guy, you do what's necessary to go get him.
Yep.
Wow. This
is
a
couple second round picks is not a high price to pay to move up, even just one spot.
I'd give you 6 of them that we just got, to be honest with you, if it meant we were getting the guy we wanted to get. Cam Whitmore not having a great night so far. Shout out to my Anne Arundel County fellow native here. I hope I don't know. He could easily just go next, and that would sort of change things right up here. So
it's just odd though. Like your own home team, like so the Pistons passed on you, and they got home ties, and then your actual home team passes on you. Now I'm kind of like, okay, what's going on? Because that's weird to me. That's really weird to me because I feel like in most drafts he's a top 5 pick. He's 18 years old. He's got an NBA ready body. He shot well off catch and shoot. Elite athlete. Like, what's the problem?
He must have had. I mean, I told you guys this before. I heard, and Matt I think confirmed it here, that he had a very bad workout with the Pistons, and I don't know if that word got around to other people that he looked terrible, but you know, that's I don't know how much that matters to me. I like unless someone like is glaringly terrible during a workout, I don't think I would let that influence.
No,
you know, me. But I guess maybe you can tell certain things more in person. Like if that shot looks really slow and clunky when you're up close to it, maybe that's something.
Yeah, I mean, if you do the star drill and you go 0 for 25, then I might have to knock you down a couple spots. But I mean, outside of something extreme like that, I don't understand it. I really don't understand it.
Yeah, the Wizards vaunted conditioning drill, you know, like that wouldn't sway me if a guy came in a little fat. Like that tells me he was good in college despite being in bad shape. And if I can get him into good shape, he's even better. I would want you to do poorly in the conditioning test, I think. Man.
Kevin Love, when he came out, he was 12.5% body fat.
Oh yeah,
really hindered him in the NBA.
Everybody trashed him so much, and I was like, holy shit, man, I would kill to have 12% body fat right now. They were like, what a fatty. I'm like, I haven't had 12% body fat since like the 8th grade. So yeah, it's obviously a different skill set needed to talk at a keyboard, to be at a keyboard and talk in front of a mic than there is to play in the NBA. But still, it's like, again, you could just get the guy with a nutritionist and all of a sudden he's a beast. So this is crazy, man. Like I honestly, I'm kind of like speechless because I didn't think we would pull this off. And when I saw that first part about Indiana taking him, I like my stomach just dropped out of my body, I think.
I don't even know what to say. Like, this just feels weird having a front office doing work like this. Like, wow, this is crazy, man.
They're having a good ass day. Like this is a pretty good day to be a Wizards fan, and it's a pretty good day to be in the front office. Like you just bought yourself a lot of goodwill, I think.
Oh yeah. They better start making them season ticket calls right after this.
Okay,
so right now.
that's a great point, and I may have told this story on the pod. I can't remember, but hopefully he's not listening, or if he is, he doesn't mind me saying this. But I was playing pickup with a guy that works for the Capitals in ticketing, and he was on the call during the lottery because if the Capitals had won the number 1 pick, he was going to have to race out of there. So he was standing on the sideline with an earbud in, talking about how like if they won, ticket sales would go through the roof because you know the number 1 pick is just like, okay, now everybody's energized about your fan base. But I gotta think this hypes people up too. Like it's not Wembanyama, but it's a guy that Wembanyama was like, how is this guy not a top 5 pick that could have easily been a top 5 pick next year?
Right.
This is like the primo pick, right? Like, I mean, okay, we're taking him at 12 despite nobody else having him above 20 because we think next year he'll go top 12 and we're just going to beat everybody to it. I'm okay with that. Take him early, get him in your system, start developing him with your people. That's not a bad move.
Is he your lead as far as the starting small forward spot right now?
Yeah, man, I think you got to, right? Like you give it a try. If he looks terrible, like who gives a shit? Like there's literally no harm, no foul next year. That might actually be better for you.
Yeah.
But man, like what a year for a guy like that to start out with an under 21 team and to be the guy and then play well enough that they pull you up to be like a reserve and then just like a 3-and-D guy. And nobody thought you'd be a 2023 draft pick for most of the process. And now all of a sudden you're going in the top 10. Like that's just got to be wild for him.
Yeah. I mean, he's still 18 years old, man.
Right.
I love the pick. It's just, this is that big swing. I don't know if he starts next year. I personally would prefer, like when they picked Avdia, I thought that it was a mistake to start him immediately. I thought it would have been a lot smarter to, basically give him like, a 7-minute shift in the first half and a 7-minute shift in the second half. Right. And then, for the first 15 games or so, and then, start adding stuff in, extend the shifts a little bit, then put on another one if he's playing well in the second half, first half or second half, that kind of thing, to bring him into the game more gradually, bring him into the league more gradually. And I kind of hope that they do that kind of thing with Coulibaly. There's no reason to rush him, I think. So I would go ahead and consider starting somebody else, ahead of him.
The Bryan Cranston drop the mic meme. I literally just got that text from Matt Babcock right now. So
he called it. He called
it. That's good intel. Whoever that source is, I would keep him if I were you, Matt. That's pretty awesome.
He definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of cool. We did a bunch of mock drafts, and we kept ending up with Coulibaly coming to Washington. Not with us trading up to 7, but in the SB Nation mock draft, I picked him 8th overall, and Oz picked him for us for the Wizards when we did our 3-way. So yeah, this is a fun pick, man.
I do all those Mavs draft mock drafts every year, and I took Bilal in one of those drafts like 2 months ago, and everybody fucking roasted me. Not everybody, but there were a few people that were very loud about who the hell is that? Like, why would you take him? They'll never take him at 8. And I'm really trying to find that tweet right now because there are a couple people I'd like to remind them of our exchange there.
Yeah, people just hadn't watched him yet, Matt. That's all. But I just like for me watching him when I first got wind of him, and when I watched his U21 tape, I mean, I was just like, this dude looks like a 6'7" Giannis. Like, I mean, it was like nobody can stay in front of him. The way he glides around the court, his athleticism and second jump was just effortless. Yeah. He even had like some handle to him, some phone booth handle to him. So I was just like, the only thing I really saw where I was just kind of like maybe a little hesitant was that his mechanics were a little slow.
Yeah.
He was just a little stiff there with his shot mechanics. But other than that, like, and it makes sense now. I'm seeing they posted that he was 5'11" 2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. Now he's 6'8". Yeah. Like that's freaking crazy, man. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm freaking ecstatic over here.
Yeah, the player who he reminded me of in terms of his shooting, the stiffness of his shot, it reminded me a lot of Kawhi. And so, obviously that hasn't held Kawhi back too much. So no. I'd imagine the Wizards will have a shooting coach who will work with him and straighten that out. But even with that, he still shot a decent percentage. So, I'm pretty happy with this pick. It's going to take a little while. It's going to take some time for him to develop. He's 18. He's got a lot of physical development still ahead of him. But this is an upside pick. It's a big swing, as Will Dawkins would say.
And credit to you, Damo. I remember in our chat when they did those Metropolitans against G League Ignite game, you did the like, who is this Bilal guy on the court with Wemby and the side eye emoji. So you were on that early of just like he played like 3 minutes and immediately got some attention already.
I mean, that athleticism just popped, man. I asked this on Twitter. I said, how many points or what would Bilal's stat line be if he played in the OTE this year? Like, because the way he looked in the under 21 league, I'm like, I mean, he probably would average 25 and 8.
Yeah,
playing with the Thompson twins. So, to get that guy at 7, man, like that's crazy to me. Like, we've never drafted an athlete like this at wing since I can remember.
It's all I remember from Tommy's introductory press conference is we will be drafting athletic wings who can shoot. And it's like, we didn't take literally one person who fit all of those descriptions. And we do this in the first draft. Now, if you want to say Bilal can't shoot yet or hasn't shown he can shoot at a high level, so be it. But he's at least projectable as a shooter moving forward. So
for sure.
That's huge. Wow. Okay. I don't even know where we go next for this draft. Like, this thing is already in like the hold on to your butts mode. Like, this is pretty crazy.
Like I said, I think that there's going to be a lot more trades. I think that these guys are setting themselves up to make additional moves in the future. This, I don't think, is one of them. I think that this is somebody they're hoping will be a building block for them in a couple of years. But I think some of the other veterans and some of the guys that were on the roster last year who are still on the roster right now they might be ending up somewhere else, by the end of the season, by the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
did they come out with details on the picks we're sending out? Because it looked like they're future picks, so not this draft, but they haven't said.
I was just looking for that, and I have not been able to find it anywhere else here. So
I'm not seeing it yet either.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's not this year.
Yeah, we got more to talk about here tonight. I think if they have a couple more picks to go.
Right. Wow.
They could use some bodies, yeah.
Honestly, they're going to have to ship a few of these dudes out here at some point. Like, if you want these young guys to get minutes, like how are DeLon Wright and Monte going to take it if they're on the roster and you don't move them out? I think that gets kind of weird, kind of quick.
Yeah. By the way, Utah selects Taylor Hendricks.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
Hendricks was on the Knuckleheads podcast earlier this week with Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles. And he's another dude that was just like such a good interview. And it was like, wow, I want to root for this guy because he just seems like he's got his shit together. And obviously there's a lot of talent there. I think that was probably the name, at least maybe not majority wanted, but the people that were into the draft were most vocal about on the Bolts Forever message board was Hendricks.
As far as wanting him, or just like it was just a
maybe not so much wanting him as just like we all really like that guy. I think there were very vocal few at the very least who like desperately wanted that to be the Wizards pick, which I mean, we talked about, I liked Hendricks, but I didn't really love him here as much once we made that decision to totally rebuild.
Yeah, I would have hated that after the Beal trade.
Right.
I honestly, even keeping Beal, it just like I think he's going to be solid, but I just feel like he's kind of a catch and shoot, projectable catch and shoot role player.
Sure.
And I just wanted us to I feel like we could do a little better than that. Somebody that I feel like you can put the ball in their hands and they can do stuff with it.
There were a couple of those games I watched this year. I kept mentioning the one against UNC Asheville, but like he showed off some like real wiggle. And I was like, oh, okay. Like now if we think you can do this, that becomes a lot more exciting all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But he didn't show it consistently enough. So who knows?
Yeah, because I mean, I see him more as like a 4-5.
Yeah, I agree.
And, but if you see him as a 3-4, now that changes the evaluation. Because that's, like I said, that's a guy you can put the ball in their hand and they can do something away from the rim with it. So,
can he be Kuzma with a better jump shot and more rim protection? All of a sudden, that's an interesting
different player now.
Right. They're showing him and his brother Tyler Hendricks, who is also at UCF. That's pretty funny. A lot of brothers. This is like a thing now, right? Like as an only child, I don't know what that's like, but it must help your basketball development. It seems like.
You're paying for that. You're paying for them AAU fees anyway. You might as well get both the kids in there and get them developed.
Yeah, exactly. You've already got to go on the trip and make the ride wherever the game is.
Anyway.
Yeah, you better hope they're on the same team at the same age, at least.
All right.
Oh, okay. Well, I really need us to see what these picks are and if there's any like further implications of making that move. That'll be pretty interesting. Okay. Shams, more updates here. Let's see. So it appears Oklahoma City is okay. So Cason Wallace, I do it every time. Cason Wallace is the pick for Dallas at 10, but he's going to Oklahoma City.
So
Dallas is
trading up.
Yeah, Dallas is trading Davis Bertans and Cason Wallace at number 10 to Oklahoma City per sources. And it says Oklahoma City sends 12 and the taxpayer exception, TPE, and a TPE to Dallas as a part of this trade, and Dallas gets off the Bertans contract. So basically, just to get rid of Bertans and open up some cap space, you're moving back 2 picks, which is
that's a win.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine if you're Dallas. That's a good move.
So they must think they can get their big at 12.
Right. Yeah,
So-
interesting. I don't know who's going to be the highest on their board at this point. Lively the pick for Dallas? That would be kind of wild to me.
He wasn't in my top 30, but I mean, to each his own.
Let's see. Where do I have? I have Derek Lively 29, so I just barely stuck him in there.
You do, I've got him, Derek Lively 27th.
There you go.
Oh, well, yeah.
Sorry if there are any Derek Lively fans in the stream here. I think I saw a little Derek Lively love in here. So, Okay.
Here's the thing. I mean, I will say this. I've said this before when you and I, Matt, did our pre-draft, our big board.
Mhm.
But, a guy like Derek Lively, there's no reason to think that he can't be a good NBA player, right? I mean, all of these guys, we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And if they go in and they work hard and they're smart and, they get good coaching, there's no reason they can't become really good players. I mean, with Derek Lively, there's a definite archetype of player that sort of rim running, shot blocking, rebound kind of guy. I mean, basically a Daniel Gafford type, right? Or DeAndre Jordan, or there's a lot of guys who have been successful doing that. And if he accepts that role and is willing to be coached, there's literally no reason he can't be. He's got every tool he'd want.
Yeah,
great size, all that stuff. So
I agree. I just for me, like in a draft like this, where there's so much guard and wing depth, the idea of taking a rim running big that's kind of limited offensively, I kind of view them as like NFL running backs. Like you can get that archetype in round 2 pretty easily. So why do it in the lottery?
It's rim running bigs and undersized combo guards who just aren't super efficient. Like those are the two guys you can always find in every draft at some point later in a draft. Like unless you think that combo guard can be a real combo guard and actually run an offense too, it's just there's no incentive to take them before 20, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that sentiment. I would not be picking a rim running big this early in the draft just because like you said, they just don't have that value. You can always find another one. Gafford was a second round pick. So you'll find somebody like that later. An athletic 6'10" guy who can, if they're willing to accept coaching, they can play that role.
Let's see. Okay, Arbel and Lior in the chat are both saying that the Wizards are giving up 2028 seconds to move up. So who cares? We just traded some middle school kids. We're great. Gabe made the point that Lively's comp out of high school was Bam. Bam himself has talked about how he really didn't get to show as much at Kentucky as he had in his bag, and his like Peach Jam tape was him like crossing dudes up and going coast to coast and stuff like that. But Lively looks bigger and slower and stiffer to me, so I don't personally see that. But I don't know, when he's made his third All-Star team and looks like better Brooke Lopez, I'm sure I'll have to go back and eat my words on that one a little bit.
I mean, when I was going back and looking at him, I was just trying to figure out, okay, how is this guy the number one player in his class? And, I'm like, okay, 14, he was 14 and 14, I think, in high school. And I went back and watched him. And I was just like, I mean, he just looked like he was just bigger than everybody. So I didn't see anything that I was just blown away, okay, this is a future, lottery prospect. But I don't know. I don't know what they're seeing in workouts. Maybe he's really shooting the leather off the ball.
That's what Rafael Barlow has said a bunch of times, is that like Lively has just been destroying the nets from 3 and stuff like that. But again, it's wide open with nobody guarding you and stuff like that. And
I mean, his usage rate was, how shall I say this? The word I use anemic sometimes. It's below that. I mean, he made Otto Porter look like the most aggressive player in the world. So,
no Otto strays. I still loved Otto. I can't help it.
Hey, I liked Otto, that, and his usage. He used. I've got him Lively with 8.7 possessions used per 40 minutes, and I literally don't have anybody else. I'm just scrolling through right now to see, do I have anybody in the history of Yoda with fewer than 10 possessions used per 40 minutes?
Maybe an
international
international
I'm now down
player or something.
15, 16. Oh, here we go. Somebody. Who was this? somebody named DJ Stevens from Memphis was 9
Oh,
points.
DJ Stevens with the bounce.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Kinda
He
like
could
the
jump out of the gym, right?
That dude jumps out the gym, man.
Yeah. So let's see, DJ Stevens, and now I'm still scrolling through here. Hang on. Do we got another one? Yeah, another one. Josh Harrelson. Hey, another.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Gene Short
gosh.
Josh. I love that.
And that's it. And that
Wow.
goes, I've got players in there going back to as far back as 2007, 2008. I didn't do full drafts then. So, but still, it's pretty rare to have a guy who uses as few possessions as Derek Lively did last season.
That's crazy.
So,
because
I mean, he literally gets the offensive rebound and doesn't even look at the rim,
Yeah, like, I mean, if you're that good, you get the ball, especially with a, number one player in your class type pedigree. If you're that good, you're getting the ball more than that. So
You better.
I don't see it. I don't get it at all.
Dom, you talked about, like, I don't see how he ended up that early in the class. I think that's the thing with, like, some of these big dudes, though, is you're big early and you dominate a bunch of dudes, and these recruiting analysts are like, oh, he's dominant, we put you at the top of the board, and then they leave you. I was listening to Adam Finkelstein yesterday. That's the lead recruiter for 247, and he was saying that like Dariq Whitehead, for example, was a guy that he just bully balled dudes because he was like
football,
he was 6'1" in like the 7th grade or something,
right.
and just went through dudes. And he said, like, all this narrative that Whitehead was this like unreal shot maker. It's like, yeah, people saw one Peach Jam tournament where he went kind of nuts, but for the most of his prep or his high school career, he was kind of a guy that just like bully balled people to the hoop, and at a certain point the skills don't develop with you. And you saw that this year, like, he had trouble kind of re-involving himself in the offense once he got back from that injury. So I would be skeptical about taking him too. Now, if he's on the board at 35 or 42 or something, like, let's give it a try. But
yeah, I mean, it's a reason why he was primarily just a catch and shoot guy at Duke. Like, that's tell you right there. You can't bully ball, equal level athletes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not an AJ Griffin thing where you actually had more wiggle and people got to see that at some point, and you were a different kind of player in high school. I think he was the same player in high school that he was in college. It just didn't work against people. Yeah, that'll be interesting. He is a name, though, that, like, when we get around to our second round picks, I'm like totally fine with them considering at a certain point in the draft. Also, does it seem like this draft has really slowed down now that the Wizards have finally picked? I don't know.
It definitely does.
This last pick, at the very least, feels like it's been a while to make.
I don't know if my
Jett
TV
Howard.
is behind. It's
Holy shit!
Hold on, what? To the
Jett
Magic?
Howard. Yeah, at 11. What?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay.
I mean, this, Matt. I'll say this. I don't get the Jett Howard thing. I mean, he can shoot. I saw all the scouting reports and stuff. I looked for things. I mean, he's 6'8" and supposedly has his NBA ready frame, and he averaged like about 3.5 rebounds per 40 minutes in the NCAA. We're talking under a steal, under a block per 40. This is like shockingly bad production for a guy who's 6'8", 215 pounds, and supposedly NBA ready. He can shoot, but I mean, his production was really bad and shockingly bad. So
yeah,
good luck to them.
I just wonder about guys that are that big, but they play small.
Yeah.
Like even because he has a little handle to him, but every time I see him dribble, it's left to right.
Yeah,
it's east west. It's nothing to get to the rim, like, ever. It's only to get a step back, shoot a 30-footer. But he could shoot the leather off the ball. Yeah. So I mean, I understand it though, because with the Magic, they need shooting.
Sure.
So I felt like they were going to go shooter here, but I thought maybe you would get a guy that had a little bit more dimensions to his game.
He didn't even overlap with Franz, so it's not even like we're drafting Franz's boy or something to placate him. Like, it's, I don't know, maybe there's just some connection between the Michigan guys and the Magic front office, like the way we had some Gonzaga ties under Tommy. I don't know. So I will say about Jett, he was a guy that was, like, I think a 4-star recruit, and went to the Iverson Classic, which is another one of those all-star games, and was like the lowest rated person there, and then was MVP of that game and just like torched everybody. And all the guys there, Iverson and Darius Miles and Steven Jackson, that whole crew, I think I want to say Corey Maggette was also there with him too. They all said like, holy shit, like he was the best player here. Like that guy is definitely a pro from day one. So I think it really changed his expectations going into that freshman year at Michigan. And it just seemed like that team, like that's why I couldn't evaluate Kobe Buffkin really. It was just a weird fit on that whole team. They seemed checked out. They lost a bunch of close games early, and I think they thought they were going to wreck people. And then once they didn't, it just looked like nobody had fun playing basketball. So if you're checked out and you think you're getting drafted already and you don't care, maybe you're just like, F it, I'm not going to go bang and get hurt under the boards. And maybe he has more there that we'll see in the pros. I don't know.
I mean, I hope so. It's just like, I mean, he played for his dad, right, at Michigan. And it's just seems weird that's the performance he put on. Like you say, I mean, there are all kinds of reasons, but you'd think that one, he would want to really perform for his dad, and two, that his dad would really sort of push him to do that. And if what he did was basically didn't care and coasted, or he's unhappy and he coasted or whatever, I just don't see how that's a reason to say, yeah, let's go ahead and pick him 11th. So.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because even at IMG, he was teammates with Jarris Walker and Keontae George, and his role there was pretty much catch and shoot. He was just finding corners, running the corners, and firing away. And when he get hot, man, he's a flamethrower. I mean, he almost turned into like a 6'8" Buddy Hield if he's on. So I get why, I get them going shooter. I just thought they would go maybe Jordan Hawkins or Grady Dick. Even Keontae. But yeah, I mean, I guess they're like, well, we got a 6'8" version of those guys if we're just going to be putting them in a catch and shoot role.
Yeah, if he can do the same things that Whitmore does, but also he does have a little bit of wiggle and maybe a little bit more physicality potentially down the road here, maybe that's the vision. I don't know.
Yeah, wow. So Cam Whitmore is still on the board.
We need Michael Winger to like keep like pedal to the gas or pedal to the floor here and just trade back up somehow and just go get Cam Whitmore at this point.
Just go get him, man.
Get the 15th pick or whatever and just make it happen. Can you imagine that if you start next year with like literally on the wings, you've got Bilal Coulibaly and Cam Whitmore like running the break next to Tyus Jones and Jordan Poole? That'd be the most fun Wizards team in 10 years at least.
Oh man.
Yeah, for real.
That would be crazy. Now you, oh man. That would be crazy. Who would you give up? Who would you guys be willing to give up to do that?
Probably everybody, to be honest with you. You can take them all. I mean, like, let's just clear house now.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Dom, if you could throw in your boy Kispert to go back up and get him, you throw in your early second round picks and Kispert and get you to 15 and you can get Cam, would you do it?
Hold up, say that one more time.
Take 35, 42, and Kispert, and maybe something else. I don't know what else it would take, but that's the core of the deal to go up and get Cam again. Would you do it?
Can I swap Kispert with Johnny Davis?
You're not getting anything with Davis. I'm sorry. I love the guy.
To get something.
Hey, swap Kispert with Johnny Davis and throw in an extra second, and I'm with it. I'm with it.
I wonder if all 8 of our second round picks we've gotten in the last 2 days would be enough to trade up for one more first round pick. I don't think so, but
man, yeah, that's man. I'm looking at the board now. I'm like,
it's getting wild. I mean, like this is a draft day green room like bummer if you're Whitmore right now.
Oh man, yeah, this is.
I mean, Whitmore is definitely, obviously, to me at least, he's the best player still available. But,
yeah, no doubt.
We've got guys like, Noah Clowney, Leonard Miller, still available. One guy I'd love for the Wizards still to end up with is Colby Jones from Xavier.
Yeah,
Love Kobe.
Love Brandon Pajemski, Chris Murray is still there. If they're looking for a shooter, I think you've got like Bryce Sensabaugh still there. And I think Sensabaugh is probably going to be a better player overall than Jet Howard will be. So,
so this is Dallas's pick now at 12, right?
Right. Yeah. So I don't think we know yet who they want to take unless Shams has said something interesting in the last couple minutes here.
I mean, they need a wing though, right?
I think they need everything realistically. Like, can you say no to literally any position? I mean, I would want shooting and switchable defensive wing. I would want, you know who I'm going to say? A wild archetype for you here if I'm the Mavericks. I would want a Dorian Finney-Smith type if I were them. Oh, whoops.
Man, I didn't know you had that kind of troll in you, man.
I get trolled enough on Twitter. I got to bring it back out for me at some point here. Okay, right. So per Shams, they're taking Derek Lively at 12.
Well, I guess they trade what's his name, JaVale McGee yet?
No, but let's take him back. Let him be our tank commander.
Yeah.
What the hell is Dallas doing, man?
So Dallas got Lively. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll be back in just a second here. I'm gonna.
Yeah, no worries. Dude, I really like Kleber, and I actually I like Dwight Powell too. To some, I mean, he's not been as good the last 2 years, but that's a bizarre one.
That's weird. You got a chance to get an elite level wing, and you take a drop big. I don't know. I keep my eye on that Lucas situation.
Yeah, man. Maybe he wants to come to the nation's capital. Oh, let's just trade everybody here at this point. Bring Luka to DC for all the second round picks between now and the end of time.
Yeah, man. I don't know what they doing over there. But they've never been a really like great drafting team.
No. Other than Luka, that was their one pick, and that was the big one that Donnie Nelson got right. And then I basically told him, like, go sit in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, like, I don't get that. So now the Raptors could get Cam. Well, I mean, they got enough wings, though.
But they never have enough wings. Their whole team is just pick 6, 7 athletes. He would be perfect. That would be crazy for them. I mean, if you're just Masai, you're just sitting there like, like everything is going as I've planned.
God damn. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where he's going to go because the Hawks don't need another wing. Maybe the Jazz?
If you're the Jazz, you have to do it.
You got to a 16?
He's literally the most like Danny Ainge player of all time. And if you're Danny Ainge, you're sitting there, you're thinking, this is Jaylen Brown 2.0. If I'm them, I'm actually trading up to try to get him in this next pick and just getting it done.
Please don't let him fall to the Lakers or the Heat.
I know that would be so fucking annoying if he goes to Miami at 19.
Specifically the Heat.
Yeah.
Please don't let him fall that far.
Right. Yeah, that would be a little rough. Wow. This is a crazy ass draft already, man. Like New Orleans at 14. If you're New Orleans, why don't you just do it? I mean,
but they got Herb Jones, they got Trey Murphy, they got Brandon Ingram, Zion. Where is he going to play?
Doesn't matter. I just take him and then I figure it out later. I mean, like, just stockpile talent, especially if you're going to move on from either Ingram or Zion potentially at some point. Like, just do it.
See, I had Pelicans as like a Jordan Hawkins spot, because they just need shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just looking at their roster. I mean, they got a bunch of wings, like defensive wings, but they don't have like that true knockdown guy that can run off 100 pin downs.
Right. Wow.
Damn,
this is a crazy draft, man. I be honest, I've said this on the pod a couple times, and I get the appeal of Cam Whitmore, but seeing him in person against Georgetown, who was not very good, it was just like.
But he's 18.
No, I know, but I think they basically are like invented this term for like Otto Porter, but like the guys who just disappear and like 20 minutes later, you're like, oh shit, he's been on the court the whole time. Like when you're that dude, you just, I don't know, you can't disappear for that long.
Yeah. I mean, watching him at high school at Spalding, it was just like he was a man amongst boys.
Yeah.
You know, when you're that athletic and aggressive to the rim, I mean, it's just nobody that's going to be able to stand in your way. And then you get to the college level, you gotta have a little bit more skill and IQ with your game. But I just keep going back. He's 18.
Yeah,
like he's the same age as Bilal.
I may have talked about this at some point on the pod here, but my Spalding high school basketball story. While we were still there, my junior year, they had Rudy Gay still, and then
You in that class? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It was his last year, my junior year. So the summer after he was gone, it was while he was about to get drafted or whatever, about to go to UConn. About to go to UConn. We played them in a summer league game outside. It was hot as shit, and I was like not playing, so I wasn't going to get in the game a ton anyway. And they were beating the shit out of us, even without Rudy still on the team. They were just a lot better than we were. And my coach goes to sub me in, and I'm like, oh shit, I never put contacts in before this game. I've got to play in glasses. So I went out there. It was sweaty and hot. I'm like trying to hold my glasses on my face while I'm running down the court. It was the biggest mess of all time. But Rudy Gay was there watching that game. So as he rolled out, everybody was like trying to get autographs and pictures and stuff like that. And it was just like, man. So I like to tell people I was there while Rudy Gay was there, and they beat us by 30. I leave out the part that he wasn't on the team that still beat us by 30, but it's pretty bad. Cam, man,
I'm starting to feel bad for the kid, man. Like, I don't understand what's going on.
How bad were these interviews? Was he just middle fingering people like right away?
Oh man, that's crazy, man. Like, yeah, it's no way that he gets past the Jazz. Like, but if you would have told me Jet Howard would have got drafted before Cam Whitmore, I would have called you crazy.
I would have laughed directly in your face like this.
And Derek Lively, I would have said, ain't no way.
Yeah. I thought this would be a wild draft. I did not think these were the moves that would happen in this wild draft, though. All right. Well, we got a little quiet. Just a couple more updates. Our last year's second round pick, Yannick and Zosa, donated to the to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So thank you, Yannick. Appreciate you.
Nice.
Christian Gardner, my personal suggestion for the Wizards trust the process is Bleav in the Conjuring. I like that. My guy, Raphael Davis, thank you so much. Appreciate you doing that for, and contributing here. That's awesome. And I always like our convos. So thank you. Al Koshbin, hopefully I didn't butcher that last name. Thanks for all the Wizards content. New day is dawning. Ryan K, appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Thomas Solomon, awesome. You're the man. He said, awesome show. Awesome you. Awesome person for donating. So thank you. Mark Robb, appreciate you. Blake, my guy, and the Blackguard crew. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate you for participating there. We're up to $2,300 on the night, which is just awesome. So this community rocks, man. Everything is coming up Wizards. This is good karma. We're doing nice things. We're deserving of good things. Hopefully Michael Winger and company have a few more things up their sleeve here. Dude, now this is nuts, man. Like I honestly don't know what to make of this. Like how, if you're Cam Whitmore, like they haven't showed him once on the feed that I've noticed. Maybe I've just been looking away, but
no,
you kind of can't show him right now, right? I mean, like
he's got to be pissed. It looks like we got. Okay, so no, that was wow. Yeah, I'm really. It's man, if he gets past the Jazz, that's crazy.
And the Jazz could end up with Hendricks and Whitmore.
What's that?
I was just saying the Jazz could end up with Hendricks and Whitmore.
That's a great draft for them. Put them next to Markkanen and some other big ass dudes and Walker Kessler and just be huge.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Grady Dick to the Raptors?
Yeah, Grady Dick. Yeah. Eventually you need somebody that could shoot, and they've got the athletes to make up for him, I guess.
They must really believe in OG and Scotty Barnes.
Yep. That is the ugliest draft day suit I can remember in a long time, man. He looks like he's from like a Celine Dion music video or something. Like that's
he got the bedazzled Thriller jacket on.
Yeah, right.
That was crazy.
Oh man, the dorky white dude from Kansas is not. I just can't pull that off. I'm sorry, man. Like this.
I like it though, man. You might have a little Tyler Hero in him.
Yeah. You gotta have some swag to pull that off. So I know Wizards fans like really did not want Grady Dick. When I asked who like the worst case pick was, Derek Lively and Grady Dick were the two most common answers. And Grady Dick, honestly, I think like he defended a lot better this year than he got credit for. He also had a ton of help around him, like good team defenders. But the dude is going to be a knockdown shooter. He's big enough to always get his shot off. It's a pretty quick release, I feel like. So, and a high quick release. Like if he's not like a 40% 3-point shooter for his career, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is. I mean, where are you pegging him as far as your team going forward? Is he your shooting guard of the future, next to OG and Scotty?
Right? Is he Kevin Huerter type for you? Like just
yeah. Like I'm just like just upside wise. Masai, this is a weird pick for me for Masai because he usually goes tools. And this one I feel like he just kind of went, all right, we need shooting, so he just he took a shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. All right. Best available left on our boards here, fellas. I think for me right now it's Cam Whitmore. Obviously, probably the case for all three of us, right?
Yep,
definitely.
And then next after that, again, I'm the Nick Smith homer of the group. I have Nick next. But this is like a weird part of the draft, I think.
Yeah.
So
I mean, my next five would be Whitmore, Clowney, Leonard Miller, Colby Jones, Brandon Pojemski, and then my next guy would be Chris Murray. So there's still some good players here. I think there's some guys like Trace Jackson Davis is still there. He's going to be a good player, I think.
Yeah, my next round of guys is Max Lewis.
Yeah, I have Max next after Nick Smith.
Yeah, so I got Max, Keontae, Leonard Miller, and then Kobe Buffkin.
Okay, so Dom, I will hold this up to the screen here for everybody. There's my big board in order right now. It's Cam Whitmore, Nick Smith Jr., Maxwell Lewis, Leonard Miller, Kobe Buffkin, and then Colby Jones, Chris Murray, Jaime Jaquez.
Yeah.
I'm not a Maxwell Lewis guy. He's another guy I couldn't really get around.
This is a Yoda miss, Kevin. I will guarantee this one right now.
Hey, it's certainly possible. It's probable. There's going to be some. So,
why would you play defense if you're living on the beach? Have you been to Pepperdine? That shit is beautiful. He's got better stuff to do.
Pepperdine's incredible. I don't know how you ever anybody goes to class. I'm kind of convinced nobody actually does.
Yeah.
They just award degrees because why not?
We just drove around the campus the last time we were down that way, and there was nobody walking around. I'm like, all these people are at the beach. Like, it's a beautiful day out. Like, there's no chance people are doing.
I mean, I would be either on the beach or just like sitting there looking down at the water.
Yeah, exactly.
It's unbelievable there.
But yeah, he's got wiggle. He can dribble. He could shoot. He's long enough to defend. Like, Trey Murphy didn't guard anybody anyway, and he was at a team in UVA where you're supposed to guard, and I think they have like similar physical tools.
Yeah, Trey Murphy was just camping in the corner. I mean, he did nothing else. But, you project out based on the tools he had, and now he's like one of the best wing defenders in the league. So, I don't know. I just like Max Lewis tape, man. Like, he's got, he can just put it on the floor. He can cross shoot. He got a nice right to left.
Mm-hmm.
He got jellies around the rim, like step backs from 25 feet. I mean, the dude at 6'7", man. I just love his tape, and he can pass too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just
the
defense is definitely a question. But they
were awful defensively as a team.
I don't see the defense there certainly, and I also question going back to with talking Maxwell Lewis. This just so people can keep up with who we're talking about.
Good call.
More turnovers than assists.
Right.
Not a great look. So
he can pass. It's just sometimes it's to the wrong team.
Yeah. But you see that a lot with guys, young guys though.
Turnovers aren't necessarily, that big a knock. But I don't know. He didn't shoot great. He shot okay. It's just a ton of turnovers. I don't know. That type of player, I'm often they don't make it when they get when they try to step up. So we'll see.
Kevin, can you do the driver analogy for anybody that hasn't heard it? I really like that.
Oh, are you talking about the driving school
Yeah.
thing where it's like the definition of skilled driving is different for parents and for teenagers who are just learning how to drive. Teenagers think skilled driving means basically you can put the car into different things at a high speed. So teenager thinks it's skilled to drive between two cars or drive the car into a spot that's 2 inches wider than the vehicle is while going 70 miles an hour. And parents think skilled driving is you stop and wait until whatever the tight situation is clears up. And so that could be part of it, that he's basically out there trying a whole bunch of crazy shit. And
and nobody was there to hold him accountable.
He takes a lot of risks. I mean, he kind of plays, I don't want to say like a street ball player, but he's out there. You could tell the coaches give him green light to kind of play with that freedom. But man, he's skilled, man. I like guys like that, and then see, where they have that type of talent, to see a good coach kind of put them in some structure and actually motivate them to defend and do the little things, and then you might find yourself a player.
Yeah, that's possible.
If he falls all the way to 35, that's a steal, and you just take the chance. I mean, that's the move.
Yeah, but I think the consensus had him in like the late 20s.
Yep.
You got to go get him if he's sitting there then.
Honestly, I think he even fell a little later than that. I had consensus mock printed up because I'm old and I print stuff still. Let's see. Maxwell Lewis fell. Why can I not even find this dude? Yeah, he must not have even been in the final first round, which is
wow.
Which is absolutely crazy. I think 29. Yeah, 29.
Wow.
I would take him. Jordan Hawkins is now off the board going to New Orleans. That's a really good pick, I think, for the Hornets.
Called it.
I like him. He's very low 2-point percentage, but he shot free as well.
Sure.
But I shot free throw as well. And, he's got some other stuff to him. So interesting move.
I love that pick for them. He was actually number 14 on my board. So
okay.
Go number 14 in the draft. Yeah, but yeah, I love that pick for them. They needed a movement shooter. They got a bunch of guys that kind of play with the ball. They need somebody that can run off some screens and knock it down.
Just going here to the trade for a little bit, fellas. Do we think Tyus Jones makes the whole year through as a Wizard? Do we think he's a long-term piece for them, or he's another guy they try to flip to a team that could use a point guard? Also, drink number 2 for the night. Let's get it.
My guess is, I don't know. I think that 2 out of the 3, in terms of the veteran point guards they have, will be gone. By the trade deadline, and whether that's I'm not sure who that's going to be yet, but I think that part of that's going to depend. But Tyus Jones he's entering his age 27 season. And, this is a point you've made, Matt, talking about summer league play and about how having competent point guard play is very helpful in terms of evaluating who is actually good. Having somebody who's good at getting your offense organized, getting things going, getting your team into their sets, into their actions, that's pretty valuable. And so keeping at least one of those guys around, I think it's a good idea. And I mean, between the two, I think Tyus Jones is a little bit better version of Monty Morris.
Yeah.
A little more athletic, a little bigger, a little better defensively. And, DeLon Wright is obviously the best defender of the group. So I could certainly see DeLon getting traded somewhere, for somebody that needs a defensive, guard to pair with somebody who's more high usage. He'd be great with Cleveland,
Or somebody like Memphis. If you lose Ja for 25 games and you've just gotten rid of Tyus Jones, if I'm them, I'm finding a way to send one of these picks I've got over the next couple of years to Washington for one of those guards at least. Who dribbles the ball across half court for them next year? Is it Marcus Smart?
Yeah, gotta be.
I wonder if Denver could be a sneaky play if they're going to lose Bruce Brown.
They've got all those picks too, right? I mean,
yeah. I think DeLon would fit that role pretty well. for cheap, because Bruce Brown gonna get the bag. He put out some good tape in that playoff run. So
yeah.
But I just wonder though, as far as the point guard discussion, like, do you view Jordan Poole as a point or off guard? Because if you view him as a point guard, then I think you almost have to keep DeLon. Because you just
he's
need
a 2 to me personally, but I mean,
Poole or DeLon,
right?
You said Poole
no,
is a 2.
Poole I think is more of a 2. What do you think?
Man, I go back and forth, man, because I see some of the stuff he does with the ball as a lead guard, and I'm just like, why would you want to take the ball out of his hand and just make him a catch and shoot guy?
Yeah.
Because I mean, he's got some real sauce when he gets to going, putting that ball on the floor. But if you're gonna do that, you're gonna kind of give up. You're gonna play it a little bit more risky style, and the defense is going to be a question mark. So, yeah, I don't know. I would say a 1. I would probably put him at a 1, and I would just live with the mistakes.
Yeah, my view on position has changed. Especially, I think that the point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center, like paradigm, that's the traditional. I think that's shifting, and that there are really 4 positions. There's guards, there's wings, there's forwards, and there's centers. And the way I think about it is like Jordan Poole. I don't care whether you call him a 1 or a 2. He's a guard, right? Because he's 6'3". He plays guard stuff. He handles the ball. He passes some. He scores. He does all of those things, and you need all of those things to happen out there. You also need some defense, and that's not really his forte. But like Coulibaly is a wing, right? He can play. And to me, in my conception, is a wing is like basically somebody who can play the 3 or the 2, like the traditional 3 or 2. You could see him playing small, shooting guard, or you could see him playing small forward in like those traditional kinds of sets, but not point guard. Right. Yeah. And at 6'8", especially if he continues growing, considering he's only 18, maybe he ends up being a forward instead of a wing. But like Kuzma to me was a forward, right? He could play either of the forward spots. You've got some shooting, you've got some rebounding, you've got a little bit of playmaking here and there. He plays some defense. You could even maybe play him as small ball center if you're feeling crazy, that kind of thing. And then you get a guy like Gafford as your center. Right. You're not going to play Gafford, ask him to do anything else, but
unless you're the Wizards last year, I don't know, like he's your switchable wing defender all of a sudden.
Well, I felt like last year, I mean, with Gafford and Porzingis, I think that was a little bit like the year when Scott Brooks went with
Neto,
a small forward. Yeah, the 6'1" small forward. It's just like you're doing stuff out of necessity. Nothing else was working. And it's like, you know what? Like Gafford is kind of productive, and Porzingis with his ability to shoot threes can play in a sort of non-traditional center way. And so you can play the 2 centers together. It's weird. It doesn't always work that well. It's clunky, but it's what else do you have? Starting Avdia wasn't doing anything for them. Beal was in and out of the lineup. It was kind of like you just try to do anything that works.
I look at this a little differently. As a guy I would still call a point guard as somebody that I think can create advantages on a court and create mismatches for other people. So like, I'm going to get you an open look because of something I do. I don't know that I see Jordan Poole doing that for other people. Like, I think he can dribble the ball across half court and pass it to an open guy who can dribble 5 times and shoot it, and he get assists that way. But I don't see him I didn't see Monte Morris, honestly, like as a point guard that much of the year. Like he was more just like he was better in the Denver role where he was a shooting guard next to Jokic, really.
Undersized too.
Right.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, I've said this before, but I really do believe what D'Antoni says, which is, when you got the ball, everyone's a point guard. Anybody, as soon as you have the ball, you have a duty to either try to score or create something for a teammate. Mm-hmm. And so, hopefully the Wizards can do a little bit. I mean, I agree with you on Monte Morris. He's a good, steady player. He's fairly productive and all that kind of stuff. I think he was a little better than most people do. But he's much more like a BJ Armstrong type. That's who he reminded me of, where he's really a catch and shoot guard who doesn't defend. It's a weird 3 and assist. So he doesn't drive, he doesn't defend. It's just like threes and safe passes. And that there's value to that. The Wizards offense was a lot better when he was out there, but that it's not like your ideal player. You want more from your guards than what Morris was providing.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's talk recent picks here. So Atlanta took Kobe Buffkin, which is weird. Maybe you don't expect, DeJounte Murray to be there long term. Maybe that's what that move signals. And then Utah immediately after that takes Keontae George. So Cam is still on the board.
Holy shit! What?
Yeah,
that makes sense for Utah because they just need a guy that can get a bucket. They just
your new Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah. I'm Yoda wasn't a big fan of Keontae George, so pretty inefficient. Didn't shoot all that well. Not a whole lot else that he did. So we'll see.
Cam is still, man. So Cam is not going to be a lottery pick. That's crazy to me.
Like Sam Vecini had him, I think 3 on his board, if not 3, 4 for sure.
What the hell did he do?
He brought a gun into the interview. Like that's the only way.
Was he selling dime bags or something? What's going on? This is crazy.
It has to be more serious than that. Like all joking aside, somebody, if you were good enough, would say like, "Well, you're selling weed. I think we appreciate your entrepreneurship. We'll take you at 5." Like there's got to be medical. There's got to be like something scary there.
This is down the right. If he makes it to the 20s. You got to
trade up.
You got to go get him, man.
The price is
I
right.
think we're already at a point where if you've got some way of trading into this pick to take him out, do it. I've got an 8th on my board, so
if there's a way that's crazy, man.
I didn't see this comment in the chat here, but Neary, the smartest man on Wizards Twitter, essentially, he is a Jeopardy contestant, suggested Denny and 35 for 15. Since we've blown past that, would you do Denny and 35 for 17 or wherever we are now, 18? Yes. I do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Denny stands. Don't come at me. It's not my fault. I didn't propose it.
Take it.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, it's literally the Lakers at 17 and the Heat at 18, and then Golden State at 19. Golden State will 100% take him if he's on the board. Like I just can't.
He's got to go to the Heat, right? Like
they were going to take like older players now.
Wow, yeah, Bob Myers would have taken him for sure at 19. I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Myers loved those the guys with the high school pedigree. Like he would have been the dude for them.
I don't know. There's still some good players. I don't know what exactly is wrong with Colby Jones, why he was so lowly rated.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a guy
it's the shooting wasn't very good until the last year, and people say, well, the small sample size on the threes and the free throws weren't really good. So how real is the shooting? I think that's literally all people question is like, is there that much upside? I think he's good as shit, and have said he's going to be like a steal for somebody like. I saw like Memphis taking him at like 23 and him instantly being like a starter for them in year 2.
Yeah. I think that's seems likely. He shot decently.
Denver
119 threes so this season.
Yeah, maybe that's your Bruce Brown replacement is a guy like that. Like he could come in and do KCP kind of stuff for them and just be another guy, or Christian Brown type, in the playoffs in year 1. Wow. I tell you what, with the 41st pick, the Wizards should just try to draft a Nikola Jokic. I think that's like the smartest thing they could try to do.
Hey, there's a Serbian big guy in this draft that I think could be pretty good. So
you talking about Tristan?
Yeah, Tristan Vukcevic.
Yeah. I was going to ask about him, man. Like I like his game. I was so close to put him in my top 30, but I just couldn't get myself to do it. But he's skilled, man.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up basically the 25th in Yoda, and basically sort of last guy with a first round grade. So,
Oh yeah.
he's somebody. He's
skilled.
got some skills. He's not the second coming of Jokic, but in a decent professional league, actually a good professional league. Excuse me. He was 68% on twos, 38% on threes, 80% from the free throw line. I mean, that's pretty good. 8.3 rebounds per 40, 3.1 assists, more assists than turnovers, and not a lot of block shots, but he did get some steals. So, he's somebody.
The defensive numbers aren't good on him, but
say it again.
I was saying the defensive numbers aren't good on him.
No. And he didn't test out great athletically either.
Yeah,
he's a little slow.
Neither did Jokic.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Is he Nicola Melli or whatever, the Italian guy that was in New Orleans a couple years ago? That's kind of what I worry about. Just like a big dude, but he's too slow to actually do the things he does well.
Yeah, I mean, I would just take him just to have a big shooter on the floor.
So I may have said this to both of you offline at this point, but Vincent Valerio Bodon, Hungarian guy, 6'10", shooter, can dribble a little bit. Made 41% of his 3.5 3-point attempts this year. Keep an eye on him with the last pick in our draft. He could be a draft and stash. I think by all accounts at 22, he wants to come over already.
Okay.
Just give this guy a look. I'm assuming he's not in Yoda somewhere, Kevin. So if he ends up being the guy, I'd love for you to run the numbers for us after the fact here. But just again, Vincent Valerio Bodon. Bodon, Bodon.
Yeah, I don't think I've run him through yet. So
kind of.
Oh no, I do have him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty low.
Okay.
But
Draftable,
as you say, 63% on twos, 41% from three, 88% from the free throw line. That's a guy who can shoot it.
He can really shoot it.
Yeah.
6'10", pretty long arms too. Not like the craziest like vertical athlete, but moves pretty well laterally. I think somebody's gonna look really smart, and it's this kind of front office. I think he's their kind of guy to steal late in a draft.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like big wing.
Yeah,
and he's like I say, he's down pretty low, but especially last pick in the draft, undrafted free agent type. Yeah, absolutely.
Does he have a draftable grade for you?
No.
Okay.
No, he's below that. But I would say that when you're at that point in the draft, I mean, once you're considered a prospect,
take a shot.
That's fine. You're fine. Whatever.
Mm-hmm. Wow, man, the Cam thing is so effing crazy. I don't even know what I almost kind of feel bad for him, and it's killing my buzz a little bit about how excited I am about Coulibaly.
Yeah, I mean, because we were talking about him coming to the home team and top 5 pick possibly. I feel bad for the local kid, man.
I mean, if he gets drafted to the Lakers.
All of a sudden,
or the Heat, you going to South Beach, that's a win, man.
Or the Warriors. I mean, next three. He goes to one of the next three. That's a nice little combination.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good spot. And you don't expect those 3 teams to be in that part of the draft either, too. That's kind of wild.
Right.
But you got to think that the Heat are going to pick Hawkes, right?
Yeah,
I said that shit 2 weeks ago and was like, that is the most Heat pick of all time.
Yeah.
When I watched him, I was like, he plays like Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, he does.
It's just a dog, man. I love his game, man. But yeah, I would hate the Heat getting him because he's really good. But I mean, yeah.
Their coach Mick Cronin came in and said the reason he's been able to get UCLA back on track was that his first recruiting class was Jaime Jaquez, and Jaquez came in day 1 as a freshman and was like, all right, this is the way we do things now. He put Heat culture in at UCLA by himself.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, that's if there's ever been a more perfect marriage of a prospect and a team like that seems like the dude.
Yeah. No, that's just one of those guys that's zero bust potential. He's going to work his ass off.
Yeah. I may or may not have had a couple of the surf sides here before we started recording. I'm getting flush, man. I can't hold my booze anymore. And maybe it's the excitement. It's hot up in our second floor here.
I need to give me something to drink. I think I'm going to make me a little concoction here, man.
Yeah, there you go. We've all earned it, man. After all the Ernie, Tommy debacle for years in a row, like we need to celebrate all we can while we can.
I mean, it's worth talking about that for a minute. Just how different this draft feels with this management team instead of Grunfeld and then Grunfeld 2.0 or Grunfeld 1.1. You know, it just feels incredibly different. You know.
Yep.
In
The
part
vibe
because
is
you've got these guys
totally
making
different.
moves to really go up and get people they want. You know, they're shaking things up. They're trading off veterans. They're starting to build towards something besides let's contend for the playoffs. And it feels very different. You know.
Yeah, just I don't know, man. Like it's a cliche, but the vibes are just different right now. And
They very much are. Yeah.
there may be a certain member of this fan base that went up to my guy Jihadi when he did his reunion night at the end of the year with Larry and Tracy Murray and came up to him and said, Jihadi, you got to get your boy Matt to stop being so negative. Well, I think Jihadi said to me after the fact too, like, you know, yeah, it'd be great if you were more positive, but the team has to give you something to be more positive about. I feel pretty positive right now, and it's because these guys have done shit that warrants it. Like, I mean, nobody wants to just be negative as shit all the time. Like, turn Chris Paul into a promising young player and some picks, and I'll rightfully be hyped like I am. I don't know.
So the Lakers, by the way, just picked Jalen Hood-Schifino.
That's like a very Lakery front office pick too. Like he's the new THT for them, I think. Like just sort of not really that dynamic. He's got good size, good wingspan. Can he shoot it? I think we'll see. I don't know. I get too caught up. Like I love this. I've said this again on the pod, so sorry that I'm the old man who repeats all the same stories. But like for Hood-Schifino, it's cool to see certain guys in person because you get a feel for them like athletically and is the size legitimate and all that stuff. But I can't get over that Maryland game where like he just got dusted by Jameer Young, who will never play a minute in the NBA, like over and over again. He was too slow laterally to stay in front of a college point guard. I don't know how he guards ones in the NBA, so he has to guard twos. And that becomes a little tougher too because he's not that big.
Yeah, I have lots of this is another one of these guys I just don't really get in terms of being this high, and it's got to just be all eye test potential stuff because 45% on twos, which is really bad for a guard, only 33% on threes. His free throw shooting was okay, but basically about average. Some rebounding, some playmaking, but a lot of turnovers too. I mean, I just don't really see it here. I think there are better players. Guys who are likely to be better pros, I think, available.
He's
like Cam Whitmore.
He's this year's Johnny Davis to me, just from he's the Big Ten guard who went absolutely apeshit against Purdue, and that's the game everybody remembers. And it was like, oh, like if he could be that guy every game, why don't we just take him? And honestly, Johnny Davis was much better. He was also a year older, but I don't know. So one of these next couple teams is going to take Leonard Miller, I think. I don't see a world where he doesn't come off the board here pretty soon.
Leonard's a guy I like. I am really curious to see how he does moving up to the NBA.
Yeah.
He was productive in the G League. I think he's going to be a good pro. But we've still got Noah Connie available. I think he's going to be good. And Cam Whitmore, obviously. And you got Colby Jones and Brandon Pajemski and Chris Murray and Bryce Sensabaugh. Trace Jackson Davis still available.
Jalen Hood to the Lakers?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of that, Tom? I'm kind of lower on him, I think, than some of our fellow Wizards friend fans.
Yeah, so I had him 25 on my board. I felt like he was
here.
Yeah, I feel like he was one of those, if you got an extra pick, you do it because measurables wise, tools wise, he's got it all. Even though he's not really like a plus athlete,
long ass arms, big bodied dude.
Yeah, big body dude, but not like a vertical guy or like has like a quick first step. But he's skilled. When he gets going, man, he can really score the ball. So
I said
It's
he
just
reminds me of THT for them. Like that's a Lakers, Taylor Horton Tucker this year
Yeah.
kind of pick.
Yeah, and their picks the last couple of years have been really good. So I
Yeah.
mean, I trust their scout eye over there. So that's a good look for them because they need a young point guard. Because I mean, all the guys they've had this year have been kind of journeyman guys. So
Yeah, I had him with a second round grade. So like I said, it's just another player I didn't. When I look at the numbers, that's my approach is, of course, statistical. I don't really see it in the numbers. So, and that's like literally the last like 3 picks are that, like Buck and George and
This is the upside part of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with Jalen. I mean, his best games, he looks like a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Problem is, he's got another like 18 games where he looks like a second rounder. So
yeah. I mean, the Wizards are full of those guys. It's like you have
love that shit.
You go off versus Purdue, man. I mean, it just
that's literally what I said while you walked away. Is the Purdue bump.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Blackguard crew. All these guys cracking drinks right now. I think this is well earned right now. Domo, you drinking something there? Or is that a snack? What'd you go with?
Got a little both here, man. I got me a little what did I get? Some bourbon. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Kevin, it's wine time, baby. What are you cracking open over there?
No, I've got water and I had an energy drink. I got a cookie to keep my sugar level up.
There you go. I'll drink for both of us. Here we go.
Yeah. Now, if I started drinking, I'd fall asleep.
I hear you. Yeah, that's wow, man. Cam Whitmore, like what is happening right now? He's on the do not fly list or something. Like he did something sketchy.
I'm really hoping that it's basically a bunch of teams outsmarting themselves, and that he ends up with like Miami and his rookie of the first team all rookie. I'm hoping Coulibaly is rookie of the year, but he ends up all rookie and ends up having a hell of a career, and he's constantly saying, I'm gonna prove, where's number 0, because that's the number of people who believed in him, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I just don't understand what he could have possibly done in a 2-week span to drop from top 5 to outside the lottery. Like this is crazy.
Unless, basically everybody who thought he was going to go top 5 in terms of like, the mock drafters and the draft experts and the intel people were all just wrong.
They're showing him on the broadcast right now, and bro just looks like glazed over. Like he's like.
I mean, he's 18. It's just, man, this has to be so brutal when you think
you're a top
10 pick, and now you're staring down the barrel of you're on TV getting embarrassed. Man, I mean, when you're 18, it's like that kind of social embarrassment is the worst thing in the world, and this is just, man, this is brutal.
Yeah.
It's
tough,
shit. It's my guy Blake just sent a tweet out, or retweeted a tweet of a guy saying, "How deep Cam Whitmore is falling in the draft right now?" And it's a picture of the Titanic sub. It's fucked up, but it's true, man. Like,
oh my god!
Oh man, I've been seeing jokes on that stuff all day. It's
rough.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yep. That's yeah.
ESPN had him 6th overall, and he's
the Gavoni Woj mock draft they just said was 12 of 17 so far, and usually Gavoni like nails the mock piece. Like he's always got the intel. Some of his evals aren't as good. And to be clear, the person I just said who retweeted it or shared the tweet, he didn't actually tweet that himself. I don't want to make anybody look bad. He just shared a funny tweet. Thank you. Just want to clarify. Actually, I kind of wish I was listening to the broadcast at some point because they've got JJ on this year, and he's probably the most like qualified to talk about some of these guys of any of the former pro analysts they've had the last couple of years.
So Shams put out that our prediction for the Miami Heat right on the money.
Yeah, there you go.
They've picked Jaime.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jimmy Jr.
Makes sense.
I mean, he's such an obvious Heat pick.
Wow.
I mean, Haka as a wing, 3.1 offensive rebounds per 40. That's impressive stuff.
Just a dog, man. That ain't nothing but just will.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they said he shot really well during this pre-draft process too. And I know everyone always says, "Oh, everybody shoots well in workouts," but they don't. And there are plenty of guys that you hear about not shooting particularly well. The couple I've heard the most who have been really good shooting the ball in workouts were actually Derek Lively. Jaime Jaquez was shooting better than people expected, and Julian Phillips was another one that like everybody said like has been looking really good in workouts.
Man, Brett Usher with perhaps on Twitter with perhaps the best one, Cam Waitmore.
Oh,
Man, that's clever.
Yeah, that's. I just feel bad for him, man. Like no one on earth, like if you'd have put a bet on there at betonline.ag, shout out to one of our sponsors, of Cam Whitmore for going after Jaime Jaquez, like nobody would have believed you.
That's incredible, man. You got to be thinking trade up at this point.
If they're not making calls, like I'm losing faith in our guys already. Like that's wild.
Yeah, I mean, would Golden State take back Jordan Poole?
I mean, hey, let's do it. Maybe I'll throw another plug out here for BetOnline. BetOnline is your number one source for all your betting needs. Get the latest odds, lines, and matchup reports for baseball, boxing, golf, and more. BetOnline continues to be the fastest and easiest way to place your wagers, including live betting and your favorite casino and card games available to play right from your phone. Head to the website, use our promo code Bleav, BLEAV, to receive your 50% off welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. And we make more money if you go to BetOnline and use Bleav. So just throwing that out there.
And there's no way that Whitmore will get past the Rockets, right?
It would make so much sense for them to just take a shot on him and let the medicals be damned. That the medicals is the only reason that someone could drop this far that's not projected to.
I mean, man, what could be? I mean, are his knees bone on bone or something? I mean, that's really
yeah, like a DeJuan Blair situation,
right? And then no ACLs or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, the force he jumps with, though, I wonder, like, because you see those guys 230 plus jumping like Vince Carter. It's like you got a shelf life on those knees.
I wonder if there's bad intel from Villanova. Like that team was a weird kind of mess all year too. Like maybe they had some. Like all these guys talked to Jay Wright, that, and
oh, for sure.
Maybe that hurt him. Man, I'm like I can't keep getting past it. Like it's the only thing I'm paying attention to draft wise right now. I should be looking at who the Wizards are going to take in 15 more picks, but this is nuts.
Man, this is wild.
Somebody watching the broadcast, is that Jaime's mom? I'm watching on a small little screen over to the side, but just saying.
Yeah, I don't have the broadcast on, so.
Anybody in the chat? How's JJ doing? Is he doing a good job covering the draft? As a Maryland fan, I hate that I like JJ Redick as much as I do at this point, but he's just really good on the broadcast.
Nick Smith still on the board?
Nick Smith is also still on the board.
That's interesting.
So on the consensus mock draft from Rookie Scale, they had Cam Whitmore 6, and then the next available after that is Nick Smith. They had 19, and Leonard Miller they had at 20. And then after that, they had Noah Clowney at 21.
Yeah, I'm starting to get into their range then. Probably the Nets.
Yeah, take a gamble if you're them. Like all of these guys, if you're one of these teams that's not going to make the playoffs next year, like you might as well just do it and try it and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean the Nets, I could see them going Nick Smith and then like a Leonard Miller, right after because they got back-to-back picks.
Yeah,
that's who we should be
almost certainly be a Yoda miss because it's stat based and his stats were terrible last season.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And he's hurt, so.
Let's see. Brandon Pajemski going 19th to the Golden State Warriors.
That makes so much sense. And I had pause number 19 on my board, and he goes 19. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I had him
Won't work.
16, so it's good.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
like that pick with him.
So, all right, here's the question for you guys. He literally plays basketball without leaving the ground, which for a guy that led that conference in rebounding is wild, considering he's 6'5" in the first place is wild. But to do so without being able to like leave the floor, like the vertical jump wasn't terrible, I don't think, but he doesn't do it while playing. Does that worry you at all about being on an NBA court and being totally tied to the ground?
No.
Okay.
He's
productive.
He's so productive, and he's just skilled. He's just one of them dudes that just knows how to play the game. So I would say more now than ever, the game is all about skill. Like it's just, if this was 1993,
right,
it would be having a different conversation. Like I feel like this whole draft would be different, right? But now it's like, can you make a shot? Can you finish at the rim with both hands easily? So,
is that a comment at a particular Wizard in particular?
No shots. Look,
here's the
feeling good. I'm sipping my yak. I'm good.
There you go.
Podziemski is like if he's getting 9.7 rebounds per 40 and not jumping, that speaks highly of his positioning, anticipation, and it's also, I think, a reflection of a lot of rebounds are not collected above the rim.
Sure.
Right.
A lot of times, especially in the NBA, there are a lot of teams that really don't contest for offensive rebounds. You send one guy to the glass, and you get long rebounds, and otherwise you just get back on defense. And Podziemski shot 44% on threes last season, and was over 50% on twos. Bunch of rebounds, assists, steals. Good assist to turnover ratio. I mean, he should fit right in with that kind of shooting.
That's perfect.
He should fit well with that Warriors team. They've got their replacement for Jordan Poole.
Gabe in the chat said that Jokic is the best defensive rebounder in the NBA and has the lowest vertical in the NBA. I agree. He's also literally 7 inches taller than Podziemski is. So
Jokic is 7'1" or 7 feet tall and has got very long arms. Right. So, but that strength in positioning is still critical, and just the willingness to go chase the ball down too. That matters.
Scott has asked in the chat here a couple times, any news on Kuzma? And I missed it the first couple times, but I haven't heard anything. I assume it's still sign and trade is the most likely outcome. Any predictions here, fellas?
I think the most likely is that he ends up getting a sign and trade somewhere. I don't know where that's going to be. I can't really see one of the cap space teams going out and spending $25 million on him.
Right.
But I think, a team that thinks that they are a big forward away, or that believes in the points per game stuff that he did last season, I could see them paying $20-25 million and doing a sign and trade. Hopefully the Wizards can extract some value for him. I don't think he'll be back though.
Yeah, I don't either. Even though I'm rocking my Kuz jersey here.
There you go.
Shout out to Kuz, man. But,
still very cool that he did that.
Yeah, super cool. But I think I keep coming back to the Kings, man. They got cap space. They got an opening at that position. It's Cali. It just makes sense. But I don't think it's going to happen in sign and trade. I think he's just going to go
outright.
I think he's just going to go. And the fact that the Kings were in on the Bradley Beal stuff tells me that they're trying to be aggressive. Like they're not just sitting on, we were 3 seed last year. Like they're trying to get better. So I could see him just going there.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh man. Okay, so the reporting apparently is Whitmore to the Rockets is very much on the table. It sounds like.
Okay.
Oh, Sham literally just said a minute ago. Houston is taking Cam Whitmore at 20. The free fall is over.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd get by them.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense for that team.
Yeah, that's a good get for them.
Yeah, you get 2 top 5 picks in the draft. I mean, if the medicals work out, this could be the next Michael Porter Jr. kind of thing.
Yeah, you get Amon and Cam in the same draft. Like that's
Now go get a real point guard and just have a real point guard and 3 athletic wings with them and Jalen Green and whoever you want as your big. It doesn't even matter at that point. Şengün can just sit there and throw outlet passes to people and just run on everybody.
Yeah.
Actually, can Amin Thompson be your point guard? I mean, that's maybe the question. Like, if he can do that, you just surround him with other guys running the floor. They just got a whole lot more fun at the very least.
Yeah.
I just wonder with Houston, man. They got so many young guys that want the ball and want to prove that they belong. At what point do you start consolidating or kind of moving some of the guys out that you don't see in your long-term future?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Why does that feel like you're subtweeting Kevin Porter Jr.?
Yeah, that's exactly who I was thinking of when I said that.
Yeah.
Man, dude, that's something.
You got to think that they're getting ready to move on from him relatively soon. I would think. He's been okay. He's gotten a little better, but he's
yeah.
So
I think James Harden would be an upgrade over Kevin Porter Jr. I think that's still fair to say.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Latest rumor, of course, is that he's going back to Philly. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think Nick Nurse talking to him. Apparently, the word was that Harden and Doc Rivers didn't really get along very well, and getting rid of Doc and bringing in Nick Nurse is making Harden feel better. So
I can't speak to this. I'm not a strip club guy, but like, how elite are the strip clubs in Houston that he was even considering that in the first place? Like, they have to be so unreal to want him to leave Philly, where you could maybe win a ring, to go back and play with Kevin Porter Jr.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah,
no idea. not my thing.
Yeah, good answer. I think my mom is listening to this, so just gonna double down on that. Never been, don't know what they're like, don't get the appeal.
Yeah. So my next 5 that are still available: Noah Clowney, Leonard Miller, Colby Jones, Chris Murray, Bryce Senspa. Some good players potentially.
I've got Nick Smith, Max Lewis, Leonard Miller, Colby Jones, Chris Murray. So,
Yep.
The guy I'm most intrigued with is still there. I'm kind of hoping he's sitting there at 35. I wouldn't be upset if the Wizards took him, and that's Kobe Brown. Depending on who else is available.
I like Kobe, man.
He's a weird player, but he can really shoot. Like, really shoot.
Oh, yeah.
And he passes too. Like, he's a good.
He's crafty as hell, man.
Yeah, your offense gets better if that dude's on the team.
Yeah.
Can he guard anyone?
59.8, 60% on twos, 46% on threes last season. Andy rebounded, Andy passed, and he got steals as this like kind of tubby guy. So
the only thing with him, he's 23.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing. But other than that, man, that dude's a hooper. At this point in the draft now, I'm like, it's house money. Like, you need a shooter, get a shooter. If you want to take a swing, take a swing. Like, at this point, like, this is like the G.G. Jackson start range here.
Sure.
If you can get a guy like that, you got an extra pick, like the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
Got an extra pick. Go ahead and try it out, man. See if you can develop.
Take GG and Leonard Miller back to back, or like you said, Nick Smith and Leonard Miller. If I'm them, just do it in a row.
Just do it, man. Just do it. What you got to lose?
Kevin, here's a question for you on somebody like Kobe Brown, and I know you discount Inyota for age a little bit here, but is there anything about like guys that make like big production jumps, especially shooting jumps later in their career? So like, here's Kobe Brown as a freshman was 25% from 3 on 2.5 attempts, 75% from the line. He was the next year as a sophomore, 25% from 3 on 2.5 attempts, 54% from the line. As a junior, he was 20% from 3 on 2.1 attempts, but 79% from the free throw line. Mm-hmm. And then obviously as a senior, he was like a flamethrower.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I would want to see in the numbers is the improvement, and not necessarily that it's an improvement like year over year, but that he does make a jump.
Sure.
And going from a 20-ish% 3-point shooter suddenly shooting 46%. I mean, maybe he's not really a 46% 3-point shooter, but the point is that to shoot it that well on the 4.5 3-point attempts per 40. He clearly went to the gym and did some work on his shot, because he really, ramped up the numbers. So you look at the rest of the game too, the rebounding, the assists, the steals, there's something going on there that was effective. Now the age does matter, and like the same production from a 19-year-old would have probably had him in the lottery,
Yeah, that's fair.
So in fact, I could actually model that. Hold on.
If you change the age, you can see what he would, what that production would do for you. He'd probably be top 8 pick.
Yeah. So if he was 19 years old, he would have been a top 6, 7 pick. He would have been right up there, right behind Coulibaly. For me, like right around that Brandon Miller tier. So that's if he was 19, 18, 19 years old. So the age really does matter. Because I've got him, borderline first round, second round kind of great. So if the Wizards if somebody picked him 35th, that would be a good spot to take him. I suspect that he could end up with one of these like good teams that could use somebody off the bench. I did a mock draft. Oh, that was the mock draft with you guys. And I had had a pick with Denver, and I picked him for Denver. I think that was in the 40s. So
that makes sense. Yeah, any of those kind of teams, like, done, no brainer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the draft. It's funny, the end of the first gets really kind of messy, but I could see somebody like the Clippers picking him at 30. Yeah.
Well, we got a little bit of a lull here. Let's do plug time. Damo, for anybody not already following you, how do they follow you? And please shout out the podcast for folks.
Yeah, for sure. So it's on Twitter. It's Damo8186. And as far as the pod, me and my boy Brendan, we're just a Gallery Place podcast, man. We try to get out as much content as we can as it arises. And man, these last couple of days has been
fast and furious.
It's been hot, man. It's been hot, and man, I swear after this draft, man, it's gonna be. Whew, I'm excited, man. So yeah. Check the pod out. We on all streamer platforms. Yeah.
Awesome. Kevin, same deal.
So I'm at. You can follow me on Twitter at @so_wizards. So at @so_wizards, and of course I write at Bullets Forever. And the So Wizards is a podcast that I run with Ron Oakes Cunningham. We bring on guests now and then. Had Ben Becker on. I guess right after the Beal trade, and so yeah, like Damo said, there's a lot of stuff going on. So we'll probably be recording with Ron, over the weekend, I would imagine, and talking about all this stuff going on.
I think we're all gonna have it's funny. Like somebody said to me, like, "Are you bummed the Wizards are rebuilding? Like, does that kill the podcast?" I'm like, it might actually help it, because people will be excited for a while. Like, there's going to be more interesting things to talk about, at least for this summer. So I'm excited for all three of us here.
Yeah, I was just talking to my guy earlier today, and I was just like, we were just saying, like, I've never seen the Wizards get this much like national coverage. It's been just like back to back to back to back of just Wizards stuff, and it's good. I hope they keep it up.
And another Wizards podcast to shout out, the Wizards group chat with Chase Carroll and Ryan Oliver. Ryan put in the chat here a minute ago, who should sorry, I hate that as somebody who has a journalism degree. Who should the Wizards be looking at 35? Anybody that you guys think? Obviously, we don't know who will go off the board between now and then, but like, who's like the number one guy you're wishing is still available for them at 35? Realistic number one guy still available.
Realistic?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go with guys that did not make my top 30.
Okay.
I mean, because honestly, if goddamn Max Lewis is sitting there, that's like, I mean, that's a dream come true for me. But I just don't see that happening.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go with the Serbian man. Like I like the dude Tristan Vucevic, man. I like him, man. I would not be mad at that at all.
I dig that.
So the guy that I want, I would love to see slide down to them at 35 is Colby Jones. You know, I think that he's going to be a good pro. You know, maybe a Danny Green type. You know, we'll see. He does a lot of things well, I think.
So all this talk about best player available and stuff like that, does the direction of the team and how many years away they are from being good influence who you would take with a 35th pick? Like Colby Jones, I think is a win now, help me kind of guy who could play in a playoff series next year, like a Christian Brown did. I wrote our second round guys that the Wizards should target for Bullets Forever today, and I picked all guys that are just like crazy upside but high bust potential kind of guys. Because I'm like, well, it's 3 or 4 years away since, you know, before we're relevant. Does it help me? Like, I love Marcus Sasser.
Yeah.
But is he that good on a rebuilding team?
Right.
You know, like, I don't know. Would that factor in for you guys at all, I guess?
A little bit. I mean, but Colby Jones, for example, is 20, you know. So
yeah, he's not old. I just mean, like, I think he's a good player. I don't know if he's like a crazy upside kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have a tough time with that.
Sure.
Just it's hard for me to sort of predict or to say like who has upside when you're talking about like 18, 19, 20 years old.
It's hard for everybody. We're all just bullshitting. I don't know. It's my opinion. That's not really based on anything other than like how much better do I think he get?
Yeah, I mean, the basically for me at least, like at 35, I'm looking at this and any of the guys that I have sort of with first round grades who are still there, I wouldn't mind. I mean, I'd love for like Julian Phillips to somehow slip down.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I had too.
Freaky athlete. I mean, Kobe Brown.
At 42.
Demoy Hodge is another guy that's interesting to me. He's a little older though. He's 24. So, you know. I would love to see it, you know, upside, but I mean, just guys who can play. You know, somebody like Colby Jones, he's 20. You know, I just think he's going to be a good pro. So I would just say, just pick him. You know,
being good at basketball is like never like a skill you can underrate too much, in my opinion. And he was the guy that made Xavier go this year. Like everybody talks about the Sule Boom edition and the Sean Miller edition, honestly, but Colby Jones just getting better, I think, was big for them.
Yeah, for sure.
Kevin, your boy Noah Clowney off the board here, going to the Nets with the first of their picks.
Nice pick for them, I think. I think he's got a chance. You know, as he's just also another one of these guys who's just 18, and you know, as he fills out, I could definitely see him being playing some center.
They got Nick Claxton. Why? I don't.
Yeah, he's a similar vibe to Claxton.
Yeah, like he seems like Claxton reloaded. Like what? So are you not gonna pay Claxton? What's I don't know.
I mean, I think when you're picking at this spot, you're hoping
who can play.
You know, somebody who can be a backup. If he can just make the rotation, you know, by his second or third year, I think you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they're loaded with wings.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that's true.
If you got Cam Thomas and don't play him, do you want Nick Smith? Not that they're the same player, but same kind of guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think I would have took a shot on Leonard Miller, but they still could. I mean, they still could go right back and get him.
Yeah.
I don't know what Claxton's contract situation is either. Oh, here's my cat. If anybody wants to know who my podcast partner is at some point, this is Arlo.
He literally makes an appearance every time we
He just loves podcasts, man. Like he can't get enough Wizards content. We should have named him Gilbert or something. So yeah, like I don't know what the Claxton contract situation is, but maybe you're drafting him to be an eventual Claxton replacement too.
Yeah, because I'm trying to pull up Claxton's contract situation here. I'm like, you know, especially if you're talking about maybe bringing in a certain point guard that might be available.
Yeah.
The trade, that's a high cap sheet. You got to pay Miles Bridges too. I don't know.
So Claxton is an unrestricted free agent after this season. He's only making $8.75 million this year.
He's gonna make
It
he's
is.
gonna make a lot more money. Yeah.
Okay, so the Noah Clowney pick makes a lot more sense now.
You learn behind Claxton for a year, and then maybe we dump Claxton at the deadline or something if we don't think we're gonna work out a deal.
Yeah, because this is definitely rim runner big range. Like,
Yeah.
Taking Derek Lively now, I could understand. Like any point from here on out, I'm cool with.
Right.
So Kevin, you and I talked about this, but I think that for anybody not familiar with Noah Clowney, it was a really interesting fit with him with that Alabama offense. Like they told him to just come in. And if you want to bomb away threes, like we don't care if you make them, we'll let you do them. Like we want to shoot a lot of threes here. And he was next to another like traditional big in Charles Bediako, who I would not hate at like the 59th pick or something. If he's the go-go starting center next year, I like. But anyway, he had just a big dude blocking his path to the rim for him at all times. And other than, people like Brandon Miller, there wasn't like a ton of shooting on that team. So like Clowney is another guy. He's young. He's got some upside. He's athletic. And maybe with more space in the NBA, he shows off even more skills than we got to see at Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm he did 67% on twos and 3.3 offensive rebounds per 40. Those are pretty good numbers. So we'll see. He's very young. I mean, like I said, he's still 18.
Yep.
So.
No, I'm with you. That's a smart pick for them, I think, just based on it. I was with you originally, Dom. I was like, why would they do this is bizarre, but it makes sense.
I think especially as you move down in the draft and just best available, because everybody at this point is probably going to take some time unless you're picking like an older guy like a Kobe Brown or Demoy Hodge or somebody like that, 23, 24 years old already. Trace Jackson Davis, maybe. When you're picking somebody older, you can expect perhaps somebody who's closer to being ready because they're closer to being matured physically. Sure. But, you're picking Clowney at 18, he's 6'10", 6'9", 6'10", and weighs about 210 pounds.
Yeah.
He'll eventually probably be 230 and, have that same kind of height, same kind of bounce.
Is there any way Chris Murray gets past Sacramento at 24? Like, wouldn't that just, you put the twins together and you just let them just be the Bash brothers and just, I don't know, do their thing?
Ooh, I don't know, man.
You wouldn't want to reunite the guys, bring the band back together?
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that.
Did the Morris twins?
I mean, it would be kind of funny to have them backing up each other, and then if Keegan gets in foul trouble, they can just both go back to the locker room, switch jerseys.
Still happened. I know that happened for Washington at least one point, or with Boston. I mean,
I think Sacramento is probably hoping that somebody picks him before them.
Yeah, so they don't have to figure that one out.
So they don't have to pass on him,
Yeah. No, that's fair. So Johnny Vargas said in the chat, Ryan Rupert at 35 for the French Connection DC. I'm not crazy on him personally. I would take Sidi Sissoko, the other French wing, before I take Rupert personally.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, Rupert didn't impress me at all. The numbers. Sissoko, definitely better. I think I would rather take Sissoko at 59.
Yeah, there you go. He's.
And I'm not saying that as a dig at him. I'm just saying I think that there are better players.
Sure.
Who will be available there.
That's a wild class for those French guys, though, to have Coulibaly, Wembanyama, Sissoko, and Rupert all the same age group. Like their Olympic team is going to be elite as shit. And at this next FIBA competition, they play the Canadians in like a group of death, essentially. And I mean, picture Jamal Murray and all the Canadian guys going up against the front court of Wembanyama, Gobert, and Coulibaly. Like it's going to be sick.
Yeah, I think I would go even like a Jordan Walsh before I went repair. Like I mean, it's a lot of good talent still left on the board. Like I'm seeing Bryce Sensabaugh here, Chris Murray,
Yep.
Nick Smith Jr. is still here. Like Leonard Miller. Yeah, I mean, if those guys are there at 35, like, I mean, they're all going. I would take all of them before I go repair.
I did hear that he had like a very serious wrist injury, and it's the same thing with like a Nick Smith, where they did decide to come back and play, and I think you give a guy some credit for that. So they all seem to think. I guess Matt Walsh, the owner front office guy for the Breakers, said that trust me, repair can shoot a lot better than anybody got to see this year. Now it could just be him hyping up his guy to get them drafted, but if that's true, then maybe he's a little more interesting as like a long as shit elite defensive wing who can now shoot it.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
I mean, he's got like Trevor Ariza like measurables, but you don't have Trevor Ariza game.
Right.
So
it's not the basketball part quite as
the basketball part is not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing. Like when I look at his numbers, repair, 41% on twos is pretty bad. He rebounded a little. There's no real playmaking. There are some steals, more turnovers than assists. A lot of fouls, man. A lot of fouls. So
yeah, I'm good.
I don't know. He just doesn't blow me away. I take him over Jet Howard, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so it looks like the Nets with their other pick took Whitehead out of Duke, Dariq Whitehead.
Okay. Wing shooter.
Okay, I also talked about this on the pod at some point. The SID for Duke came on and said it's DARIQ, but it is pronounced Derek. And he said that publicly, and that lasted for like 1 day. And now he's been back to Dariq nationally. So I need him to go in like the NBA pronunciation guide and see what he tells people, because I told everybody it was Derek Whitehead, and I look like an asshole now that nobody else says Whitehead, but that's what their guy said. So
I did not have Whitehead rated as a first round pick. 41% on twos. Did shoot threes very well, but there's like no rebounding. There's no playmaking. Again, another guy with more turnovers than assists. Defense really didn't pop. It's, and it could be one of those situations where it's like, Duke perimeter players. I mean, one of the guys I've ran retrospectively a few years ago was JJ Redick, and he rated really poorly in Yoda because literally all he did was shoot the ball.
Sure.
Yeah.
There was like no rebounding, no assists, no steals. There was nothing except shooting. And it turned out that he worked really hard on his body and on his overall game and did more in the NBA than he did at Duke. And part of that was just Krzyzewski had that role for, for guards and for him, Redick in particular. At Duke, basically he just shoot the ball and be annoying, antagonize opposing fans. And that was kind of all he had to do. And so, maybe that's the same sort of thing with Whitehead. I'm not sure. But like I say, in the numbers, there's nothing really that pops with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, you're basically solely banking on his high school tape, where again, like someone like Adam Finkelstein said, isn't even actually all that impressive, being the thing that you base your whole eval on. At 35 or 42, I would have been all for it, but in the 20s is kind of wild to me.
I mean, he did shoot threes really well. You're talking 43% on 6.8 per 40. That's good, damn good shooting, and 79% on free throws. So, he can shoot. It's just, he couldn't finish inside. That sort of low percentage inside is worrisome. It's sort of like either he's not athletic enough to finish well inside, or he's, for whatever reason, or he can't get to the rim and get good shots. So, to shoot that poorly from twos is concerning. It's one of the markers I look for in terms of athleticism. There's stat markers for athleticism. That's one of the ones I look at, and that's a really bad number. So,
yeah, that's right. I asked a little bit on Twitter who all we should talk about, and first name on the list we got here was Gigi Jackson.
Real quick, Chris Murray off the board
to Portland. Yeah, that makes sense. He's a win now kind of guy for them. So
Win now
I think,
guy.
yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't made any moves, man. Like,
It's got to be coming after the fact here, right? Like there's got to be something big in the works, I would hope.
yeah, it's just I mean, they said they're not trade Dame, so what are you doing?
Yeah. That's weird.
I mean, it could be they're picking Chris Murray for somebody else. That's always a possibility.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he actually makes sense to them for me. Like they've been good about putting like big wings around Dame, and that's when you had Alpha Rico Mino and people like that. But all they had to do was hit wide open corner threes. If that's all you need Chris Murray to do, I think that's great.
He's a little overqualified for that, I think. But
yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I could see somebody like Bryce Sensabaugh going to Sacramento now.
Makes sense. Just
For sure.
Hit and shoot. Damo, thoughts on Gigi Jackson?
Yeah, so I had him top 20.
Okay.
Just because I feel like, his talent, I mean, he's a guy that was top 5 in his class, and then he reclassified in high school. So he basically went to college as, almost high school senior age. And I think he's officially the youngest guy in the draft this year. Yeah. So I know his numbers, and for sure his advanced stats were horrible as a freshman. But I kind of look at it as a guy kind of playing up. Like if he was playing his senior year in high school right now, and then he came and played his freshman year next year, how would you evaluate him in 2024's drafts?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I look at him. So I actually had him over Taylor Hendricks because I just think upside wise, he's got it all. He just needs some time. He just needs some time.
Do you think he could be a wing at any point, or is he like strictly a 4?
You know who he reminds me of when I first watched him was Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, I thought you were going that way, and I like that. I mean, just more athletic, like a more athletic Kyle Kuzma. So if you can kind of reel him in, like he has everything, but it's just he needs structure. He needs to actually learn how to play basketball and gain better decision making with the ball. So if you can get a coach, if you can get in the system and develop that, you might have yourself a star. Or you might have a guy that just kind of flames out the league and can't really hack it. But I would take that bet in this range of the draft. Oh yeah, for sure. Kevin, he was not well received by Yoda, correct?
Yeah, I ended up having him in the 30s, as a second round pick.
That's right.
And he probably moved up a little because some of the stuff that Damo was talking about, the athletic tools, the size, the age, the overall athleticism. Obviously the stats were terrible. You and I talked a little bit about the context. 42% on twos and 32% on threes.
He was not bashful about getting them up. I love that though.
Yeah, he rebounded a little, but I mean, he had 3 times as many turnovers as assists. And he didn't exactly defend. And I mean, like I said, Matt, you and I talked about this. I felt like after listening to you that he was done a real disservice by the coach there at South Carolina, just letting him run amok.
Lamont Paris just rolled the ball out and was like, I'm not going to piss you off because I don't want to screw up recruiting. I really think that.
I really think that.
I mean, they basically let him play like Luka.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But he's not Luka.
Yeah. I mean, I think here's the thing. It's like the coach of a college team, part of his role is being a teacher.
Sure.
And
yeah,
I think the evidence would suggest that he didn't do any teaching with Gigi Jackson, and I think that's a real disservice to him. So, I mean, it frustrates me that somebody would do that with a kid that promising with that kind of talent. And so, as Damo says, hopefully he can come in and go to a team that has more structure, and he's willing to accept it at that point. So, Omax, by the way, went to Sacramento.
I like that for them.
But Leor in the chat just said that Shams is saying that Sacramento is trading 24 and Rashawn Holmes to Dallas. So I actually like Rashawn Holmes. I don't know why he just keeps ending up like in the doghouse somehow.
So what the hell?
What's coming back?
That I do not know. Omax is a perfect dude to put next to Luca. He is your Dorian Finney-Smith
That's your
replacement.
Dorian, right? So, but if you give Rashawn, what the hell you take Derek Lively for?
Yeah, that's another good question.
Like you could have got. I don't know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, again, the way I look at it is virtually any rookie, you're probably going to take a year before you get ready, especially for the kind of stuff they're doing. So they're hoping, Rashawn Holmes is probably the bridge to Lively.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like in Atlanta, Capella and Okongwu.
Yeah. They need to get Okongwu the keys too. Like they need to go ahead. Give him the keys, man.
All right, I'm going to take a very short break. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
So Sham says the Mavericks are using their exception that they got, the trade exception that they got earlier in the night to bring in Holmes and Omax.
So they intend on playing him then.
You would think, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of work to go through to not end up having him at least in your plan somewhat.
Because I mean, he's a nice lob threat. Like I mean, I can definitely see him on the pick and roll with Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think they just didn't have enough minutes for him once Sabonis got there.
Right. He's that guy that always seems like he's pretty good and then somehow ends up the odd man out though, like just barely. And it's always like if he could go to a team that would use him, he'd be in pretty good shape.
Yeah. Damn.
Where did you have Omax, Damo? Was he a first round?
He wasn't in my top 30.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he wasn't in my top 30. I had a second round, but I mean, I get it. He's got some length. He's got some tools, but I just didn't see enough. I didn't see enough usage.
Mm-hmm.
And typically for me, if I'm picking you first round, you're not even the best guy. If you're not even that guy on your college team, it's hard for me to put you top 30.
His front court mate, Oso Ighodaro, was like the guy I thought was the better player during the year. But now it's like, well, he is bouncy as shit and he's long and he can shoot threes. Like, I guess I get it. But I ended up with him 21. I had GG 20, Omax 21, and I put Julian Phillips at 22. So
because he's not like young either, right?
I think he's 21.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, you're 21 and you weren't even the man on your college team. So it's like, so you just kind of, I feel like, but I mean, at this range, it's kind of just like I said, it's house money. You probably drafting him like projecting role player. He's long, measurables are great. So you're gonna play a role for us. Let's just do it.
I think you're 100% right. Like that's just. We totally envision you just being like a serviceable role player, and if you're anything more than that, we've got house money at this point.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. So consensus mock had Nick Smith Jr. 19 and Leonard Miller 20. I'm hearing from some folks that are well connected in the draft space that the Nick Smith Jr. knee concerns are the big issue right now. Yeah.
That's tough, man. I hate that for him.
At a certain point, I would just if he's there 35 for us, I'm like, I don't care. If you play 3 years before your knees blow out, hope that's not the case, but I would take the shot for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is upside range. These are all the guys that were, top 5 high school guys. The Julian Phillips, the Nick Smith Jr., the G.G. Jackson.
Honestly, you could count Leonard Miller in that too.
Leonard Miller, yeah. Like any one of those guys, I'm with it, man. If they're there at 35, run to the podium.
Yeah, I'm totally
run to the podium, man. I really like Leonard Miller. I think he should have been drafted already. I think I had him 12 on my board.
I finished with him 13 because of you, I went back. I was like, all right, I've got to rewatch here too. And we had talked about this, like. He was so productive, and it looked like crazy at times. Like he was just sort of like out of control. But
he's herky jerky, man.
Yeah,
he's herky jerky. He's smooth is not an adjective I would use to describe his game, but he's productive. And so it's like, okay, you got a 6'10" guy that can pass, is a great finisher around the rim. He's just one of them dudes where you like, it's kind of, he don't play like this guy, but the way he scores around the rim, it's like, what the hell was that? But it went in. It's like Antoine Jameson. Like, it's just like these weird shots, weird unorthodox shots, herky jerky.
It kind of reminded me of like slightly taller Montrezl Harrell to some extent, just like
right,
gonna just like out energy you a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna just out hustle you, use my long ass arms, athleticism. But he's not a guy I'm trying to like. I remember when he was first coming out, they were like, he's a point forward and all that. I'm like, I don't really see that. But I like that he kind of carved out a role for himself as like a pick and roll high post guy. I like that for him, a face up 4.
I really do not think he can shoot. Like, he's not a guy where I think the percentage is like inaccurate. Like, I do not buy the way he shoots the ball. It's like weird and flat and just like, I'm not saying that they can't retool it and him be able to shoot it. Like, the way he shoots now, I don't think is going to be a projectable form moving forward. Let's say
just get him a nice set shot.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Make some corner threes, from the wing. I'm not projecting him to be like a guy that's shooting off the dribble a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I want you trying to dunk the ball, get in that lane, kind of get your little crafty hook shots up.
Bingo.
Because he has really good touch around the rim. I think that's what made him an effective pick and roll 5. So, I would do it.
That's a great role for him. Memphis just took Marcus Sasser again. That was a dude I was higher on than consensus. I think I had him 26, and they just took him at 21. So
the numbers on him are great, though.
Yeah,
but
he's a motherfucker on defense too. Like he's in people, and that makes sense for the Grizzlies a lot. I think.
Yeah, I mean, he was Houston's best player. I mean, he had games where he looked like Dame Lillard.
Right. He defends, and he will day one come in and shoot it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh wait, it says Sham said Boston is drafting Marcus Sasser at 25. And
that's the pick. That's the pick they got, right?
That's the one they just. Yeah, it still said Memphis on the broadcast, which is what threw me off. But they said they're trading him to Detroit for 31.
So Boston is moving back.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, because I'm like, Kevin Pritchard about to be pissed.
Yeah, right. Just sniped your guy.
But okay, so they're all right. So 31. So they ended up back where they was almost at anyway.
Yeah, exactly. We just end up right where we left off.
So Sasser to Detroit. I wonder if that means the end of days for Killian Hayes.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, honestly, I think Sasser is probably what they thought Killian Hayes would eventually be. It's just you took him a lot later, and you probably get a better player.
Because Sasser, man, he's gonna go at it. He's gonna go at him in camp.
Right.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, and if they're playing the same level of defense, except one of them can hit threes.
And he can, he pulling up from 30. So, yeah, I like his game, man.
And that's the thing. Like, I was so wrestling with that for that Wizards pick. Like, do you just take him because you like him, and if he's there, it's great. Obviously, we don't have to worry about it now, but
yeah,
that's a smart late first round pick, I think, for somebody.
Wow. All right. So what we got left on the board here? Like, Nick Smith still there?
Nick Smith, Leonard Miller are the top 2, and then consensus mock has Bryce Sensabaugh 27, Ryan Rupert 28, Max Lewis 29, and James Najee at 30.
Oh yeah, the Wizards are going to get another good player at 35.
They really are, and honestly, maybe 42 as well. Like, if you took Julian Strawther at 42, I'm cool.
Yeah, like I'm. This is I'm loving this draft so far, man.
I can say this, I think, with goodwill from most people listening to this, because I've defended Johnny Davis a lot, but there's a very realistic world where the guy they take, either of these 2 second-round picks, both of them could be better than last year's lottery pick.
That's tough. Even That's really tough, man. Yeah, because even like I said, I got Max Lewis top 10 on my board, so you can get him at 35 because I think he could play the 2.
Oh yeah, I think offensively you just go for it.
Yeah, you can get him at 35. They get him at 35, I might lose it, man.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
really
yeah.
might lose it.
Be doing shots before the end of the night here.
Oh man, yeah. Oh man. Let's go. This will be a good weekend for me.
I was thinking about this already. Like, if they nail these next 2 picks, where does tonight finish like all time for Wizards fans? Like, for me, it'll be probably like in my top 5 nights as a Wizard fan. Like, that's crazy to think about, but it's
Honestly, man, this could be one of them drafts where you look back and you're like, remember that draft when they got an all-star and like 2 other starters or 2 other rotation guys? Like,
that'd be huge.
Kind of like like the Warriors when you look back and I think they got Draymond and Harrison Barnes in the same draft class.
Yep.
Like, it's one of them type of drafts where it's like you look back on it. If we get far with this core, you're like, that was the draft. That's where it changed for them. So, yeah, I'm with it, man.
I'm trying not to think too excitedly, but like I can't help it, man. This is huge. You've still got Nick Smith Jr. and Leonard Miller on the board. Either of those guys, if you could get them at 35 or 41 or 42 or wherever we are, is like an
Both of those guys were all American, like McDonald's guys. Like, you can get that in the second round. Like, that's crazy. I'm really excited about Jordan Poole, man. I think when that trade popped up on my ticker, I just couldn't stop smiling. I just started laughing in joy. Like, I'm legit, like, I legit think he has an opportunity to be like most improved, like kind of like a breakout, like how Lauri Markkanen had this year. I don't know. I won't go far to say like all-star, but I think he's going to put up numbers, man.
Mark Spear said Jordan Poole, I would take the odds on him leading the league in scoring next year. I don't think that much, but if he puts up 22 or 23 a game, honestly, if he put up like Brad box score production counting stats with like maybe less efficiency, it wouldn't shock me.
Oh, I think he could easily do that. I was looking at his numbers last year, which was considered a down year for him.
Still not bad.
When he played 30 minutes or more, he was like 26, 5, and 3.
Yeah.
Done. On like 58% true shooting.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I didn't even go and look at like his numbers without Steph because I know those are probably crazy too. But you're gonna give that guy a green light. I mean, and just watching it, I was sitting there watching him with my daughter, and she's not even like a basketball person.
Sure.
And she was just like in awe of just the craftiness and
he's a fun
flair he plays with. So he's gonna put butts in the seats, man. I'm excited.
It would make me so happy if the Wizards' attendance was better next year than it was last year, because that's the main thing everybody threw at us. If we said rebuild, was like, oh, it'll kill attendance. It's like, well, they're bottom 5 anyway. So like, what really hurts you? I mean, I obviously can get a media ticket, but I'm like debating buying season tickets again, just because I want to see this group.
Yeah, man. Especially now, you got Bilal, you got an athlete at the wing.
Yep.
When the last time we had an athlete at the wing? I mean, I guess Oubre, but
he's the last one, honestly. I mean,
we got an athlete, man. I'm 7'3" wingspan with. I'm just. It's a new day, man.
Uptown Georgia Ave DC said a Gilbert Arenas type move for the Wizards. Honestly, that would be amazing. Like, we need that kind of guy, and just let him cook. And he's got similar swag to Gil. I mean, I think that's fair.
He's definitely got the personality for sure. I say I'm anxious to see him put on that jersey, man, because I think he's going to be electric, for good and for bad. Like, but you got to live with it. But you just get him some structure, and I just hope Wes lets him go, man.
Yeah,
don't try to
turn him loose. Let him run him. The pace should still be much higher this year with this group.
I don't want to hear no more. Oh, we need to slow the pace down for our defense. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. All these other teams out here running their ass off.
Yep. Watch
Let them
every one
boys
of those
run.
games that Sacramento played. Your team is young. You should be trying to
Yeah.
bury teams.
Yeah, like even Denny, like that's going to help your young
It'd be
guys. Let
huge
them
for him.
run.
Let Denny be a small ball 4 or 5, even in some situations, and just
Yes.
push everything.
I mean, because in watching Jordan Poole, you see Draymond set up so many action for him.
Yep.
And I'm like, why can't Denny do that? But be
Yeah.
a better shooting version. Like, why can't he do that?
Be an inverted like pick and roll situation with him and Jordan Poole, and just like let them go alternate back and forth. That would be sick.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got Bilal crashing baseline.
Yep.
Like, I mean, just do it, man. Just do it.
Indiana took Ben Shepherd. For anybody not familiar with Ben Shepherd, he went to Belmont. He's really good at shooting threes, and he's a pretty good defender.
Yeah.
They want to win next year. Like that's a win now, ready-made 3-and-D kind of pick. So that says a lot about like they're going all in next year. And then Charlotte took Nick Smith Jr. at 27. So the slide for him is finally over. Yeah.
That might mean what's my guy? Book Knight.
Oh,
might be
he's done, man.
Might be done, man.
Yeah, that's Terry Rozier might be done too. I mean, that's your front or your backcourt of the future is put Nick Smith, let him just be the scorer next to a big playmaker in LaMelo.
I like that for them. 6'5", 6'7" with LaMelo. Yep. Then you got Brandon Miller. I like that core for them.
I do too. They just got a lot more fun. They were like my worst league pass team last year. They might be near the top this year if they're all healthy.
They just got to figure out what the hell they're doing with Gordon Hayward.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Like, they got to get off that money.
Yeah. I mean, we'll take them for him if they want to trade us.
Yeah, you want to give me a pick? Come on.
Give us Nick Smith, and we'll take him off your hand. I'll take that terrible contract off your hand.
So we're 3 picks away from round 2, and it's still some really good players on the board. Like this is, fucking love this draft, man.
The narrative change to the this draft is not very good, and it's like, am I crazy? I love all these dudes.
Yeah, this draft is it for me. Because usually by this time I'm kind of like, it don't matter. They're probably gonna be G League guys, But you're getting you're getting some legit dudes, like with some high school pedigree that were McDonald's All-Americans. Maybe they just had some injuries.
Yep.
But yeah, you're getting some talent still here.
Update on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids. I'm going to run through a couple more donators since then. Shout out my mom, who I guess that means is listening to this. Very cool. Casey Malone, my favorite Kentucky basketball fan. Thank you, buddy. Sean P., my guy. Thank you for doing this. Just awesome of you. Gerald, you're the man. Appreciate the content. And he says, appreciate the content you all consistently put out. Thank you. I think it's fun to do. I don't want to speak for you, Damo, but
I love it, man.
Yeah, it's just cool to like engage with this group of people. So it's awesome. Stanley, thank you. Want to promote Bleav in Wizards? Thank you. You're the man. And then Divine, thank you so much. Again, they said happy to give to a good cause. Totally agree. Just awesome to do some good for the community, and that puts us over $2,500 for the night. So that's awesome. Beyond my wildest expectations. So thank you, everybody. Just super cool. The next pick is in Bryce Sensabaugh off the board here, going to Utah. Another great pick for them.
Love that pick for them, man. Love it. They need it. They needed scoring. So they took Keontae too, right?
Yep.
Oh, they took 2 of the best bucket getters in the draft.
Honestly, Bryce, if he got easier shots, like I was thinking about this. Like I was thinking about him in such a negative context of like, why is this guy, if he's that good, have to take all these tough shots? Now he made them. That's great. But
yeah, he did.
It's like now in the NBA, if people aren't guarding him and he gets easier shots just by virtue of that, like imagine what he could do. So that might look like a really, really good pick in a couple of years.
Yeah, I like him to like kind of like a TJ Warren. Like he's just a flat out bucket, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the one thing with him that worried me was just the lack of separation.
Yep.
because those shooting windows are going to get smaller in the NBA with better athletes. So, but yeah, he can play. This is that range for a guy like that.
Yeah, I mean, like he might be one of the better just flat out shooters in the draft too. Like a lot of these bucket getter guys, like the Jaden Hardys, they shot poorly with the Ignite, but like his percentages are still good too.
Yeah.
And their team was a mess, and he was still productive. Now he could have been part of the reason they were a mess. I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. Let's say yeah. So they got Hendricks, Keontae, and Bryce Sensabaugh. Like that's a nice class, man.
If that's not an A grade, I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
Yeah, that's definitely an A class.
Interesting.
Man, Ben Shepherd, first round pick. I missed that.
That was your boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a couple since then. Kev, I don't know if you saw them all, but Sasser at 25 is going to go to Detroit. Ben Shepherd at 26. Nick Smith at 27. Bryce Sensabaugh just went at 28.
I like Sasser going up to Detroit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, this is... Sam Hershey just pointed out that a certain someone said that they would shotgun a beer if we got over $2,000 for the night. So we're over 2,500. Hold me accountable. I will do something wild here before the night ends. But let's see where we end up. I gotta maybe like really ramp up my game. I'm also so many Surfsides deep at this point. If I chug the beer, I think I might vomit.
They want a stone cold chug, man.
Oh, I'm just gonna crack both cans over my head and just pour them in the middle of my my loft here. All right, who's left? I mean, I think we all have Leonard Miller at the tops of our best available list here. So who's next up after Leonard Miller for each of you guys? Oh, it's Max Lewis for Damo and I at the very least. So that's easy.
Yeah. I got Leonard Miller, Colby Jones, Trace Jackson Davis, Jalen Clark, Julian Phillips, Tristan Vukcevic, and Kobe Brown. Those will be my next guys.
Okay.
So
Damo, after Leonard Miller and Max, who you got?
After Leonard Miller and Max, what do I got here? It would be Gigi. Yeah, it would be Gigi. Because everybody else is gone. Bryce is gone. Jet is gone. Yeah, all those guys are gone. Chris Murray went yet?
He went to Portland. Yeah.
Oh, yep, he's gone. And then it would be Julian.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the same boat just about here.
But just about all my guys are gone now. They're gone.
I still think by the time the Wizards pick, we're getting one of those kind of dudes that is like a fringe first round grade at the very least, which is wild.
I'm crossing my fingers for Max.
They're picking 35th. They've got, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I guess 4, 5, 6 guys with first round grades available. So
I got 2 lottery picks left. So does Damo. I mean, like
I've got 1 lottery pick left, and after that, some really good players. I mean, Colby Jones was in that tier for me with lottery picks.
Yeah, he was just outside lottery for me. Okay, so seeing some stuff in the chat here. It looks like Julian Strawther went to Denver. Yeah. Oh, no. Wait, it says Indiana on the broadcast, but what does that mean? Oh, Denver.
So he's going to Denver.
Yeah, Denver. Wow.
Yeah, so we just named him, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. Shooter.
Yeah.
Man, I love that pick for Denver. Like you say, shooter.
That's KCP insurance right there.
Right, exactly. So I tweeted early in the year, I thought there was a world where Strawther ends up a better NBA player than Kispert, but the more I watched them, he is really somehow very slow defensively. I would still probably have considered Strawther over Jet Howard, maybe. But I don't know who he guards, and maybe Denver just doesn't give a shit, but he'll make shots.
Yeah, he's a shooter, man. My boy dropped 40 on him. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have Strother over Jet Howard. I mean, I still had him as a second round pick, but that shooting is real, and they do a good job in Denver of they put together a defensive scheme where you can survive maybe some minutes with a less than stellar defender.
Yeah, and even more so now because he's playing with Jokic. So, I mean, he's going to get open looks all day.
Yeah, I got to say that was one of the fun things in Game 5 of that of the finals was watching Miami go to that zone in Denver. Just it was a war for them to even get a shot. And then Jokic comes back on the floor, and all of a sudden they're getting open look after open look. They bricked him, but still, it was just suddenly they were getting nothing but open looks. And if they had shot their usual percentage on Jokic passes, he would have had a triple-double in Game 5.
Yeah.
That's true. Shout out to everybody that is still watching this at 11 o'clock at night, even though the Wizards haven't picked in an hour. You guys are the real ones. And shout out to anyone listening to hour 3 of this the next day, because I'm putting this shit out as one podcast. So we'll see if anyone actually can sit through the whole thing. Okay, so this is going to be kind of a little bit of shade here, but I don't enjoy the content that Bobby Marks provides most of the time for ESPN. Like, there's not a better former front office guy they could get. It just seems weird to me that he's like been their lone front office guy that's here for like 8 years. Like, he wasn't even that good. I mean, like as a front office guy, like
yeah, he was horrible.
Better.
Yeah, I mean, he will forever be synonymous with getting fleeced by Danny Ainge. So, but yeah, I mean, I think he understands the cap. So I enjoy him for that reason. Like he gives really good breakdown on, who has cap and the CBA and all of that, the rules with trades and whatnot. So I like him for that reason. But some of the stuff he'd be suggesting, I'd be like, what?
Yeah, I'm like, no wonder he got fired. I mean, like,
exactly.
Came up with that trade.
He is one of those guys that the more he talks, the more you're like, yeah, I can see why he's not working in the front office now.
Yeah. No, I don't want you nowhere near my talent evaluating. No.
Right. It's like John Hollinger is still taking a victory lap for discovering Dylan Brooks. It's like, really, bro? Like, that's the one you're hanging your hat on now, like 8 years later.
Yeah.
Look, I was tweeting with what's his name, Chuck Douglas, right? And Chuck Douglas, you talk about scout and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I was just, I did a tweet where I just said, I sometimes think about how the Wizards discovered Ben Wallace, and then they traded him along with 3 other guys. 2 of them were like really good pros. Actually, all 3 of them were decent pros, and they traded him for Ike Austin. I mean, and Ike Austin, just to back up, I realize that this is draft night. It's all about hope, but this is where we're coming from as a franchise, right? They traded a guy who at 6'9" was already a well above average center for the Bullets. And they traded him. And of course, Ben Wallace ended up being 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, NBA champion, went to the finals, 2 or 3 times. Was a great player. And they traded him for Ike Austin because they needed a quote unquote true center. Ike Austin was 6'10", right? He was an inch taller. And Ike Austin had been out of the league and because he was out of shape. And he had 1 season where he got to kind of about average. And that was the 1 year he went to Miami. And basically Pat Riley made him get in shape. Right. And he did, and he had the best year of his career. And then he was 2 years removed from that by the time the Bullets traded for him. And so anyway, the guy who discovered Ben Wallace, who got the Wizards, the Bullets at the time to sign him, was Chuck Douglas. And could you imagine you find Ben Wallace and then
they traded away for that?
The general manager trades him for a replacement level true center who could not play.
Fired.
Rip my hair.
I mean, I just like I think about that, and my heart just goes out to Chuck. Jesus.
That's rough, man. Yeah, you don't
But
mentally recover from that.
hopefully what we've got now are some guys who can find the next Ben Wallace.
Yeah, we could use one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, Kobe Brown to the Clippers, pick 30.
Wow, I'm shocked he came off the board. Not this early because of his talent, but just where everybody else had him projected. That's
I
shocking.
mean, I thought that was a
Team.
possibility, and he could shoot.
Yeah, he makes sense for them.
I like
for
him.
sure.
I had him right at 30, so that makes perfect sense for a Clippers team that's trying to win. So
Yeah, I'm 26, so yeah.
I went to 35 on my board, and he is 35. So I'm kind of with you guys. Talking about Ike Austin, Jahadi brought him up this week and had not thought about Ike Austin in a long time. But he's like, they brought in Ike Austin to start over me. And he was like, oh, hell no. Like, I'm not getting beat out by that dude. Like,
God, I just can't imagine that. Like, you get this guy, he comes in, he's out of shape and stuff. And you're like, yeah, we're going to start him over you.
That would not be well received by me personally. But yeah.
Well, as I recall from listening to that episode, Jahadi did not exactly take it well either.
No, and it was the next year where they came in and Eddie Jordan was like, oh, Brendan Haywood, you might lose your starting spot. And Jahadi was like, I'm the incumbent. Like, what are you talking about? We haven't even started camp yet. That's the kind of shit. Like, I actually liked Eddie Jordan as a coach overall, I think more than Wizards fan consensus, but it sounded like he had some real issues, like effectively getting his message across to certain players. Like the tact maybe wasn't as good as you would want it to be for an NBA coach.
Yeah, Eddie was an interesting guy. I got to know him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I was going on press pass back then, and he was a really interesting guy. He was very much focused on the offensive end, shockingly. And his defensive ideas I didn't particularly agree with.
The gamble for every steal ever.
Well, gambling for every steal, and also he believed in a lot of different looks defensively. So they had different force rules depending on the defense they were in. They had several different zones. In some ways, his defensive concepts were a little ahead of their time. They were doing a lot of switching, and they were doing a lot of things that teams weren't doing quite as much of. But most teams then and now, they play with the principles of like the force rules, where you're forcing you want to keep
out of the middle.
Out of the middle. So you force players to the sideline, to the baseline. And then the idea is when you get them to a baseline or something, you're either trapping or you're getting help from big guys, and you're making the other team try to shoot over taller players who do a more effective job of lowering opponent shooting percentage. But Eddie sometimes had force rules, trying to force guys to the middle. And it ultimately, because they were changing defenses so frequently and because the force rules were changing, it kind of became a free-for-all where, opposing players could just kind of run amok. And then you also added on the gambling for steals. You had, Eddie once led the league in steals. And then you had like Larry Hughes, who was good at getting steals, and Gilbert, who was pretty good at getting steals. And the two of them had a wager on who could get more steals. And so it kind of became, he had some good assistants. I stay in touch with several of those assistants even now. So
I liked Mr. O'Corin. That was my guy.
Yeah. Michael Corrin was good. Tom Young, who had been at Old Dominion when I was there, was another guy, kind of the wise old man of the coaching staff. Phil Hubbard was there. So a few guys.
That was my era, man. I think that's why, like, that whole Arenas era team is literally the only reason I've personally been able to suffer through the last 10 years of this shit. So that they keep me going.
I got to say, from that era, I really wish more fans had an opportunity to hear the Phil Chenier that I talked to one-on-one, and hear his analysis and his approach, just the way he thought and the way he saw things. When he was on the air, he did a fine job, but he really tried to simplify things, sometimes oversimplify things for fans.
You got the raw technical version though, right?
When I was tracking defense back then, and Phil was just enormously helpful in terms of talking about concepts of what teams were trying to do. And he had it's just such a tremendous understanding of the game. and it would have been great. I mean, he's a Cal Berkeley guy, so he's a smart guy, and he really understood stuff.
Yeah, no dummy there. That is for sure. I miss those guys, man. Like, I know it's like living in the past and stuff, but I'm obviously a Buckhands homer because he's just been nice to us personally. But it would be cool to go into this upcoming season with like, you do one vintage broadcast or a couple a year or whatever. Like, you get those guys back and just put them in the booth, or like that's the fill-in. Like Chris Miller's out of town, call Buck up. Like, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
You can leave somebody like Glenn on the radio broadcast where he and Dave Johnson do an amazing job. Shout out Arundel High School alum Dave Johnson, also where I'm from. Good stuff. But like let Phil come in for a game and be the guy next to Chris Miller. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Dave Johnson, by the way, absolute prince of a person.
Yeah, just
he's the definition of a mensch.
You can't hide that Wildcat pride, baby. That's our motto. Also, next fundraising update, also an Arundel Wildcat, Ryan Holmes. Thank you, Holmesy, for donating. Appreciate you. We're over $2,600 tonight. Just amazing.
Man.
Oh, all right. Man, Charlotte doing work. I'm kind of really liking the Charlotte draft. Apparently, they just took James Najee. So, like, Brandon Miller, Nick Smith Jr., James Najee. I mean, Najee's a guy that who cares if he doesn't, work out. Like, it's the 30th pick. You can do this at this point, or at 31. Sorry, and
31,
yeah, just let him be like an athletic rim runner next to LaMelo and just catch lobs. It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, and they have what's his name, Williams. They picked last year.
Yep.
Mark Williams.
Charlotte is acquiring James Najee at number 31 from Boston and sending them number 34 and 39.
Huh.
Damn. So Boston coming out with 2 seconds?
Yep. You could take the same caliber player at 34 and 39 probably. So smart to double your chances. And this is the thing Boston does, man. They just get so many swings. And if they whiff on one, who gives a shit?
That's the thing to do in the second round. Just pick a bunch of guys, and if they bring them to camp, and if somebody works out, great. And if not, send them to the G League, and maybe they work out eventually.
Tell you right now, if we get Max Lewis at 35, I'm taking a double shot.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'll go get some stateside vodka. There we go.
There's still some guys I think are going to be good pros sitting on the board. So,
this is all house money right here, man.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Wow. Take Gigi. Just do it. And if he's a bust, who gives a shit?
I'll take a shot on that one too.
Yep. Take either guy if they're there. Like, let's do this. Amari Bailey, like any of these dudes that have like high pedigree, I want one of them to go with one of these two first, second round picks.
Hey, Julian Phillips is still available.
That's what I'm saying. Phillips would be huge. Like,
see, I was hoping we could still get him at like 42.
That'd be amazing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go. Like, that seems like a Boston-y kind of pick. I feel like.
Did you guys see the report on the Bilal pick that apparently there were like other teams really trying to get up to get him? So,
that's why we had to make that.
That's why we had to give up the seconds, because it wasn't that Indy was going to take him; they were going to move down because people were ready to give up capital.
Got it.
Yep.
Done.
But I guess the fact that we were with us, they only had to move down one spot, so they knew they'd still get their guy.
Yep. Interesting.
It's still not a high price to move up. I mean, it's one spot and stuff, but you would think that if somebody, was offering a future first or something like that they would have taken that. But
yeah, but then they probably would have had to move back too far.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. So Jalen Pickett just went with 32nd.
Wow. I didn't think he would get drafted. That's
he was not on my radar at all.
Our boy Greg Finberg probably excited right now that the Nittany Lion just got picked up. That's
Yeah, I had him right there with Jet Howard. So 57.
yeah.
A lot of
That is nuts.
assists, big rebounds, and shot the three pretty well. I mean,
So
he's
they
older, he's
played
23.
against in the tournament. They played Texas A&M and Buzz Williams, and he coined the phrase "booty ball" for the way Jalen Pickett plays because he's basically a post-up point guard.
Yeah, post up.
I don't really know how that translates, but
That's like Kyle Lowry. That's what
Yeah.
that sounds like.
maybe that's what they're going for.
he's almost 24. Like what?
Yeah, he's 23.
Like what? I don't know, man. I don't. And he's going to the Pacers.
Yeah, Pacers picked him at least.
Yeah.
You never know what's going
How
on.
many
at
point
this
guards
point,
they
right?
need?
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, that might be on the move.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not. I mean, he's a ready-made guy. So if you're going in like all ready to try to win next year, he's a dude that's going to physically hold up at least.
Yeah,
There's some nice numbers there. I mean, 55% on twos, 38% on threes, 8.1 rebounds and 7.2 assists per 40. That's good production. And now he is older, 23, so you expect it. That's why he's not like a first round pick at that, with that kind of production. So
Wow.
yeah.
Maybe they're just looking for a backup for if they keep the pick, maybe they're looking for a backup for Halliburton.
That's Nemhard though, right? I mean,
Maybe.
So the Spurs are going to take Tristan here, right?
it seems like a very Spursy move. I would not be shocked. So
If we did a mock draft, I picked him for Denver. So
it fits.
Here we go.
Leonard Miller. Spurs picked Leonard Miller.
Oh, that's smart, man.
Ooh, okay.
That is a
great
lottery
fit next to
value
Wemby.
pick right there. In the second
Yeah,
round.
I like it, man.
I'm calling it right now. The Spurs definitely make the play-in next year.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
I like it.
I like it. Like I said, that's a lottery level talent, I think, and they got him in the second round.
Yeah, we ain't let him get Bilal, but you can take Miller. I like that a lot, man.
So Lior said the Spurs traded this pick to Minnesota.
Oh,
Okay.
Good job, Minnie.
That makes sense for them. He's a guy who can do the dirty work next to Cat. I don't know how great the fit is next to Gobert necessarily, but he's like a Nas Reed for them. That's another. If you're going to lose Nas, like that's the replacement.
Yeah. Or if they're going to trade Cat.
Yeah, that's another good point.
I like this kid a lot, man. 4'5", just herky jerky, man.
It seems like a steal at this point in the draft, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, wherever you play him, I think that's a steal. Like I say, I think he's a lottery talent. So
yeah.
I just mentioned him too. Lior Newman, shout out, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. He works there. He's our guy that hooked us up with that charity, brought it to my attention. So shout out for the great work you're doing there. That's just cool stuff. Interesting. All right. Looks like Max Lewis off the board here too.
What? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
One pick.
Oh, wait, no. Maybe not. Let's see. Minnesota's taking Leonard Miller at 33 via the Spurs, and Boston is selecting Colby Jones at 34.
Oh, okay.
Oh man.
They get their
This is my guy that I was hoping would fall to the Wizards. So
they
We were
get
close.
They
that's a
get
nice
the
pick for Boston. I think he's going to be a rotation level player for them right away.
that's perfect there with Malcolm Brogdon because that's who he kind of reminds me of. So
Yep.
perfect guy to learn behind.
Yeah, I mean he's playmaking wing, maybe can play some guard. I like this guy. Could shoot, good playmaking, rebounded a little, some steals. Nice.
Oh man, we were going to be sitting pretty if we had Colby on the board, Leonard Miller on the board, Max on the board, Gigi on the board. I would have loved any of the guys we could have taken at 35 at that point. It's got to be Gigi, right? Like the old front
Max
office
Lewis or
would not have
Gigi.
done it,
Come on.
or Max.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh,
Give it to me. Come on, Dawkins.
that man. We've talked a lot about Winger the last couple of days. Like let's show some serious love here to Will Dawkins too.
Come on.
We're close, man. We're close.
Is that a trade official yet?
Which part?
The one that gives the Wizards 35th. That's official.
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think
That's
so.
why it's still showing Boston on the clock, but they're picking for the Wizards.
Interesting.
Yeah, top player I still have available on Yoda is Trace Jackson Davis. I don't think the Wizards will be picking a center here.
Yeah,
I don't think
Julian
they're
Phillips would be interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
B.J. Jackson would be interesting. Yeah.
Just those are the two biggest swing guys left in GG and Julian Phillips. Like, if I'm a win now team and I'm drafting Trace Jackson Davis, makes a lot more sense, I think.
Yeah.
That would have been a Tommy pick. Super productive. We can teach him how to shoot. You know, he's undersized, not crazy athletic. Great.
Yeah, I mean, Trace Jackson Davis, really good assist numbers and blocks. 3.3 blocks, 4.7 assists. So
That's pretty good.
That's good stuff. Usually big men with high assist numbers tend to be good defenders.
Mm-hmm.
So that's potential good sign there.
I like that.
So the pick is in. Let's see who's coming to the Wizards, unless they trade the pick.
So the Celtics are trading Colby Jones to the Kings for 38 and a future second rounder. So they'll have 38 and 39 and then another second. They're just like stockpiling second round
They
picks.
just keep moving back.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Colby
Colby
Jones
seems
would have
perfect
been
for
a nice
them.
fit, I think, in Boston. He'll
Yeah,
be
I
in
thought so too.
Yeah.
Sacramento.
He's a good fit for the Kings too, honestly, but not why.
I mean, guys who can shoot and play make are they're valuable players.
Yeah, and defend.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Come on, man.
Wow. We it's about to go wild as shit at my house if this pick is any one of the guys that I like left. I'll just be honest with you.
Come on, man. Come
It's
on.
gonna be
Max
Ryan
Lewis,
Repair,
he's
though.
right
Just-
there.
I
Come
gotta
on.
pull up the stream here so that I can see Matt go nuts.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just updating who's left on the best available consensus board here. So the next best person on the consensus mock draft from rookie scale is Ryan Repair at 28.
Yeah.
And they had Max
Yeah,
Lewis
that's
at 29 and then GG at 32.
I wouldn't be crushed if it was Repair getting picked here, but that's not who I would pick.
Let him and Coulibaly just be French together. It'll be great. French Heritage Night would be really off the hook.
What do they do? I mean, what is it? Baguettes and wine? Bottle of wine with every ticket.
Done. Oh, I'm so in for that.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
My boy Ryan said in the chat, isn't TJD a knockdown 3-point shooter? We sat next to this lady, and he's got amazing seats at the Maryland game, and this lady next to us just kept being like, "Oh my God, he's so great. He's a knockdown shooter." It's like he's literally probably never made a 3 in his whole life, but okay, cool lady. Who we taking?
Look, where's Shams when you need him?
Yeah, seriously, I'm just like refreshing his feed over and over again.
Oh, come on, man.
I thought
We
things were
need
supposed to go
info.
faster in the second round here.
We need info. Oh man.
Let's see.
Oh, man. I legit might lose it, man. If this is Max or Gigi.
Yeah, it's about to get lit. Do people still say lit? Is that even a thing anymore? I'm like so out of touch.
You're asking the wrong one, man. I'm too old to know that.
Just totally random. Shout out Chase Hughes. Just like a really, really like Nice, dude.
Hey, Julian Phillips.
Julian.
Oh, let's go. That's perfect.
Woo!
When was the last time the Wizards took a 5-star recruit at any point in the draft, let alone in the second round?
Man.
Let's effing go.
And another Tuesday guy.
Oh, him next to Coulibaly in like 3 years when they're like competing for fucking all-star games. Let's do this. Wait, we're trading the pick to the Bulls. What the fuck?
What? No.
Sorry, the chat is a little ahead of us here. So
For what?
What is this shit? What are you doing? I hate Winger again. I'm just kidding. No, not that.
Oh man.
The Bulls are selecting the acquiring the number 35 pick from the Wizards and selecting Julian Phillips. What are we getting back? I mean, we figured they'd probably trade one of these picks, but if all these dudes are good at 40, if all the guys we like are gone at 42, guys, I'm going to be apoplectic at this point.
Yeah, it's about to be a run on all of them now.
I would want to use that 35th pick, not trade it. So
yeah, 42 is the trade.
You get.
I would have thought they'd be trading 42 and 59, not 35. The Bulls don't even have another second this draft, so we wouldn't be getting anything back this class from them.
Man, Boston, excuse me, traded Smart and 35, got 25, traded 25 for 31, 31 for 34 and 39, 34 for 38 and a future second.
Wait, say that again?
They've got Smart and the 35th pick for the 25th pick. Then they traded the 25th for the 31st pick.
Okay.
Then they traded the 31st for the 34 and 39. And now they've traded pick 34 for 38 and a future second.
What is going on?
So they turned pick 25 into picks 38 and 39.
Yeah.
Well, and a second,
and in a future second.
All right, we're gonna bring Matt Babcock back in here, and we'll let Matt tell us what the hell is actually going on here.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Matt, thanks for coming back. What is happening? Please, we're all going crazy. We thought Julian Phillips was the
guy. What's that?
We thought Julian Phillips was going to be our guy here. What are we doing? What's happening?
Yeah. So what that's being moved where?
It's like the Bulls.
Chicago. It looks like
Chicago. Yeah.
Chicago
for mystery.
Yeah. It's funny. I had Julian projected to that pick, but just to Washington. So I had the number right. Yeah, I don't know. So what did they traded to Chicago for? What I missed it. I was on a different.
We don't know yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been said. This is
Andre Jackson just got picked.
Man,
another big playmaker.
Interesting.
Yeah, no details yet on what we're getting out of it, and I don't know, Matt. I think we're a little surprised that they traded 35 of the second round picks. We thought 42 or 59 were the ones going, not 35.
Yeah, I mean, see what they get. We'll see what they get back for it. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's been an interesting draft. I mean, I think it's like that every year. I mean, pretty unpredictable. Yeah, some guys that have gone higher and lower than I expected, which keeps me on my toes. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, who you got best available left here, Matt?
Best
I think all of us are kind of liking some Max Lewis at the very least. Damo and I.
Yeah, Max Lewis, Ryan. It's interesting. Ryan Repairs was a green room invite, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, he was.
Oof,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Matt, I heard Matt Walsh say that Rupert was battling with a wrist injury all year, and that led to some of his offensive struggles. Do you have any insight on that?
I don't. I mean, I did see the offensive limitations, and that's one reason I was a little bit lower on him than a lot of people were. I mean, I see the defensive potential and upside. Offensively, it just left me wanting more. So yeah, that is an interesting element, in the evaluation. I didn't realize that. Yeah. What else is standing out for you guys tonight?
Well, we got to give you your props here. You were on the Bilal Coulibaly here, so we got to
Okay.
give you the shout out. You nailed it. Wizards fans were excited, so I'm giving you all the credit for willing that into existence for us, too.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, it's yeah, got that intel from a few different teams. I mean, pretty much within like an hour or two before. And yeah, I was really surprised when his name was announced at 7, right?
Yep.
But yeah, no, I was I'm happy for him. He seems like a really nice kid, and his agent, who was the same agent for Victor, Buna Engine, his agency ComSport. They were my collaborating partners when I was an agent for years, and so just a bunch of really good people, and it's nice to see good people like that, be able to have some success.
Do you have any sense of who else was trying to trade up for that pick and to take him?
One interesting interesting potential development would be if it was OKC, because Will Dawkins just left there, and and it's sort of a common thing that in most cases you don't want your staff members or make changes with your staff until after the draft, because they know what you're doing. They know what your plan is, what you're trying to do with your roster. And so I don't know that for sure, but I mean, I did have OKC as a team that was high on Coulibaly at 12. So if they figured they were chasing and moved up, and I don't know, it's interesting if anything comes out on that.
Yeah.
When
I heard about the promise, that was the that there was somebody in the lottery made him the promise. I'd heard it was OKC, but it's hard to know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the guarantees, I'd heard the same thing, and then I was told it wasn't a guarantee. There was just interest, but I mean, who knows? I mean, so much stuff like that sort of takes on a life of its own, and most of the time we never really know what was true or not, right?
Yeah.
So OKC is a weird one. Like not a lot gets out on the guys that they're interested in, and like, but then you hear every couple of years like they made a promise to this guy, and a couple times it's come true. So it's weird that nothing gets out from them except the promises.
Yeah, yeah, and I didn't know Cason Wallace. What was the guy that they're pegging? I mean, I think in hindsight now, I should have just connected the dots on my own, because he makes a lot of sense there. A really versatile guy that kind of fits with their team. That's a bunch of like positionless players. I mean, I like the fit there a lot.
Yeah, this is interesting. What did you think of the price the Wizards gave up just to move up that spot? I mean, it didn't seem like that much to us. 2 future
No,
seconds.
I mean, I think it was a deal where they just kind of, they knew, Indiana knew they had leverage. So why not, right? I mean, if we get something out of it, we still get the player we want. Yeah, I mean, sort of be sort of a tricky sort of protocol to do, but hey, credit to Kevin Pritchard there.
Any
guys
in the chat talking Monte?
Say that again, Tom.
I was saying the guys in the chat talking Monte possibly to the Bulls.
Oh, interesting.
That would be very interesting.
Like I said, I think with all the veteran point guards they had, that bringing one of them to the into the season made sense, and the others being trade fodder also made sense. So
yeah.
I wonder what they're getting, though, because if Morris is going too, they've got to be getting something. So that's Jordan Walsh, by the way, just went to the Kings at 38, I think.
It's not bad.
All right, guys, I apologize. I got to run.
Yeah,
but good chat with you guys tonight, and hope you guys have enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on, and again, good work on that Bilal pick. We're giving you credit for that one.
All right, take care, guys.
Thanks, man. I'll see you.
All right.
All right, so who are the picks we missed here, fellas, in the last couple minutes?
So we got after Julian Phillips, we had Andre Jackson went to UConn. Went to Orlando. It looks like.
Yeah.
Although that pick I think got traded. Hunter Tyson got picked to. Andre Jackson I think ended up with Milwaukee.
Okay.
The second round gets crazy. Then Hunter Tyson, then Jordan Walsh. So.
Okay. And where did Walsh end up?
Walsh, it looks like they've got the Kings up there, but who knows who actually owns that pick at this point.
I mean, that makes some sense. I think that's a reasonable pick for them.
Oh, apparently the Nuggets traded up for Hunter Tyson.
It's not really a guy I paid much attention to personally, so I can't really speak educatedly. I didn't really watch Clemson at all this year because they're Clemson, and just sorry about it. I know they were better than normal, but just wasn't kind of my bag.
So he kind of, at least statistically, I mean, I had him as a late second round type. He's 24 years old already, but statistically, he does look like the kind of guy that Denver would have interest in. 58% on twos, 40% on threes, 84% from the free throw line. So he could shoot 11 rebounds per 40. No assists or steals. As a forward, he had 1/10 of a block shot per 40 minutes. What's that? That's a total of 4 blocks all season. So
not ideal.
And I think that's what they have him for.
Okay,
shooter coming off the bench.
The Bulls sent a couple of second-round picks to Washington to enter the draft and pick Julian Phillips. I would have rather had Julian Phillips than 2 future second-round picks personally.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, because like I said, they didn't have a pick in this draft, so it would have had to been futures. That's an odd one to me, but I'm rocking with him.
It just seems like he would have been like their kind of guy.
Yeah, he's toolsy, man. I mean, the dude jumps out the gym. So
per Shams, update here. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul began calling teams in the second round and requested them not to take Chris Livingston. It's believed Livingston has a set draft spot in the second round. You got a second round promise? Like, I don't. Okay.
To go where? I mean,
Livingston's an interesting one. He's another guy I put in our Bolts Forever second round guys because he's another 5-star guy. He went to Kentucky and he didn't really fit in or play that much. I think he averaged like 6 and 4 over the course of the year, but he's got the pedigree. So if he was there at 42, I mean, I wouldn't have hated it, especially if he's there at 59. I'd have been all over it.
Yeah, his numbers
He didn't do much.
Not very impressive.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, this is getting a little strange. All right, the Hornets take Mohamed Gay, 39. I like him. Washington State was pretty well coached. He's tall. He's pretty athletic, pretty mobile. I think that's a little earlier than I would have wanted to take him personally, but not a bad pick, I don't think.
I can't believe Max Lewis is still available.
Crazy. We got to do it at 42, man.
At 42? Come on.
I'm not really that big a fan of this pick. I think there are better guys available.
Yeah. It's a little too early.
Trace Jackson Davis, hello.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely more productive. I think who fits the modern NBA mold more? I mean, Gay's bigger and maybe shoots better longer term. I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe he does some stuff, but it doesn't show up in the numbers, or he will. But I mean, for a big man to shoot 51% on twos is horrific. I mean, that's terrible. You expect Bleav to be around 60%.
Right.
And he didn't block shots. Good offensive rebounding. So that's kind of a nice sign, but he didn't shoot threes well. He doesn't shoot free throws all that well. It's like, I don't know, a lot of turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
So more turnovers than assists. Another one of those guys. So
that seems to be a theme.
I think I would have gone with Vucevic or, almost anybody else. I mean, not almost anybody else, but I think there were just better players available there.
All right. Shams isn't tweeting shit, so I'm giving up. I'm switching over to Woj. Let's do it.
What's Woj doing?
Let's see.
I gotta feel bad for the Rupert. I mean, he definitely got a green room invite, and I was just like, that probably was a mistake.
Is he the last green room guy then? I mean, for sure.
I think he is.
Woj isn't tweeting. It's been 18 minutes since Woj tweeted. What is he doing?
Yeah, these guys have something better to do tonight. Like, I don't know. It's your night. Come on, fellas. And nothing from Shams about other than that clutch sports stuff, which I
look. We need a third guy to get every story, in the competition, because these two aren't getting the job done this year.
Where are these suckers at? Also, my
Kevin, where do you have Imani Bates? Because I know he's kind of sort of a fan favorite too, second round.
Yeah, I had him really low. I mean, he won. He played on a really bad team, and he was not very good either in college. And I know he's like a highly rated prospect coming in.
it's the next
But
Kevin Durant.
yeah,
he was. Yeah.
but he didn't shoot it well from 2 or 3 free throw shootings there. But he didn't rebound. There's no real playmaking. He had significantly more turnovers than assists. There's no defense at all. I mean,
Yeah, none, 0. Might be negative defense.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like Jet Howard level defensive numbers. So, he's the kind of kid where I think, if he comes in and works and does that kind of stuff, assuming, I don't know, that just, it was a bad year, that happens. But yeah, I wouldn't want to pick him, to be honest. Hey, Max Lewis off the board.
No.
You're at number 40.
Lakers?
The Lakers ended up with him or Denver?
Oh, God damn it.
Denver had 40.
Lakers are selecting Max Lewis at 40, it says.
Lakers.
And then Amari Bailey just went at 41. Another guy I wouldn't have minded at 42. So
goddamn Lakers.
All right, I'm back out. I'm sorry, Winger. I hate you guys. You're back on the shit list.
Yeah, Amari Bailey is somebody I wouldn't have minded there.
Another 5-star recruit, really hot mom. I mean, can't argue with that.
Yeah, Amari Bailey had some shooting. He didn't really have much else to his game, but he did shoot it well.
Interesting. This is going to be big. It better be Gigi. I'm a little pissed. I'll be honest with you.
Damn. I'm kind of mad about that one, man.
Yeah, same.
2 picks.
We were so close.
So what do you think about well, no, I don't want Jalen Clark with the torn Achilles. So
yeah, he's not playing next year. Although I guess maybe that doesn't matter. Honestly, I would take like City Sissoko if it's not Gigi, somebody like that. Just some upside.
Vucevic is still there.
Yeah, I'm thinking Gigi or Vuk.
I'm kind of out.
Another guy that's kind of interesting would be kind of interesting is Adam Sanogo. He's a center who can shoot.
He can't shoot, Kevin. I'm sorry. I know he made some shots. He can't shoot. I'm willing to go to the grave on that one. I mean,
64% on twos, 37% on threes, 77% from the about 77% from the free throw line. So the volume was not there. Two threes per 40. So not a high volume shooter.
And he got really hot late in the year going into the tournament too.
Yeah. G.G. Jackson wouldn't be bad.
Just take it. It's the biggest swing you could make. Like, just do it.
Yeah. What do you think about Jordan Miller?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's an athletic player. Miami was pretty fun to watch. He's a little bit of a strange guy. He's not like a prototypical 3-and-D wing, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, he's 60% on twos, 35% on threes.
Yeah.
It's decent.
We could do worse.
Let's see who else I got here. Craig Porter. Little guy.
He's not getting drafted. I would bet money on that. But he's interesting. It's the Des Moines Hodge thing, right? Like, these are guys, they're a little older. They were pretty productive, but
yeah. Hey, Charles Bediako. No. That was a joke, Matt.
I mean, I love me some Canadians. We could have Canadian Heritage Night. Like, let's go.
Yeah. I think there's still some decent players available. Yeah. Vuk would be interesting.
He's another guy to me, like, on a rebuilding team, I'm a little less excited, like the plug and play shooting on the Lakers or something. Like, I think he's a great pick for them, but it just, I don't know. I'm a hater.
Well, I mean, he's 20 years old, good shooter.
There's just only so much upside with a slow-footed guy that basically just shoots threes.
Yeah.
not a bad player. I'm just saying for us specifically, I would go.
I mean, this does seem more like an opportunity to take somebody who is like we've been talking, more upside, more a swing, like Dawkins talks about. Gigi Jackson would be a logical pick in that vein. So
to your point about Vucevic, guys, like if I were the Lakers and I just pick right now, I would actually prefer him over Max Lewis for them. Whereas I think Lewis makes more sense for us. But interesting, that's for sure. All right, we're up, baby. Let's go. We need to do something. I'm like just sort of anxiously waiting and shaking back and forth here for anyone not watching this on the live feed. So I need us to do something big here. I'm gonna be, if it's not GG, I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna be a little salty. Like that seems like the no brainer, right?
Yeah,
like he fits their mold.
Like you gotta go there here.
Yeah, I mean, Gigi, I gotta say, I mean, I'd be okay with it at this point in the draft. He does seem like the kind of profile that
He's
the guy
busty.
Who usually doesn't make it. So.
Yeah, he could be busty.
But at this point, there's no such thing as a bust. There's either guys who make it or they don't. That's it.
There was a large portion of the year where this was like somebody the teams had like in the teens. Like there was even some lottery buzz like a month ago. So it's just like, if you can still get that guy at 42, you just take that chance and you never think twice. All right. So Jay Bills is best available. Ryan Repair, Gigi Jackson, City Sissoko, Trace Jackson Davis, Tristan Vucevic, Jalen Clark.
The pick is in.
Oh, what we got?
Yeah. I mean, Jalen Clark, I think, is going to be, if he recovers from the Achilles injury, I think he's got a chance to be a good pro, but he's got to recover.
He's a really good defender. So the pick is in, Dom? Who are we taking?
They ain't been announced, but the pick is in.
Okay, let's do it. Take another French kid. Let's do it. Just roll with the Frenchies. I don't care. Something.
Come on, give it to me. What do you got?
Vucevic.
There he is.
All right, you guys called it. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. We'll see. Serbian big kid.
I mean, maybe you get him in like an NBA conditioning program, and with some stuff, you can build up the lateral quickness and things like that. And
yeah,
he does
this
more.
Is something I know that there are. They have performance coaches. There are people that if you build the right muscles, you can get quicker, you can get faster, you can jump better.
Sure.
Like I say, maybe he can do that. He's somebody I did have a first round grade on.
Okay. So, yeah, there you go.
I like him, man. Like I said, he was very close to making my top 30. I like him. At this point, at pick 42, I think that's good value. Because I think he's going to be ready to play earlier than Gigi will.
Yeah, that's fair.
You
might get some production from him on his first contract.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair. Maybe that's part of the thinking too, is that Gigi is, he's a second contract guy, and he's not here for that.
Yeah, he's 2 years away from 2 years away. So
he's kind of Isaiah Todd-y, Gigi is. So it's like, maybe if you just shipped Isaiah Todd out without even blinking, you're probably not going to just redraft him immediately after. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
All right. Well, that is something interesting. I wonder if we make another move to get back in here, and I don't know about Vucevic's status, if he's a guy that immediately comes over, or is he a draft and stash too? That might be another component of this.
I thought I read something that said he wanted to play.
Okay.
I don't think I'm confusing him with another international prospect, but I thought I read something that said he was ready to go. Like he wanted to play. So
man, Repair. Poor dude. He's got like Richard. I mean, Richard was probably. Oh, there he just went. All right, there you go. Goes to Portland.
Yeah, is that's Portland's pick?
That's what it says on the thing. I don't know who has what picks anymore. It's getting a little too.
Yeah, it looks like that's Portland's pick.
There's too much movement for me to keep track of at this point.
Finally.
All right, fellas, I got to refill my beverages here real quick. I'm going to leave you two fine gentlemen here just for 2 minutes to hold your own. I'll be right back.
That's a big mistake, man.
If I come back and the stream is in flames, I'm going to blame you both. All right, give me a minute.
We'll keep it from bursting into flame. So repair to whoever holds that pick.
So where do you think Vucevic plays?
I think he's. I mean,
where do you think Vuce plays next level? Power forward or center?
I evaluate him as a center. I think he's a center. Maybe not right away because he's slender.
Okay.
Relatively speaking, 6'10", 220, 225 maybe.
Yeah.
But he's also only 20, so he'll likely fill out some. He's not like a big guy like Jokic was, this another Serbian guy. So, but I mean, his real thing is shooting. He's a good shooter, and having a big who can space the floor is good. He'll, should be able to rebound, and then like we talked about, if he does the work to develop his body, try to develop quickness, leg strength, that kind of stuff, he could be a good center, I think, or a good, good forward. I think to me at least, he's more center than forward.
Yeah, I'm looking here. They're showing 70% on twos, 40% on threes in a pro league. I'll take that, man.
That's a good strong league. That's one of the stronger. Let me just pull up my. I have a cheat sheet. He played in Liga ABA, which is. That's one of the strongest leagues. You've got like the Spanish ACB.
Yeah.
The Italian league is really good, and that's at
So
least the quality of like a high level NCAA. So
yeah. His per 40 numbers look good. Look like his foul rate is a little high though, but
yeah, that's true, and that's one of those things where you worry about that. He fouled a ton, didn't block shots, didn't get a lot of steals, so that kind of foul rate is often a sign of being a little overmatched. So.
Yeah, yeah. If you're fouling like that, that means you can't guard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got to work on his feet.
Yep.
But I mean, I like what I saw from him at the combine. Like he looked like one of the better players at the combine.
Yeah, I mean, at the combine, the only thing I really paid attention to, I really pay attention to are the measurements. I try not to get wrapped up in the shooting or anything like that. In part because, or even the scrimmaging, because it's just not like. The scrimmaging is not really like true team concept basketball, and the shooting it's just kind of artificial stuff. It's interesting, I guess, in a way, but if a guy shoots well, what does it really mean? If he shoots badly, what does it really mean? Not that much. So I think what really matters, at least in my view, is what they do in actual games. That's the most important thing. And I try to look for like fixed attributes. There are players who they'll come into a combine and they'll like cheat standing reach, or they'll cheat different things to try to give themselves a better vertical, kind of thing. It's like, come on, guys. But
what did I miss here, fellas?
I was talking about how players. Saidi Sissoko got picked right after Ryan Repair. So,
all right. Team France.
French guys are off the board.
All right. Man, that's got to be cool for those guys, though.
Yeah. So a couple of international prospects that I'd be kind of interested in. There's Nikos Rogka. I can't even pronounce his last name. Rokavakopoulos.
Yeah.
More of a draft and stash, kind of shooter, wing type. Plays in the Turkish league. And what's his name? Nadir Hifi. Played in French league, the same league with Coulibaly and Wembanyama, another kind of shooter guard type.
Did either of you think favorably of Ricky Council at all?
I like his rim rate, his free throw rate, and the athleticism is there, but he cannot shoot.
He started off the year well, and he shot well at Wichita State. So it's like, what really happened? You know, like I'm with you. The percentages are trash, but
Yeah, he's not a shooter.
still no Gigi, man. Maybe we get Gigi at 59.
Yeah, with
Possible.
Ricky Council. Yeah, man, those numbers are a little rough.
Hey, there's a couple on where his Twitter go crazy calling Tristan Jokic 2.0.
No.
Was he taken during a Taco Bell commercial? Because that's all they have in common, I think, at this point.
Yeah, real quick, I ran, retroactively, I ran Jokic through. This maybe 3-4 years ago, I ran him through, and just using the information that was available at the time, I didn't say, okay, I know what kind of pro he's become. I just ran him through, and he graded like a top 5 pick. That's not Vucevic. You know, Vuk, he's late first, early second, cool. Jokic, he was a huge miss for the most NBA teams. He was really good before Denver picked him. So, and I don't think Vucevic is close to that level of production. So.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Definitely not expecting a first ballot Hall of Famer there.
No. Do we think Yannick Nzosa plays for us next year? I'm personally of the opinion he probably never plays for the Wizards, but what do you guys think?
That's tough, man, because I'm just looking at their draft board. Oh, Gigi Jackson just got picked up to Memphis.
Of course he did.
But yeah, I'm just looking at our depth chart now, and even with all of the movement, I just don't see who does he play over.
Right.
I just don't see who he plays, or at least not this year, at least.
Yeah.
So
he's skinny and hurt a lot. That's not a good sign either.
When I evaluated him for last year's draft, he was literally the absolute dead last prospect on my list. We're talking Yusuf Sand level.
Oh man! Oh man!
We're all getting PTSD right now.
Yeah,
dead last.
Damn. So it's basically no shot. Really no shot.
I didn't see him as a prospect at all.
So, which is wild because starting that year, he was a lottery pick on everybody's board going into that. Like Chad Ford had it, John Hollander had it, and then he was hurt the whole year. And when he did play, he wasn't really that good. So it's like,
yeah. I haven't re-looked at him, what he did this season. So
he didn't play at all, really. He was hurt the whole year, pretty much again, which is not a good sign for a 6'10", 190-pound guy.
Yeah, no. So what are we up to? Pick 46. I guess the Hawks maybe on the clock.
That's the other thing. I can't even keep track anymore. Like it feels like a lot more movement than normal, but you could still get a pretty good player here with this last pick we have. Like it won't be a Mr. Irrelevant, I don't think.
It's not like that.
I'll say this delicately, maybe, because I obviously wasn't there and I don't know. I liked Keontae Johnson in a vacuum as a player, both at Florida and Kansas State, but he's obviously a guy who collapsed on the court with a heart issue. It's apparently the same thing Jared Butler has, so he got cleared to play. I think Keontae will. There was also some misconduct related stuff, let's say, that led to him also probably not wanting to go back to Florida, of a violence toward women kind of variety. So I don't know that I'd want that here. I made the jokes about Tommy and the good character guys, but I also just don't want pieces of shit on the team to have to root for. But if you're convinced that those claims weren't accurate, I would be interested in someone like that at 59, an athletic wing, solid, can shoot it a little bit.
Yeah.
Jalen Wilson, super productive as a college player. Terquavion Smith, super productive, although kind of albeit inefficient. So
he's dynamic though, man.
He is.
When he gets going, he's hard to stop. But yeah, he's just not. Yeah, he's inefficient. I think that's just because he's so slight a build. It's easy to knock him off his path.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't look like the kind of guy that's ever going to like really bulk up.
Nah.
All right. Let's see, we're at 45. We're still 15 picks away. I guess the question is, fellas, do we want to keep this going?
We got, so I think Gigi went at 45, and then like Seth Lundy at 46 to the.
Okay.
So we on the Lakers pick at 47 now.
Okay, 12 picks away. Well, I guess 10 picks away, really, given the 2 forfeited picks. So not too far. They're going a little quicker. Lundy is interesting. Really good shooter. Another Penn State guy, which is wild to me that Penn State had 2 second-round picks. It's kind of not their norm, so good for them. Again, shout out our guy Greg, only Penn State Wizards fan I know, so good for him. Yeah, it's a lot. There's still some dudes left. I mean, I'm really bummed because this is a year I can't go to Summer League, and I actually am going to really like this year's team. So, like Ryan Rollins is probably on the Summer League team, I would think, and I would go just to see him, I think.
Yeah.
Samuel Hershey. So this is officially an annual event, right? Next year, more viewers, raise more money for your cause. I think, yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm down if you guys are down. Let's do it.
Yeah, this is fun.
I'm with it, man. This is great.
It's the same shit we would all be doing over text with each other anyway.
Yeah,
I think
right,
throughout the whole
anyway.
draft, so, we can do it for a good cause. So be it. So
Seth Lundy just picked. Oh yeah, you said that. I think.
Yeah, it's staying with the Hawks, right?
I was editing.
Lundy, man, he shoots it like that's it. Here you go, another interesting one. Another G League Ignite guy. The Pacers are taking Mojave King at 47. He's an Australian guy, if I remember correctly. Another pretty good athletic wing type, and it seemed like he was just the odd man out with the Ignite last year. So maybe he's got a little bit more than he was able to show this season.
Yeah.
Did not shoot well, just 24% on threes.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think he can shoot, but he's
and no real playmaking. But like you said, maybe that's just a function of you playing with Scoot. You're not going to get as many chances to touch the ball in terms of playmaking opportunities.
Yeah, it's the Ignite program is going to be so interesting moving forward because there's just so many things where it's like, like can this guy really like shine when he's the sixth highest prospect on this team, and I think they're going to get to that point where it's a little problematic for them. But
yeah, and I heard the OTE is also adjusting their model as well. That they're not going to be looking for like the Thompson twins type of thing where they're going to bring in 19, 20-year-olds and play them against high school.
It's going to be
kids.
high school only.
Yeah, 16 to 17-year-olds and then try to get them ready for college.
Which is weird because they got that Amazon deal, and I feel like the only reason people watched OTE this year was to watch the Thompson twins. So,
right.
If
Is
I
there
were them,
anybody else lined up coming to play with them for this out of this upcoming class?
Say that again, Tom. Sorry.
Are there any other 5-stars lined up to play for them?
I thought they had a couple dudes for next year that reclassed, and we're going to go there instead. But I can't think of the names. I'm not as savvy on the high school guys, but I felt like I've heard they've got some dudes. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the experience didn't really hurt the draft prospects of the Thompson twins, but it made it a tougher evaluation, I think, for everybody because they're 20 years old playing against high school kids, and it's kind of like, what does this mean? What they're doing?
I also wonder just like how much of just the lack of production sometimes for them, like not lack of production, but like not overwhelming production, was just them being bored. Like when you're 20 and you're playing 17-year-olds, like, and you could easily just like blow past everybody. How fun is that for you?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's super fun. I don't know, but Either way, both guys are from Florida. If you'd have just like imagine if both Thompson twins had been on University of Florida this year, like that would have just been so more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody who's just hanging with us still, appreciate it. It's fun. Hope you guys are having fun. We'll keep this going as long as people seem to want to watch it. Again, no obligation here, Kevin or Damo. If either of you, Kevin especially, I know it's creeping toward bedtime here, so no pressure. But I would literally just be sitting around watching this anyway, so I'm down to this.
A, so would I, and B, it's only 11 here. So.
There you go.
There it is.
Head of the game.
Yeah, the New Zealand people, by the way, they were watching it, in like it was when I looked earlier, it was like 12:30 tomorrow. Like noon.
Yeah, it's a nice
so
day break.
Eat lunch and watch the first few picks.
Our guy Riley Richards from Wiz Twitter. That's the only Kiwi I can think of immediately off the top of my head. So that's.
See, as soon as I say it's not late, then I start yawning.
Yawning, I know. I'm with you. I need to pick up my drinking here a little bit because as soon as I slow down, it's gonna be like. Oh, Monte Morris is tweeting out side-eye emojis. Oh, does he know he's traded? Is he getting traded?
I mean, I think it
should happen, but
more likely than not,
right,
that he's going to end up getting traded.
Okay, yeah. So somebody just tagged me in a report I had mentioned earlier, but yeah, just confirmed it. Yeah, Vucevic is trying to play.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He's trying to play. They said he's looking for a team that's going to buy him out and bring him over immediately. So
Ted is just spending money, baby. I love it. They're just going to bring in all the front office guys, buy people out of contracts.
Hey, got the money coming in from Qatar. So apparently the Clippers have chosen Jordan Miller.
It's a good pick for them.
I like that.
Well.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I don't mind it.
Just take some chances at this point. Go wild. I don't know. All these guys are going to end up on two ways from here on out anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, we talked about draft and stash. What do we end up with? Two buyout guys: Vincent, Valerio, Bodon. I don't know how to say it, but just keep an eye on that.
Now, based on who the Wizards brought in to work out, I mean, it seems like they should pick, a short point guard.
Who is the third string point guard for Howard?
Yeah,
right.
Short point guard is 23. That's the pick.
Yeah, the Appalachian State backup point guard is looking pretty good right about now.
Right. Never know. He might break through.
Let's see. Shout out Christian Rauch. I just butchered that last name, but in honor of the Local Defenders podcast, the #1 rated DC Defenders podcast in the world. That's pretty badass. Also, really smart move if you're going to do a podcast, like corner the market on a team where there isn't content, especially when they're new. Buddy of mine does like the best TBT podcast. Like that's just such a good idea because you get unreal access because unless they're like the Wizards, they're so tickled that you cover their team. Or I guess I should say, unless you're the Capital City Go-Go and you're so tickled that someone actually wants to cover your team. But
yeah, so Imani Bates just got picked by the Cleveland Cavaliers, apparently.
Smart, man. If you need a wing and some shooting, take a chance.
Wow. I thought he wasn't going to get drafted. That's good for him.
Yeah, good for him. And honestly, they're a team that can afford to do it. You just need him to sit there and hit some shots. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Christian Gardner, can we break down more Bilal worst case scenarios, best case scenarios? Anyone want to start that first?
Worst case. Oh man, I don't even want to. Oh wow, I don't even want to put that in the air, man.
Yeah. Worst case is Jeremy Lamb, but but more filled out. I don't know.
Yeah, worst case, I mean, I think there's always bust potential with anybody, right? And I personally have a fair amount of uncertainty. I rated him pretty high, but I have uncertainty that I'm right, in part because so much of his production did come with the under 21. So, worst case, he can't shoot, in which case he's like a much more athletic and better defending probably than like somebody like Denny Abdia, right? I mean, I think the worst case is that he's a high level defender who is not a contributor on offense. So that would be the worst case. The best case is he's a 37% 3-point shooter, and he's, Mikal Bridges, right? So
Yeah.
something like that kind of player.
Yeah.
Sign me up for, honestly, like that. That's cool.
Yeah. But I think either way, like even if he is not able to contribute on offense right away, that I think he can contribute defensively. And that's something that's likely. I mean, I think he's the kind of guy that if he hits his sort of high end, you could see him on some all defense teams and being good enough offensively that he's at least a threat, not necessarily that he's going to be a 30-point per game scorer, but that he's the kind of guy that's, contributing in a lot of different ways. So, and I think, like I said, I think the defense is probably going to be ahead of him ahead of his offense.
Yep.
And then he's 18, so he's got a lot of getting stronger and physical development to go. But that's the kind of thing that if he works, and these guys, the management team they seem to have really put together a good structure in the past to help players develop. And so there's every reason to think that they'll do that here too.
Yeah, I would say
I don't get the sense like that this is going to be when they pick Kwame Brown and, he was kind of on his own.
Yeah, I was just thinking the worst case. I'm like, I don't know why, but like Dante Exum came to my mind.
Oh, come on, man. He was fine.
I think he's
for
been
a couple
defend
years.
better than that right from the start.
But I'm just like, I don't want to put that in the air. But I'm hoping it's best case, man, because I just think he has it, man. Like I really like his tools and just how he plays on the floor. Kind of like a Mikal maybe offensively, and then defensively like an OG.
Yeah.
Those two type of players. So I like him a lot, man. But if he adds more like playmaking, I mean, the sky could be the limit. Now you're talking like a Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, that's probably the high end would be somebody who defends like that and just has more overall game.
Yeah.
Like Keontae Johnson, just
To OKC, that's a very OKC pick. I think
you.
Makes sense.
Brooklyn on the clock.
I'm gonna say best case scenario is Bilal ends up the best player in the NBA in a couple years. I mean, that's the best. That's the literal best case for any prospect, right? So,
right.
We'll take it.
I see no fault in your logic, man.
But like in all seriousness, I think there's like an outcome where he's a star, like a general star, like a genuine star. I mean, like he can shoot the ball. He's athletic. He defends, and the body control is like sneaky underrated. Like, when was the last time you saw a Wizards sky over somebody, like defend a closeout, get a rebound, go coast to coast, take one dribble inside the 3-point line and Euro step to the basket and finish with like a reverse layup? Like there's no one on the roster that can do that right now.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not scalable and those are like fluky one-off things, but it's just the jump he made from where people thought he would be at the beginning of the year to right now. Like, that Metropolitans team was put together to just like showcase Wembanyama, and I think what's our boy must be either drunk or just late in the night, but the Cleveland Reporter with Brian Windhorst, Jesus, talked about the team he was on, Metropolitans, honestly will probably fold in the offseason because their gym is going to get like bought out by a volleyball team because they make so little money other than having Wembanyama.
Oh,
So they
damn.
put American guards that he could run pick and roll with. And that was kind of it. So he could learn like an American style of play. And then they brought up other young dudes to play around him because part of the reason they wanted Bilal on the team was because he was young enough to practice every day with them. And they didn't have to worry about resting veterans. But he played because he was just got so much better. And if you look at last summer where he played on the under 19 team, he's like at least 15, 20 pounds heavier already. And that's like his first year in like a real strength and conditioning program. This dude might be yoked like a year from now. And if it's like, I'm not saying he's Giannis, but like if it's that kind of thing where he grows another 2 inches and he bulks up again, now we're talking about like a different level of upside, I think.
That's what I wonder. Like, is he still growing too, like height wise?
I think Neil Dalal tweeted that out. Shout out Neil. Something about like that Bilal said like, oh yeah, continuing to grow still.
I mean, because he grew from 5'11" to 6'8"
Right.
in 2 years. So I'm like, can he get to 6'10", 6'11"?
Let's get the HGH going if we have to. Like,
and he's got those. I mean, the arm, the wingspan. He's 6'8" with a 7'2" wingspan. So
yeah, man. I mean, he's got the goods. He just looks so smooth to me, man. Just how he moves around the floor. So yeah, I love it. Just develop him.
A fluid mover. And you guys mentioned the development thing, and I'm glad you just said that again to remind me. Like, it is a little off-putting to me that the guys I think were the 2 best player development guys on the staff both opted to leave this summer for different jobs, essentially, because I don't know if they were worried Wes Unseld wouldn't be here beyond this year or not, but it's a little concerning. So I don't know, man. Kevin Burke said, before you all go, has any team ever had such a fast refresh as this Wizards organization? May 30th, no plan, worst contract in history, a million questions. June 22nd, a plan, salary relief, fresh set of players, potential options, hope. What a turnaround.
New star. Yeah.
Yeah. Well said.
Damn. You got me thinking now. Shit. Yeah, because even in other teardowns, it's kind of like, all right, you might keep one guy, kind of transition over, or you hand it over to a guy you already kind of had in your program.
Right.
But this is like, all y'all can go. Fire sale.
Yeah.
And then you bring it, it's like a whole new top 10 rotation next year, with the exception of what? 3 guys, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a few. Would it be Gafford and maybe Avdia and
Kispert?
Kispert. Yeah. And then, whoever comes back from, Monty Morris, Delon Wright, any of those guys. But otherwise it's going to be a change. What this reminds me of, a few years ago, I ran a mock draft, sort of mock off season. And there were some guys who took it really seriously, and they made just these, traded virtually their whole roster. There was a guy for the Knicks and for the Spurs that really got into it and traded off just about everyone. It was just unbelievable what they did. And it's kind of what Winger and Dawkins and Schlenk have done, is they've just come in and said, okay, what was here wasn't good. Detonate,
I kind of dig it. Jalen Wilson from Kansas just got taken at 51.
Yeah.
Not a crazy athlete, does everything well, super productive as a college player at 6'8". I think he can play 3 a little, but mostly a 4. His shot looks really good to me. It just doesn't go in that much. I know that sounds stupid, but I have hope that he'll be a pretty good knockdown shooter. I don't see a major flaw in it, so we'll see.
He was another, he's 22, like you said, didn't shoot it all that well, below 50 on 2s. Yeah, his defensive rebounding was pretty good. That's probably his biggest strength in terms of what he'll bring to the NBA.
Right. Smurf Lord asks, can you all make me feel good about this draft class? I'm okay on Coulibaly, but I need some convincing on the rest of the class, which is really just Vucevic, right? I mean, that's
Vucevic, right?
yeah. I'll let you guys take it. That wouldn't have been a me pick, but
I would just say just go back and try to watch. I would say go back and watch him compete in the combine against the other prospects. I think you'll get comfortable with what his skill set could be on this level watching that, because that's what popped him for me.
Then he scored like 13 points in 13 minutes or
like,
something like that.
Yeah, it was like 17 points in 13 minutes. Like it was just like all jumpers and floaters at 7 feet tall, and it's like, okay, who the hell is that? I mean, because it was similar with Jalen Williams last year. Not saying they're the same player or anything, but just like
combine pop,
when Jalen got to that combine, and it was like, okay, he's the best player on the floor. It's like, okay, yeah, this dude might be a player. So I would say go watch that and just make your own opinion on it. But that's what sold me.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, the big thing, shooting. He hit very high rate on twos, shot well from three, shoots free throws well. So all that's good. His rebounding was solid, and some playmaking. He's 3.1 assists per 40, more assists than turnovers. So I mean, he's not a Jokic level passer. Nobody is, but those are pretty good numbers for a big guy. And we'll see if he can, improve his mobility a little, get stronger. The kind of normal stuff that you would want a 20-year-old to do. He's got a shot. The shooting will translate immediately.
So, for sure.
The question is whether physically he can hold up defensively, that kind of stuff. So the Suns, it looks like if they keep the pick, Toumani Camara.
You liked him, right, Kevin, from Dayton?
Yeah, I had him 40th. So early second round, rated as a sort of early second round pick. Pretty good shooter, over 60% on twos, rebounded well. Not great, but because he is still a second round pick, he's also older, 23. But he's somebody worth drafting.
I saw a Vucevic comp on the Ringer that compared him to Lauri Markkanen.
Wow. Okay. Now I'm considerably more excited. The Ringer's like historically terrible at comps. I think they compared Grady Dick to the Sun. So hopefully they got this one right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm comparing their numbers here on Tankathon now. I'm just like, maybe it's
reasonable comp.
Yeah, it's very reasonable. Like shooting numbers wise, like very, very reasonable. I mean, both 7 feet, about 225. I felt like Lauri had more perimeter game, if I remember correctly. I mean, I know the Jazz this year used him at small forward, but Vucevic feels more like a 4-5 or maybe 5-4.
Yeah.
Than a wing.
Let's see. Noel asked, can we talk about Ryan Rollins a little bit? What did the Wizards get with him? I think we talked about him a little bit earlier. 6'3", bucket getter, 6'10" wingspan. Not sure if he's gonna play much on ball, but he'll just score points for you. And he had a pretty good first year in the G League too. So I think that's a good pickup.
Yeah, he's
somebody that I thought was, I'm pretty good with with that pickup, with getting him. I think he has a chance of cracking the rotation next year. So
6'10" wingspan too.
Yeah.
But now been asked by 3 people if the Wizards just own that pick that Phoenix just made. And Neary said that ESPN said that Dayton, Toumani Camara is coming to the Wizards. I didn't think that was the case, but
I mean, it could be a deal that just went down.
Oh, the Beal trade.
Yeah. Did we have second round pick swaps too?
I thought the Suns got to keep that one.
know
says
that.
it's Phoenix's. Shams's tweet says it's Damani Kamara at 2, but Josh Robbins and others say that Phoenix made this pick on behalf of the Wizards.
Yeah. So Brendan, your podcast partners said that Shams is reporting the Wizards get 52 as part of the Beal trade.
Okay.
So that means Kamara is coming to the Wizards.
Oh, okay. So then is that our last pick for tonight, or do we still keep?
That's a good question.
And it looks like there might have been a swap with 57. Swap of 52.
Oz is texting me in real time. He said Shams confirmed that it's our pick via the Beal trade, and his next tweet said that that pick is ours. So it doesn't say anything about 59 though.
Oh, I guess 57 since the two picks are forfeited.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of hate it, guys. I'll be honest. I watched a lot of Dayton this year because I looked around Holmes, and we've got ties to Dayton, and I like the A10, but just didn't think he was good at basketball, which is generally a thing I'm sort of down on, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I would like to be wrong. Hopefully he'll be a beast.
Well,
6'7" wingspan guy.
Yeah, look at
there's a Shams correction tweet apparently that maybe it's not our pick. Not our pick.
Ooh. Well, I'm confused now.
Clarity here. Damani Kamara will be with the Suns. Phoenix targeted and selected him tonight. That pick was not a part of the Bradley Beal trade.
Okay.
Good.
But we still picking at 57.
Yeah, that seems like the case.
All righty.
All right. Good. Yeah, I feel better now.
Can I just say I hate hearing they targeted him, a player.
I know. That's that Woj language.
Yeah, I don't like that language. I don't know why. I also hate hearing guys referred to as pieces.
Assets. Does asset bother you? I like asset a little better than piece. But.
Asset's a little better. Not sure why exactly, but just pieces sounds like
asset sounds positive at least.
Objectifying, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Who just went? Okay. The pick is in for the Pacers, so that's good. Hopefully we can keep this thing rolling. If we can get out of here in under 5 hours, that'd be ideal.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this on our feed tomorrow, and this literally will probably be our least watched or listened to podcast of all year because someone will look and see a 5-hour runtime and just be like, I'll be listening to this for the next month and a half.
Somebody actually asked if we were going to put it out, so I told them yes.
Why not? Last two picks, Jalen Clark and Jalen Slauson. So Slauson out of Furman. I don't know if anyone watched the NCAA tournament this year. They beat Virginia. He wasn't crazy good in that game, but he's like an interesting do-it-all 6'7" kind of forward. So that's not a terrible pickup or whoever just made that pick.
So Jalen's coming off the board.
Yep. Yeah, in a row. 3 out of the last 4 picks are Jalen's. Pretty wild.
Oh, Isaiah Wong just got picked by Indiana. I kind of liked him.
Bucket getter. It's like a 6'3" scorer. So,
I gotta say, I do like that pick, that Jalen Clark pick. I think he's somebody that has the potential to, if he recovers, that's a potential first round value there.
Yeah, he's a hooper.
Shout out my guy Joe Swam. I don't blame you. I would not listen to this twice through either. That's some psycho shit.
I'm insulted, Joe.
Yeah, right. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, Jalen Slauson's another guy that I kind of liked. Good shooter, rebounded a little bit, some playmaking. The kind of thing you would want to see from somebody playing at a place like Furman. A lot of production.
Yeah, he did everything for them essentially.
Yeah.
Trace Jackson Davis still on the board, right?
Yeah. I was just getting ready to say that. That's wild to me. I guess because it's just his style of play.
Yeah.
I mean, a back to the basket, undersized center just doesn't really get GMs excited. But I think
36 on the consensus mock. Wow.
I had him at 29. So
yeah.
Well, it's looking like maybe Chris Livingston might have gotten his wish.
Yeah, right. Just wants straight to the two-way.
And that, I've heard there are some people, like some guys later in the second round, prefer not to be picked so they can pick their destination.
Yeah.
I've talked to a couple of guys playing internationally that was the case for them. And I remember at the time, James Gist that went to Maryland, he ended up getting picked like 58th by the Spurs. And in retrospect, he said he wished he had gone undrafted and told them to F off, because once they owned his rights, they were a playoff ready team. And he was a guy that needed some development. So he was like, I'll just like never get on the roster there. And they just let him sit in Europe.
Yeah.
Damn.
There's still some decent, interesting players. Trace Jackson Davis, Demoy Hodge, Adama Sanogo, somebody that interested me, kind of a big who can shoot. Yeah.
Damo, who's left on your best available here?
I'm looking at Sequarion, man. Like, I get that he's slight of build, but I mean, at this point, like I said, it's house money. Like,
take a chance.
Just take a shot, man. That dude, I mean, he plays with some grit and he could shoot it. So why not?
Yeah, a couple other older prospects for me that I think could be interesting, maybe undrafted. Tavion Kinsey played at Marshall.
Yeah, bucket.
Yeah, good, hell of a shooter. Got some playmaking too. And then Ed Crosswell played at Providence. Mm-hmm. Seems like he's perfect for like a Miami type of, sort of strong, rugged, competitive.
He'll be starting for them in finals in 3 years.
Yeah, I see. He's going to be like that undrafted free agent. I think I joked to you when I ran him.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what he's going to be. He's going to be an undrafted free agent who's going to, start for the Heat in 3 years. And yeah, that's looking like that's going to be his fate.
So Trace Jackson Davis is 36 on consensus mock. Terquavion is 43. Ricky Council is 47. And then Adama Sanogo is 53. And those are probably the highest profile names left. A couple other names we haven't mentioned that I like. Omari Moore out of San Jose State, kind of an interesting 6'6"-ish, do-it-all, point forwardy type guy. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I love Colin Castleton, like super senior, but just big 6'11" guy who can create for other people a little bit, really smart. And another Florida player, Alex Fudge, basically 6'9" wing, who's just athletic as shit. He does nothing for you offensively other than like dunk if in transition, if wide open. But I think there's a world where he's like an immediately like impact defender. So worth keeping an eye on. Marcus Bagley, a little interesting out of Arizona State. Marvin Bagley's brother. Was a guy that was like first round hype as a sophomore and has just been like a total shit show since, and got kicked off the team at Arizona State this year because they benched him, and then he tweeted out a bunch of shit and they benched him even more. Yeah. So he left, but he's talented. He's a 6'8", kind of 3-and-D type guy. I might consider it if you don't think he's a total knucklehead.
So it looks like we just made another trade, guys.
What?
Yeah.
What is happening?
We're sending pick 57 to the Warriors, and they're taking Trice Jackson Davis.
Wow. Okay. And we're not. Do we know what we're getting back?
Yeah. Shams literally just tweeted it. So
okay, gotcha.
It looks like we're just gonna rock with our 2 picks.
Okay. It's a little less exciting since we just spent an extra hour on here.
We got Patrick Baldwin.
What? Oh, shit. I love that.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Chris Paul. Oh, yeah. So they're throwing Patrick Baldwin into the trade.
All right, man. The entertainment and sports arena is going to be rocking for those Patrick Baldwin, like 7 3-point attempt games, I like it. He's as exciting as anyone we were going to take at 57. So
I like it, man. I fucking like it.
yeah, did we kill Kevin Broom? Did it like what? he hated Patrick Baldwin so much he just logged out of the chat. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that, man. I like it. I like Patrick Baldwin a lot. So that was another guy I saw. I was like, he kind of plays like Kuzma.
Yeah. I mean, he right. He's a big dude. He shoots it pretty well. Kev, did you see the trade?
Yeah, I saw that. So the Wizards are trading the pick Trace Jackson Davis to the Warriors. I didn't see who the Wizards got though.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
I knew Kevin would not like that.
I knew it.
Yeah, I did not have a high opinion of Patrick Baldwin, and I still don't. He's big, you know.
He is big, and at some point in his life, he did good shooting. Is that comforting at all?
Yeah, it's been a while since he did that. I mean,
yeah,
he wasn't awful. Well, he was pretty bad last season. So,
how was he in the G League? Bad there.
That's just.
I'd have to go back and look. I haven't looked at his numbers in the G League, so I would need to take a look at that. Let me.
That's wild to me. They picked him at 28 last year, and then now
giving up that quick is a bad sign.
That quick for pick 57.
Yeah,
he's another one of these guys. He played for his dad,
right?
And that didn't seem to really be very helpful to him.
No. All right. So he played 11 games for the Santa Cruz Warriors. He made 44% of his field goals. He made 36% of his threes on 8 attempts per game.
Yeah,
he shot 54% from the free throw line.
Oh,
but on literal 1 attempt per game. And in the G League, you only get the 1 attempt,
right?
Unless it's in the final 2 minutes. So that's a little tough. He averaged 6 rebounds, 2 assists, half a steal, half a block, 2 turnovers, 1 foul. Fine. Worth a gamble. He'll be fun on the go-go for me next year.
I just like the idea of a 6'10" guy with a 7-foot wingspan that can dribble.
Sure. We'll take it.
You just take a shot on it. If it doesn't work, who cares?
No harm, no foul. And there's going to be some really solid-ish, undrafted free agents right now. So I hope these guys are working the phones on some dudes that would be exciting. I would take Terquavion. I would take Ricky Council. If any of them are on the go-go next year.
Yeah.
Leor said in the chat, Marquise Noel,
yeah.
Yo, I need him on my summer league team.
That would be hyped as shit. I would watch every go-go game next year if he was just running around.
For sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
not impressed with Patrick Baldwin. I'm sorry. I just looked at his numbers somewhere. I'm like, below average.
Summer league. Does Johnny Davis play summer league this year?
He better. He wouldn't have. Ernie would have said, or Ernie, Jesus. Tommy would have said, he's already shown us enough. He doesn't have to do that. All right. So Marquise Noel has already said he signed a 2-way contract with the Raptors. So that's something. All right. The Bucks took Chris Livingston at 58, essentially, with the final pick in the draft. And
maybe that was his promise.
Right.
That was the promise.
Yeah, keeping an eye on these undrafted free agent guys is going to be the interesting one, I think. We can get some pieces here. Again, I would take Castleton or Bediako if either of them are the starting center on the go-go next year. I'll be pretty hyped by that.
Yeah, Terquavion Smith's still available.
Yep. Even Mike Miles would be a really good go-go pickup.
Yeah.
Adam Flagler. Do you take Oscar Tshiebwe or Drew Timme just to see what they're like? I would go see either of them for the go-go.
Either one, both. I mean, Drew Timme, I'm a little surprised he hasn't been drafted because, he is a terrific shooter. I guess, maybe teams are just concerned about his overall athleticism.
Yeah, I think so. Wow. All right. Pretty exciting draft, fellas. I mean, I was kind of looking forward to taking 4 dudes, but not the worst thing in the world. They didn't take my draft and stash guy, so I guess maybe that was too tempting to take Patrick Baldwin. But again, maybe 2-way or Summer League invite, Vincent Valerio Bowden. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I don't know. There's some exciting stuff here. I guess it really doesn't matter now. I kept hyping him because I had heard some very credible reporting that the Wizards had indicated they liked him. So just saying. We'll see. Maybe he shows back up at some point.
Yeah.
Fellas, before we wrap, any parting thoughts? I guess maybe we'll start. Damo, if you had to give him a grade, what would you give him for this year's draft?
They get an A for me, man. I just like the idea that they were aggressive in getting the guy that they wanted, and then just so happened the guy that they wanted was the guy that we wanted. So that's new. So
Take it, man.
That doesn't usually happen. Usually they get the guy we don't want. So Tuesday guy, just like we haven't drafted a dude like that in the top 10 in a long time. So I give him an A. I like the Tristan pick. I had him just outside of the first round, so to get him at we got him at 42.
Yeah.
I think that's good value. I mean, he's probably one of the better shooters in the draft, and he's 7 feet tall. So,
right.
Yeah, I think that's a win-win.
Yeah, agreed. I totally with you. Kevin, thoughts?
I pretty much agree with that for the most part. You know, the I don't know if I'd go, that's a solid, AB draft in terms of, taking upside in both cases. I think picking guys who at least I had rated higher than where they went. So, I think it's a pretty good night. And I do like to see them being aggressive. And I think that, there's still going to be a significant number of trades. I think they have a lot of deals ahead of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if when free agency, when the new league season starts, that we hear about the Wizards making a bunch of deals. Things that they're probably talking about now that will get, processed and finalized once the, new league year starts. So.
Yeah, honestly, and I think I would say B+ right now, with the chance to make this an A if they can make a couple two-way contract pickups that are guys that could have gone in this draft, like a Traquavion or Ricky Council or one of these kind of guys that everybody thought was like a guaranteed top 40 pick. If you pick one of them up undrafted, or any of these other kind of guys that are like smart, savvy picks, I think that would be, a free additional pick. I think is huge.
Yeah,
no doubt.
And I think you both hit on this in some degree, taking guys that, are like basically Patrick Baldwin Jr. was undervalued for the 57th pick, essentially. Like these are guys that you got, Vucevic, same thing, like better. You got them later than they should have gone realistically. So they're value pickups. So that's awesome. I would say, fellas, I would give us an A for this. We're still here almost 5 hours later. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb and pat us on the back. Thank you both for doing this. I can't thank you enough for clearing up literally a fourth of your day, essentially, for draft prep and coverage and all this stuff. So thank you guys, and obviously appreciate your time, but I appreciate both of your friendship. Not to get sappy, this is cool, and this is why I think we like this team and this community. It's just it's awesome.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you and organizing it and pulling it all together. This was really fun.
Of course.
Yeah, no doubt, Matt, man. No doubt, man. Definitely appreciate it, man. This was fun. Love doing this.
You were both officially invited back for next year if you've done well. I think Michael Winger and Will Dawkins, you're invited back next year as well. And everybody listening to this in real time and listening to this after the fact, you're all invited as well. Shout out to everybody who participated and donated to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That's awesome. Again, at the end of the day, we raised $2,647. So that's great. Not inconsequential in any way. Awesome. So with that, this has been Bleav in Wizards. This has been Wizards of Gallery Place. This has been So Wizards. Every Wizards podcast out there, I think, has gotten a shout out at some point here tonight. So that's pretty cool too, to bring this community together. You all know the drill. Rate, review, subscribe, all that good stuff. We're brought to you by betonline.ag, and we will catch you all next time.